Some games you study, some games you plan for, but some games you just dive in. Welcome everyone, I'm Exceptional and I hope you are too. Meet Dave. Dave is a diver. I dove into this adventure blind and surfaced with a pearl. It's a charming, well-rounded, pixel-perfect journey diving into the depths to earn money, upgrade my gear, and build the greatest sushi restaurant this side of the blue hole. In this video, I leave no fish unscaled, completing every achievement, maxing out the Marinca, capturing every Fishmon, and eggs. Always eggs. Let's dive in. As Dave, I'm enjoying the good life on the beach. That doesn't last long as my phone rings. It's Cobra. He's offering a new opportunity. Something about sushi? So much for the good life. I'm ready for a new adventure. Welcome to the Blue Hole. Cobra lets me know that this place is ripe with opportunity. All he needs is a diver. Well, hey, I can do that. After some quick tutorials on how to move, swim, and use my equipment, Cobra lets me know that he needs me to gather fish and other resources that we can give to a master sushi chef for preparation. Enter Bancho. He has a sharp tongue and a slight temper, but his cooking skills are unmatched. We begin discussing plans when, whoa, earthquake! This might complicate things. Cobra has already invested all of his money into this place, and the only way to make more is selling sushi. Apparently, the reason Bancho is available for this endeavor is because of some incident? I'm sure we'll find out more about that later. My first tasks are to make 100 gold to repair the damage and catching 7 more fish. This is the first real dive, and I want to make it count. But that might be easier said than done because while this area looks beautiful, it isn't exactly safe. The first item I go to grab is spiky, ouch, and I can't collect it without better gloves. Oh well, I do have this harpoon gun. Using it I can quickly snag those 7 fish, but I still have some gas in the tank for this dive. That gas being oxygen. The oxygen tank not only acts as my air supply, but also my health during dives. As I delve deeper, I will encounter aggressive species, including boss battles as the story progresses. When my oxygen is low, alerts start going off and my screen begins to flash. But Danger is my middle name, and I push deeper. The terrain and ecology of the Blue Hole will change as I complete more dives, with the loot being randomized. Among the collectibles, I can find oxygen refills, but coming down lower has turned my depth counter orange. If I venture any deeper, I risk that value turning red, which will significantly increase my oxygen consumption. I'll stick to the shallows for now. A good practice to follow in the early game is to explore horizontally, not vertically. On top of fish, there are plenty of other resources to gather, ore being among them and these item caches scattered around. This one provides me with a cheap Japanese sword, replacing my diving knife. Note that these weapons I find on dives are temporary, and upon surfacing I will not be able to keep them. The same applies to items like this underwater scooter that I just found. The final number in the bottom left of the HUD is my weight capacity. Going above that capacity will slow down my movement speed, and I will eventually hit a maximum capacity where I won't be able to collect anything else. Each of these 3 readouts on the bottom left will increase as I'm able to purchase equipment upgrades. That'll do it for this second dive, and I head back to the boat. It's now evening. After each dive, I get a breakdown of what I collected, and the time phase progresses. Every day has 4 phases: morning, afternoon, evening, and night. Time is infinite within those 4 phases, only progressing upon the completion of a dive or the option to skip time, which I'll be using much later into the playthrough. Time also advances by opening my sushi bar, which can only operate in the evening and nights. In the early game, evening and night are effectively a single phase of time because I have not unlocked the ability to dive at night. Yet. Bancho spent the day cleaning up after the earthquake and preparing for tonight. I'm ready to go home, but apparently Cobra told Bancho that I would not only gather the ingredients, but also act as a server in the bar. Every night before opening, I'm in charge of setting the menu. A tip I can offer while setting the menu is to set all of your dishes to auto supply. Any fish I put on the menu that are not used are discarded, so having them supplied on demand is much more optimal. With the fish I caught today, I'm able to perform my first enhancement. Enhancing a dish increases its price and flavor at the cost of the required ingredients. Because of this, it's advantageous to hunt the same types of fish so that I'm always gaining the most value from each dish. I finished setting my menu for the evening, but there's even more to learn. I now have to figure out how to pour green tea. If a customer requests green tea and I pour it well, they'll tend to pay more. And the final piece of the serving puzzle, for now anyway, is bringing the prepared food from Boncho to the customer. Easy peasy, tutorial section complete. Oh, okay, bye Cobra. Alright, let's open up and make some money! There are 2 additional mechanics to serving that were not covered in the tutorial. First, the wasabi on the right side. I'm fine tonight, but as I serve more customers, I'll need to refill it, otherwise Boncho won't be able to cook. The second is cleaning up dishes that are left behind. If a customer sits in a spot where there are dishes, they will become frustrated and leave. I was able to stay on top of it, so at the end of the night I get a full 5-star rating, having no dissatisfied customers. Because of this, I gain 5 artisan flames. I'll come back to what those are used for. After a successful first day, it's time to wind down. Well, that guy didn't look very friendly. To start day 2, I get a phone call from Ellie. She's studying biology and would like my help gathering samples. This unlocks my smartphone, and I'll discuss the features it provides as I continue to unlock them. For now, it's fairly basic: a calendar, a calculator, the usual default apps. Entering my morning dive, I'm gonna start doing that loot goblin thing that I always do. I am going to collect absolutely everything on these plateaus. All of these materials are useful, be it for cooking, building and upgrading my equipment, or even just for selling for more cash once I unlock the shop. The fish that I catch all have quality, 1 to 3 stars. The quality depends on the method with which I catch them. Here, with this jellyfish, I can't snag it with my harpoon alone, so I go in to melee it with my knife. I defeat the jelly, giving me a 1-star jellyfish. Catching fish with the harpoon gives a 2-star fish. This is because of the damage that I've dealt to these fish. The jellyfish was completely destroyed, whereas these smaller fish only take a bit of harpoon damage. In order to catch 3-star fish, I need to use live capture methods like tranquilizers or nets. Higher quality catches provide more meat per kilogram of fish, so the more high quality fish I catch, the more meat I'm able to bring back to the restaurant at the end of the day with me. Spread throughout the blue hole are also these little red ingredient pots. They provide exotic ingredients for special dishes, and at this stage of the game, my only method of acquiring them is from these underwater pots. With each dive, my goal is maxing out my carrying capacity before surfacing. Upon surfacing, Boncho has a suggestion for delving deeper. Bring a gun! Enter Duff, a weapon expert and full-time otaku. I'll need to gather the resources to craft my first gun, so it's back underwater for me. This is the same map that I just dove, so I'm quite confident following the same path, filling my inventory, and returning to the boat. I've now unlocked the Weapon Shop app, and I can craft my first gun. By the way, I love the cutscenes in this game. They are so good. With that crafted, I can now also find weapons chests on my dives, providing more temporary weapons and bonuses. While I can't resurface with these weapons, grabbing new weapons will unlock the blueprints to be able to craft them myself. At the restaurant, I get my menu set, enhancing whatever I can to make more of that sweet, sweet cash. Halfway through tonight's service, I reached my 100 gold goal to repair this place. Cobra will take care of that. The next morning, I'm visited by another new character, Dr. Bacon. Great name. He studies the Sea People civilization, which he's pretty sure exists? With my help, he can find some actual proof. There's an artifact at a depth of around 70 meters that he wants me to find, but that's beyond what my current gear can handle. Dr. Bacon will upgrade my suit if I agree to work with him, which Cobra has already done for me. Of course he has. I've now unlocked the iDiver app, allowing me to upgrade my dive gear, claiming the first suit upgrade. Thanks, Doctor. With that, I'm officially into the main story arc. Chapter 1, Traces of the Sea People. I can now safely dive to a depth of 80 meters, but as is tradition, I get distracted and want to catch all of the fish. Another nifty thing I can find underwater are these escape pods, which transport me instantly to the surface. Well, after a touch of time in the decompression chamber, I don't want to get the bends after all. Upon sending my latest catch to the restaurant, Cobra lets me know that the repairs are done. I unlock the ability to renovate the sushi bar further. Aesthetic stuff, eh? Sure, I'll get right on that. I also unlock the Cooksta app for my phone, where I can track my restaurant's rating. A higher rating means more customers, means more money. That sounds like the actual priority right now. Alright, one aesthetic change. I'm gonna add a little Dave charm to my phone. How cute! As I stick into my second dive of the day, I'm greeted by a new friend. Hello, Dolphin. I'm going to call you Brain, because my inner 90s kid cannot be ignored. I have to help Brain's partner, Pinky, who seems to be trapped in a net. Easy enough, I'm always willing to help an animal in need. Among the temporary weapons I can find underwater, I can also find upgrades for my harpoon, granting it elemental damage. There are 7 different types, enhanced for physical damage, flame, ice, lightning, poison, shock, and tranquilizer. Each element comes with its own little catching minigame, this poison-tipped one requiring me to spin the mouse, compared to the default tip where I simply smashed the spacebar a bunch. I've also begun to find some of the aggressive species, indicated by the red dot above their head. When they see me, they will attack me. This Titan triggerfish and lionfish aren't too threatening, but I'm gonna start encountering other predators, like sharks, soon. I'm feeling a little exhausted after 2 productive dives, but there's still a sushi service to do. No break for the boy with the buoyancy. At the restaurant, I'm greeted by Yoshi. She's seen the restaurant on Cooksta and challenges Boncho's cooking moxie. Certainly, it's not his fault that people judge his food before tasting it. He'll prove it to her by creating a dish using a whole shark's head, which I'm now tasked with procuring. I'll need to research this recipe using those artisan flames that I earned. At the end of every service, I'll be ranked up to 5 stars. Each full star rewards 1 artisan flame. It's important to note that a single unhappy customer can drop my rating to 4.9, and I'll only be rewarded 4 flames in that case. There's no such thing as good enough in this world. The service itself goes well, gaining another 5 flames and 79 gold. I start the next day by taking a look at my gear options. I want to be prepared for the upcoming shark battle. In the early game, I'd say there are 2 upgrades that stand above the others in value: the air tank and the cargo box. These 2 will allow me to gain more benefit from each dive. And this is why the air tank is so vital. I get way too ambitious on the next dive, trying to collect the agar for Ellie, and in my mad dash to the surface, I run out of oxygen. Cobra's posture here about sums up how I feel. Running out of air forces me to choose a single item to resurface with, effectively wasting the whole dive. That was pretty rough, but hey, at least I got another achievement. Enter Sato, a non-trademark infringing collector. His appearance unlocks the Marinca app. As I collect new fish, I will get cards, which are impacted by the quality of the fish. The goal, of course, being to collect all of the species at 3 stars in my, fish decks? This is among the challenges that I will be completing before the end of this video. Back to business. I need resources to make money to gather more resources to make more money. But I get way too greedy again, pushing the limits and getting smacked by a lionfish as I'm trying to use the escape pod. This interrupts my progress and I run out of oxygen again. What an egghead move, but I am starting to get my sea legs under me. Fortunately, thanks to Autosupply, I have enough fish left over that this service isn't a complete disaster. In fact, it goes well enough that I'm able to increase my cookster rank to bronze. This unlocks new recipes and expands my overall capabilities in the restaurant. I only come away with 9 gold at the end of the night, but that's still in the black, darn it. The next dive goes much better. I'm pretty much ignoring the shark head task right now, which isn't really a problem. The maps, events, everything are on cycles, so if I end up missing it the first time, I will have another opportunity later. It sure does feel nice to bring some fish home today. Kicking off the afternoon dive, Brain is back with another request. I follow him to Pinky, who is once again trapped in a net. These blasted pirates never learn. I free Pinky from the net, feeling pretty good about myself as a person, but this one task almost chewed through my entire oxygen reserve. I frantically catch as many fish as I can, being sure to stick close to the surface, just in case. I get my menu for the night set, enhancing whatever I can to maximize my profits. I'll do more research too, not for the recipes, just because I want more cutscenes. With this higher cookster rating though, I'm stretched thin trying to serve all of these customers. I just barely scraped through, only getting a rating of 4.7 tonight. I'm gonna want employees ASAP, which means going on that shark hunt. With the cash that I made last night, I upgraded my air tank twice, doubling my capacity from 90 to 180 bar. But my greed in resource collection games cannot be understated. Even with twice the air supply, I end up running out again. At least the second dive was more productive, and I'm able to keep enhancing dishes. I did absolutely rock the service tonight. 5 stars, almost 200 gold in profits, and upon checking Cooksta the next morning, I'm able to upgrade to a silver-ranked restaurant. I'll be sure to do that tonight. I upgrade my cargo box once more, and slowly but surely, I am getting a handle on things. These Titan triggerfish are making me good money, and I'm able to grab the last of the agar for Ellie before comfortably surfacing. That's more like it. Back on the boat, she gives me a dingle, rewarding me with some exotic ingredients and 70 gold. While the triggerfish are good money, they aren't without risk, and here I can demonstrate the quality mechanic a little bit more. This guy will not let me escape, so I blast him with my underwater rifle. Since I blew a couple of holes in him, I only get 1-star quality, which again means less overall meat for the same amount of fish. But hey, I'm surfacing with all of it, so that's progress. Back at the restaurant, I upgrade my cookster rank to silver. I get the stamp of approval, and this is officially way too much for me to handle alone. People are waiting too long for their food, and while I still make a handsome profit, I get my first 3-star score. I'll be sure to wear my brown pants tomorrow. I can't put off the shark hunt anymore. Here's my Marinca for the first few days. I'll note that not all fish are available every single day. Some species will spawn at different times during different circumstances, like weather. While things are filling out here, nothing is 3-star, and I have a long way to go. I'll grab another cargo upgrade, and it's time to hunt some shark. Boncho mentioned that I'd find a white-tip reef shark to the right side of the blue hole, but on my way there I get way too distracted wanting to catch more fish. This green humphead parrotfish demonstrates another mechanic. Thus far I've been able to collect fish directly into my inventory, but this guy's a little bit too big, so upon defeating him I have to carve off pieces of him to fit into my bag. There will, however, be ways to extract larger fish whole as I unlock more equipment. In this early stage of the game, I'm much more focused on resource income than progressing tasks. With hindsight, I wish I'd pushed a little further forward with tasks before buckling down on resources. This is because after getting the Shark's Head, I will be able to hire staff, increasing my earning potential. Every new adventure begins in a fog. You fumble forward, uncertain, only to look back and see the clearest path you never knew was there. The next morning, there's no more dillying, no more dallying. I set a course to the right and stay focused, finding the edge of the map and immediately beneath it, my first shark encounter. I handle it like a seasoned pro, dodging, ducking, dipping, diving, and dodging every one of the shark's attacks. I harvest my defeated quarry, fill my remaining inventory with goodies, and very safely make my exit. That was by far my best dive yet, spending the most time underwater and gathering the most items so far. Then I jumped right back in. While I will be cutting a significant amount of footage from my dives, I have to say that I did enjoy every single moment. The ambiance, the changing environments, and holy moly, is that the eyeball of the thing I saw earlier? Am I supposed to fight that thing eventually? No way, man, but I will grab the artifact Dr. Bacon was looking for. I've also started recording live audio.
I have caught a cuttlefish.
Yes, I pretty much say that every single time I catch a cuttlefish. I cannot see them and not think of Kyle's Sentai pad experience. Ugh. Dr. Bacon is pretty jazzed about the artifact I just collected. He'll be in touch. Right now, I have a shark head to deliver. Whenever there's a special request, upon entering the restaurant, they will come in and Bancho will prepare that dish first. Let's see how Yoshi feels about it. I think that meant that she liked it. Yoshi is a recruiter, and I've now unlocked the ability to advertise for and hire staff. I'll see the results of my flyer campaign tomorrow. This right here, this is the face of a man who needs some support.
Oh my god, there's too many. I'm so stressed. There's too many.
It's not my best score, but as long as the profits keep rolling in, I'm okay with it. Dr. Bacon has analyzed the artifact. He may now have a way to locate the sea people. I snag an air upgrade and upgraded the damage of my harpoon for the first time. The deeper I go, the more resilient the fish and predators. 62 meters down, and I've caught the attention of a long-nosed saw shark. Some attacks from these large predators will trigger action commands. That thing sure looks painful. How it is. I give it an honest go, but with my alerts screaming, I tuck tail and run. But smelling blood in the water, this shark isn't letting me off so easily. He chases me down to the escape pod and finishes the job.
Don't mess with those guys, I guess.
And while I hate to admit it, the afternoon dive doesn't go any better. Here I can show what happens when I dive below the current rating of my suit. Critical depth. That doesn't sound good. My oxygen plummets, and another dive's worth of progress is lost to the learning curve. But hey, good news, I have an applicant at the restaurant. I can task Kyoko to help me with the service since Bancho hasn't really seemed to be struggling in the kitchen at all. Me, on the other hand, I struggle a lot. Kyoko helps a ton, and even with 0 success on my dives today, as a team, we pull off a higher rating and almost as much profit as the previous night. Ellie calls me up with more collection requests the next morning. Yoshi also drops a line informing me about my new management app. I honestly didn't use it once throughout the entire playthrough. Maybe that was a missed opportunity. Anyway, I totally redeemed my previous 2 dives, bringing a fat stack of loot home for the morning trip. That loot included all of Ellie's requests from this morning. Yes, Ellie, you know finishing fast isn't always a bad thing. Self-justifications aside, this unlocks my EcoWatcher app. There are more collection tasks and some removal tasks for certain fish that will earn me eco points. As I gain more points and level up, I will gain charms. Not like the charm on my phone there, equipable charms that will give me perks while diving. That's no worry for a loot goblin like me. I love grabbing all of the shiny things. I escaped the depths with all of said shinies, and I really feel like I'm starting to get a handle on things here. I have enough money to run an internet ad. There are 3 ad types which can be summarized by you get what you pay for. The most expensive being the internet ad, which will provide 4 applicants with a +2 level from my current Cookster rating. I'm making a practice of always enhancing my dishes as much as possible. This is increasing my earning potential, yes, but there's a second stat increasing that is equally, if not more, important. Taste. In order to unlock higher Cookster ratings, I need to meet taste thresholds. This will be the highest taste value among all of the dishes that I've served. I'm definitely feeling the growing pains still, not having the greatest night tonight, but I'm determined. Seasonal events will pop up based on the calendar date, not any kind of mission progress. This one is going to be a jellyfish party. Cobra is all over this. If I can manage to catch a bunch of jellyfish for Boncho to cook, we'll be rolling in cash. The event happens in 3 days, leaving plenty of time to catch jellyfish. Since I feel no pressure at all, I'm just going to enjoy the shallow waters, gather a bunch of resources, and just enjoy this environment for a minute. It really is gorgeous. Oh, no, I'm sorry, ow! Dodged it. Phew. Oh, okay. Wasn't worried once. I should definitely leave now, but a shiny over there. I have time. Wasn't worried once. The internet ad is paid off and I have a bunch of applicants that I can't afford. I can grab Jandy here to help with the serving. That's where we're lacking the most. The extra hands are really taking the stress off of me during these restaurant services. I'm looking forward to when I can find a way to look as busy as possible while doing as little as possible. Shh, don't let them know. I'm management. The next night, I start to invest more into my people. I train Kyoko, unlocking the ability for her to serve drinks, taking even more pressure off of me. Boncho is a badass. He's keeping up with all 3 of us, no problem. Having some assistance pouring drinks is so refreshing. I felt every night that I was pouring so much time into the drinks. These aren't even the complicated drinks yet. The night's profit isn't spectacular, but progress marches on. In the EcoWatcher app, I'm able to submit enough goals to get my first level up, claiming the Eco Health Bracelet. I have no idea how to equip it right now, but I'll figure it out. Again, with the power of hindsight, I'd say I would have been better served aiming at mission progression since some of the money rewards are quite handsome. But I will unapologetically say that at this point, I was absolutely immersed in the gameplay already, blissfully unaware of any kind of goal setting. I had so much fun playing out these dives, upgrading my gear while also getting better as a player. I found that the curve of that feeling throughout this game was incredibly well paced. I continue grinding resources for the days leading up to the jellyfish party, and I just keep jumping right back in. I'm focused now, my skills are improving, I'm starting to become familiar with the maps and falling into those rhythms that I do so enjoy. Things have faded from being a journey of discovery to an optimization process. I'm increasing the efficiency in my movements, I'm learning the attack patterns of predators, taking them out without a single scratch, and truly, I've only just begun. After the morning successes, the good news continues. I've found the net gun, one of the solutions to start bringing in higher quality fish. Using it to ensnare my targets, I'm able to capture my first 3-star jellyfish. This will provide a ton of meat for tonight. There are ammo refills that spawn randomly, and I'm able to snag a couple more jellyfish. The net gun is not a cure-all though, my nets cannot restrain larger fish. Even with the fully upgraded steel nets, it will still have limits, though it's impressive what I'll be able to catch with it later. Finding 2 more of those underwater will unlock the ability to craft a net gun for myself. Now, there's a party I need to get to. I invest whatever money I had left into Jondi, unlocking the Tip Master ability. More profits! Party dishes will be indicated with a little pink bow, and I acted a little hastily here. Enhancing dishes is great, but it does consume ingredients. I now only have enough left to serve 3 of these dishes tonight. Whoops! With the menu set, unfortunately only having a couple of jellyfish dishes available, let's get this party started. I love the vibes on party night. This place is hoppin'. Way too hoppin' for the capabilities of the 3 Stooges serving here. I end up getting my worst rank yet, 2.5 stars, but still decent profits. These party nights are going to be so good once I figure out how to fully capitalize on them. As I continue diving, I continue submitting EcoWatcher goals and expanding my Marinca, now with a few 3-star fish. I wouldn't call the party last night a resounding success, but it put us over the threshold of the next Cookster rating. Oh boy, even more people wanting to eat here? It'll be fine, it'll be fine. Not a great rating, but the profits are rising. The next event shows up immediately, a yacht party where tuna dishes could significantly increase our sales. Tuna season is just beginning, but they're tough to catch. Cobra thinks he has something up his sleeve for that. He'll have it ready this afternoon. I did grab the suit upgrade so I could venture a little deeper and finally check out where Dr. Bacon's radar is pointing me to. There's a pile of rocks in the way though. He wants me to talk things over with Cobra, asking me to surface. No way, man. I still have available carrying capacity. Wait, are those loot fairies talking to me? Must have been my imagination. I also found another new type of weapon, the red sniper rifle. More damage would be nice, I guess. Some of the fish down here are tough buggers. Dr. Bacon is going to keep researching while Cobra helps find a way through those rocks. Remember that ship that we saw get pulled down into the ocean? That was a delivery barge with some materials that he's going to need, and it's up to me to find them on the seafloor. Cobra has also prepared 2 things for the tuna party, a steel net sensor trap and an underwater drone. These tuna are quite difficult to catch because they're big and fast. By placing one of these sensor traps in their path, I can capture, well, 1, but up to 3 at a time and then use the new drone to extract them. The drone is the method with which I can start acquiring 3-star large species. I only get a single drone use per dive right now though, upgradable to a maximum of 3. I tried my best to catch additional tuna, but they're a little bit too much for my current equipment. Cobra said that the parts he needs are scattered in an area with high currents. They can be found in the limestone cave around the 80-meter mark. The currents are intermittent and will push me around, but my timing is on point and I collect the camera lens. Okay, maybe my timing isn't always on point. Ow. Just above that is the motor, and ow. After fighting the currents a bit more, I grab the computer chip. That's everything Cobra requested, but of course I can't surface without gathering a full inventory first. That would just be silly. Unlocking the drone allows me to track recipes and ingredients that I'm looking for. I'll now see indicators over the resources and fish that I track. Cool. I've also figured out that by accessing the dive trunk on the boat, I'm able to change my loadout. I can swap my weapon out when I craft more, and I can equip these charms finally. Reduced damage and poison resistance sound just fine for now. I can also change the skin of my boat. Sweet. My team is struggling a little bit at the restaurant to satisfy every customer, but I am still experiencing the growing pains. I may not be achieving the best ratings, but profits are up, and that's going to help me generate even more. The next morning, Dr. Bacon comes to check in. Cobra has prepared a bomb for the rock pile, and he's also opened up his shop. I can now buy temporary items for my dives and sell excess materials for more cash. Dr. Bacon also gives me a camera to document what I find while I'm investigating the sea people. For my gear, I've continued focusing on air and cargo. I feel these are still the most important upgrades to be getting right now. After another decisive shark battle, I can use my drone to extract the meat. Large fish can only be found in 2- and 3-star qualities, but there are effectively still 3 qualities. A dead fish cut up underwater with my knife will provide 10 portions of meat. Extracting a dead fish with the drone will provide 15 portions. Then the 3-star option is to drone capture the fish alive, either in a net or tranquilized, which will provide 27 meat, the best deal by far. In the afternoon, I make my way back to the rock pile. With a little persuasion, which surprisingly doesn't impact these jellyfish at all considering the concussive force of setting off a boom boom underwater. But with the passage open, I head inside. This is the record chamber, and after checking it out a little, I'm instructed on how to use the camera. There will be a lot of opportunities for capturing cool pictures in the future, some with bonus goals that may result in a large loss of my time. We'll get there. This is good enough for now. Ah, the voices are back. They're telling me I need more loot. More loot that places me in tiger shark territory. A desperate battle ensues, and I hold that it weren't for that darn barracuda showing up, I would have been fine. But here marks another defeat. I'll just take the other shark meat back with me, I guess. While I'm still catching my breath after that debacle, another new player enters the game. John Watson. John and his eco-zealot friends are going to be a perpetual thorn in my side. After setting off that small explosion underwater, they hate me and they're convinced that I'm destroying the entire ecosystem. Even though they will inevitably end up doing more damage than I ever could. We'll get there. For now, mission complete. Upon arriving at the sushi restaurant tonight, I'm greeted by even more new guests. Yui is a TV show host and Vincent is her resident food expert. They've come to throw down the gauntlet and challenge Boncho's cooking abilities. This is my first VIP event where I will need to procure special ingredients before he visits again in 2 days. Another tip I can offer during the food service is that if I run out of ingredients for a certain dish, I can change my menu on the fly. Be aware though, when swapping out menu items that haven't been fully consumed, it will dispose of the already used ingredients. As long as those profits keep rising, I'm a happy chappy. As a consequence of my investigation into them, the sea people have emerged. They're checking in on the records room when, wham! The giant squid is like a plot monster. He's kidnapped one of the sea people, and the screen fades to black. Dr. Bacon has brought back the bracelet that I found, and this unlocks another charm, giving me a bit of additional leeway when I run out of oxygen. Yes, please. He was also able to find a strong underwater signal, but it's much deeper than I've already been. I'm going to need a deep sea headlamp and another suit upgrade to handle the pressure. Oh, now the game is teaching me about charms. Ha ha ha, every now and then I end up ahead of the learning curve. Slightly. No suit upgrade today though, I'm still focused on my oxygen reserves. I give Duff a quick call about this headlamp and he lets me know that he's also lost items being shipped to him because the ship that was carrying them went down. The ship. I need to recover his Leah's Chan figure from the sunken ship. If I get it to him, he'll provide the headlamp. After a successful dive gathering resources in the morning, I take a minute to check out Cobra's shop. I can purchase these items for temporary boosts on my next dive, the steel net being pretty much required to catch more tuna at this point. This time I snag 2 in a single net. That's like 54 portions of meat right there. I've now used my 1 drone pickup for this dive, but I still have a steel net. I'll just use it to gently hold this tuna in place while I persuade it to come with me? Okay, so as a player, I'm starting to feel a little bit bad about my behavior. Thumbs up, buddy. More tuna for me. My main focus remains acquiring more resources to improve my dishes. That tuna party is tomorrow, and I want to earn as much money as I can. I've also kept up on using my artisan flames to broaden my menu options. Best night yet. Alright, so I have a slight problem today. Not only is it the tuna party, but my VIP guest is slated to show up tonight. I'm gonna buy more steel nets, but I want to save my money to invest in my servers tonight. And there's another wrinkle. These pirates are once again messing with Pinky and the Brain. Narf! I'm gonna have to take these guys out, and I'm a little disappointed that the tuna swimming around don't mangle the pirates like they do to me. I emerge victorious, and the relieved couple show their gratitude. They give me cuddles, and even blow a little heart bubble for me. So sweet. Pinky rewards me with a rusty dolphin necklace. I'll have to polish this up once I surface. As I continue deeper down the left-hand side of the map, I find the sunken delivery ship. Look, there, it's Duff's package. But apparently the giant squid is a Leah fan too, snatching it from reach. I'll have to get inside the ship itself, which is going to require Duff's gas cutter. Upon surfacing, I claim the cutter and polish that charm that I was given. 30% increased dash speed? Yup, that charm is getting equipped and will never once be unequipped for the duration of this playthrough. I will use more oxygen while dashing, but I feel that faster movement speed is way too important to pass up. I make my way back down to the ship and start using the gas cutter. Nailed it. Before entering, the game asks me if I'm really ready for this. Not really? I'll be right back. And once I make it back, my oxygen is so low that I didn't think I'd be capable of taking on a boss encounter. So, escape pod it is. The unfortunate bit is that while I was getting distracted by pirates and boats and gas cutters, I completely neglected the task list for my VIP event. Mission failed. They're out of here, but it's all good, they'll be back. I have a tuna party to prepare. I set my menu with as many tuna dishes as possible, relying on the little pink party icon to guide me. I train up my staff a bit and kick things off. It's a pretty wild night, but honestly, with the others serving, I can focus on pouring drinks, taking a few dishes out, and keeping the wasabi filled. Way less stress with way more success. This was by far the most profitable night I've had thus far.
Oh, not bad.
It's time to spend it. I upgrade my air, cargo, suit depth, salvage drone, and harpoon gun. Sure. Since they aggress me anyway, I've been focusing my catches primarily on the predatory fish and sharks. I'm starting to feel pretty good at taking these white-tip reef sharks out. Now with my salvage drone upgraded, I can use this twice. Now I'm feeling ready to take on this encounter in the sunken ship. It looks like the ship is actually blocking a much larger space below it. The game is feeding me with weapons and health, and every gamer knows where this is going. Yup, there. The giant squid seems to be asleep, so if I slowly creep in, maybe I can recover Duff's package. Nope, definitely woke up the squid. I want to get the heck out of here, but Duff peer pressures me into fighting the gigantic horror movie squid. The fight itself isn't overly complex. I need to dodge the tentacles that lash out at me while making my way back to the big boy's eye. I use my sniper rifle to damage his eye, he then goes and repeat. After a couple of hits, he starts swatting at me too. But my will is steadfast, skillfully evading tentacles, swimming back into the fray, and he's done. The seaman rescues the captured sea lady, sees me, and scurries off. Then Duff reminds me what the actual priority is here, his package. Before leaving, I'll carve off a piece of this colossal calamari to see if Bancho can whip something up out of it. Yep, there she is, in all of her glory. Anyway, I've got my deep sea headlamp now. That sniper rifle that I fought the boss with was the last that I needed to unlock the blueprint, and that VIP event that I failed? He'll be coming back around tomorrow to try again. Don't worry about missing things in this game. Everything will circle back around, with the exception of one item, potentially. I'll bring your attention to it when it's time. Bancho says that he might be able to come up with something for that giant squid meat. Since he can't sell unknown meat to the public, we have a party for ourselves. After going through and chatting with everyone, I take a moment to reflect about how far I've come from my beach at the start of the game. In summary, whatever, I'll think about it tomorrow. Inspirational. Cheers, everyone. Here's to the next chapter of this adventure. Oh, great. More of that guy. I discussed the sea people with Dr. Bacon, but it seems that he had a little bit too much last night. Ew, man, thanks for leaving that right there for me to dive into. What a great start to Chapter 2. The next event is going to be a Marlin party. I'll be sure to ask Dory if he's free. So anyway, as I dive into the puddle, I have a quick story for you. Oh god, it's John. Whoa, man, that vomit is not mine. He seems upset. Oh, now it's my fault that you blew up the ocean floor? Oh boy, here he comes. First of all, ow, just took a grenade to the chest. But this battle is quite easy to manage. John's attacks aren't too tricky to dodge, and after 8 shots with my rifle, he's done for. He's down, but not out. I'm apparently an eco-monster that must be stopped. So he blows a new hole open for his escape. I mean, new shortcut to the signal I'm chasing, I guess? I follow my radar down into new depths, now below the 150 meter mark. Down here I can find new ore types and fish that are low to the ground, rendering my weapons ineffective against them. I'll need a net gun to catch these guys. Down here I start running into these tube worms that will not allow me to pass. By shining a UV flashlight on them, they'll retract temporarily, allowing me through. These UV lights are scattered around in item boxes at this depth. They're very easy to find. Here I find the sea people. They're looking a little rough, like maybe they need my help. But I cannot understand a word that they're saying. Dr. Bacon might be able to whip up a translator for me. So anyway, that was a long interruption. Back to my story I was trying to tell. I am a certified scuba diver. It's been many years since I last dove. Living in Canada makes that more difficult, but years ago I went on a dive in the Gulf of Mexico. Wait, I guess it's the Gulf of America now? Anyway. So we're heading out to dive down the legs of an oil platform, and the waves are especially brutal. They were big enough that we almost had to call off the entire dive for safety reasons. Every single person on the boat, even our captain, ended up vomiting. I didn't want to leave my lunch so close to the boat, so I swam out a little ways and then came back and proceeded setting up for the dive. Well, about 10 meters down, I look back up and there's the pile that I left behind being picked at and eaten by a whole group of fish. And people in my life wonder why I don't eat seafood. So, yeah. You're welcome for putting that image in all of your heads. Enough of that. It's time to claim my revenge on a tiger shark. Once I've encountered a species a couple of times, their attack patterns become reasonably easy to read. Sharks are rapidly becoming a staple on my nightly menus, simply because I'm catching so many of them. For my VIP event, I need to catch some jellyfish, now with blue markers for my convenience. I claim what I need, but my inventory is stacked. I gotta get out of here. Dr. B is thrilled, and we'll get to work on that translator right away. As my skill and gear have improved, I'm starting to have some really productive dives. This one was almost 15 minutes long, but that doesn't really compare to some of my later dive lengths, and it still only counts as my morning dive. Sato comes by, gushing about the rare boss card that I just collected for defeating the giant squid. As part of my Marinca completion, I will need to defeat every single boss. Holy moly, and I get a third visit, this one from Udo. He's a reporter for the weekly fish magazine, and now there will be photo spots that appear underwater. I can submit those photos to Udo for cash. Awesome! Of course, I've been keeping up with my EcoWatcher tasks, delivering whatever items I can as I find them. If you can believe it, all of that was just the morning dive. Now for the afternoon. On my way down, I discovered another new friend. He sprayed me with ink. Now I must catch him, which leads to another blockage and another use case for my new gas cutter. Inside, the octopus escapes through a hole that I clearly will not fit through, but he leaves me another charm that I'll have to check out once I surface. Once I'm much deeper, after traveling through another section of tube worms, I find my first photo spot out in the wild. For this picture, I have to capture the Opa, and I have a bonus objective to capture 2 at once. I miss the bonus objective here and choose to not attempt a retake. Going forward, I will be more diligent with the bonus objectives. After all, it's free money. Down here, I've also come across a new shark species, the Megamouth. Aside from the new suction attack, they're pretty much just tougher sharks, and I can capture him without much struggle. Similarly to those rockfish I showed before, these giant crabs cannot be harmed in any way from my current weaponry. Even this sensor explosive that I put down has no effect. That charm that the octopus led me to will give me a short dash that's on a cooldown. I will equip it for a while, but I honestly didn't end up using this ability very much. Udo loves the picture, rewarding me with 150 gold. Aw man, that could have been 200 if I'd nailed the bonus. The restaurant hasn't even opened yet, and there are people everywhere. first, my VIP guests are back. Now that I have the ingredients, it's time to show Vincent what Bancho is capable of. I deliver the dish, and Vincent is already telling Bancho everything he did wrong. How about you try tasting it? Now that's the face of a man who just experienced some sensations? Vincent is very much on Team Bancho now and rewards us with a fridge and 1,000 gold. With the fridge, I am now able to serve beer during my nightly services. The other guest is a loudmouth named Otto. He used to be an amazing diver before he took a harpoon in the knee. Now I want to play Skyrim. He's interested in some moray eel curry, now unlocking my ability to dive at night. There are more vicious and exotic species waiting for me in the twilight hours. I'll also hire more staff, but I don't need a second cook right now. What I can do is dispatch employees that aren't working on the floor to find exotic ingredients. Eventually, I'm going to hit a point where I no longer need to scrounge anything out of those red pots underwater. My employees will be able to provide all of the exotic ingredients I need. I upgrade my new guy, El Nino, earning him the drink-serving master skill. I'll pair him with Jandy, who has the tip master skill, which should mean that I have less to do during the services for more money? As the service progresses, I can't help but laugh. Otto is sitting there, waiting obtusely for a dish that I can't serve tonight. He'll be showing up every single night until I can serve him his eel. Overall, my services are becoming more successful, and though this one didn't break any records, I'll happily take another 3,800 gold. Let's see how the old Marinca is looking these days. Lots and lots to go. But following my own advice, I'm focusing most of my catching on the same species of fish to further enhance specific dishes. My blueprints are also coming along nicely, but there are still plenty to find. I opened today's dives by finding some cat food. Maybe I should try giving some to Momo. I quickly stumble upon my first marlin. I try my darndest here, but a new enemy has new attack patterns, and these darn tuna aren't helping. I could catch a marlin in one of these nets, but the tuna triggered both of them. There's even an oxygen resupply right here, but the marlin interrupts it, and I run out of air. I'll bring the cat food back as my one item, I guess. As I dive into the afternoon, another new friend appears. This humpback whale is huge. It makes the blue hole look small in comparison. That about summarizes the day's excitement. Now though, I have the option of going for a third dive. The consequence of taking a third dive is that it will cut into the hours that my restaurant is open, thereby reducing my profits. But I can't help myself. I need loot. A big difference at night is that every single species is aggressive. I swim down and immediately find a moray eel. He's not too bad to catch, but what are bad are these schools of little red buggers. Long-spine squirrelfish will swarm me and make my life difficult more times than I can count going forward. Overall, the night dive is just another resource grab. I got what I was looking for here, plus a few additional new species. The entire time I kept weighing whether my time was better spent down here gathering resources or in the restaurant making money. Tonight, I invest all of my money into my staff. I'm feeling that that's the pathway to more money. Sometimes when leveling up staff, they'll also unlock new recipes for me. I get small spotted dark kajime soup for leveling El Nino to 5. I hit my 5-star rating again, but tonight is pretty low on overall sales. The silver lining is that I've almost met the requirements to move up to the next cookster rank again. Round 2 with the marlin goes quite a bit better. Without the tuna here to trigger all of my nets, I catch him immediately. I'll also catch this white-tip reef shark in the same way. Just like that, I've already consumed both of my drone uses for the morning dive. The sunken ship is not closed off either. I can revisit this area. As I play, I will discover that typically there will be a hammerhead shark and a good chance of a sailfish spawning in here. That's really good knowledge to have considering the marlin party happens tomorrow. Beyond that, both the morning and afternoon dives are just resource grabs. I find 2 more marlin and fight them at the same time in the afternoon. 2 at a time is definitely trickier than 1. But with all of my sick moves, I can dance a little longer than they can, capturing and hauling away both with the drone. I also dipped back into the record room to collect a stone slab for Dr. Bacon. Using it, he'll be able to make the translator for me to go and chat with those 2 sea people I found, who I can only assume are still sitting there waiting for me. I decided to do another night dive, and here's a great example of those darn squirrelfish being tedious. I'm trying to do battle with this shark, but they're relentlessly attacking me, messing up my ability to fight the shark. I do emerge victorious, but with the majority of my oxygen already consumed. I do persevere, coming out with a respectable pile of meat for the restaurant. Lately, all of my money is being invested back into my employees. I really felt like they were the best path towards making more money, since clearly by myself, I am not enough to serve all the customers every night. Alright, Otto, here's your moray eel curry. He loves it. He's transported back to his childhood and he's so overcome that he decides to stick around. He asks me to come and see him in the empty lot behind the restaurant tomorrow. Dr. Bacon got here first though. He's got the translator ready with a little help from Duff. Now I should be able to communicate with the sea people. I've also unlocked the ability to enhance my guns, giving them additional stats and options for elemental damage. The Marlin party is tonight, so I'll have to keep that in the back of my brain on top of everything else. I gotta visit Otto now. I've unlocked the fish farm. The farm is broken into segments, each with its own underwater region. Shallow fish, deep fish, nocturnal fish, you get the idea. As I catch more fish, there will now be a chance to gather eggs or roe from them. The eggs will be sent to the farm here, hatch, and then I can either sell those fish or send them to the restaurant for more meat. With 2 or more of each individual species, they'll also form a breeding pair, so once I have a breeding pair of every species, I effectively have infinite fish. The sections are limited in capacity, but I can purchase upgrades as I need more. Back on the water, I decide to craft another weapon for myself, this time the net gun. I also popped into my enhancements menu and start tracking the ingredients for a trank rifle. Until I'm able to unlock and fully upgrade weapons like the Hush Dart or the Steel Net Gun, I feel that the trank rifle gives the most flexibility. With the ability to enhance weapons, I've also unlocked the ability to disassemble weapons that I find while diving. Doing so yields fragments, an ingredient in all weapon upgrading. For my trank rifle, I need to collect some cuttlefish skin fragments, an uncommon dropped from harvesting cuttlefish. Because I'm tracking the upgrade, the fish have a little green indicator above their heads. The fragment on the floor is also highlighted. Nifty! Also, I've started to fall in love with this net gun. Currently, I can catch up to 7 fish at a time in the net, grabbing some 3-star cuttlefish. Oh, the fun I'll have when I fully upgrade this thing. I revisit the area where the sea people were trapped. We introduce ourselves, and apparently Dave means broken toilet lid. Okay. The sea lady is the daughter of the village chief, Ramo. She's feeling a little ill and needs a remedy that I need to procure. Suwam here obviously cannot. He has to stand and watch over her. My resource gathering ways have netted me so much fish roe, and the afternoon is the same. That fish farm is going to be producing in no time flat. All right, Marlin party time. Do you see what I missed? Yup. Right up top there is a notification telling me that I could have upgraded my rating before starting tonight's event. Oh well. The party goes without a hitch, and while there are the odd moments of panic, we pull through. Right at the tail end of things, I realized my mistake. Whoops! That was a whopper of a party though. A 4.6 rating and 8,400 gold in profits. Heck yeah! The next morning, Otto tells me that I've formed a couple of those breeding pairs that I mentioned. Fish with hearts have multiplied, creating effortless meat for me to use. Alright, I want to spend that cash I made last night. First stop, enhancing the net gun. Oh my duff. Dare I ask you for another upgrade? I really do appreciate these cutscenes. Next, iDiver upgrades. I'm gonna upgrade my air supply, twice actually. I still feel that this is more important than more harpoon damage, especially with my other weaponry improving. You know, I have to say, I'm getting pretty darn good at fighting sharks. I mean, sure, the larger health pool is helping, but this is really helping me to improve my menu every day, both in price and taste. Tiger sharks? Ha! No problem at all defeating these guys now. Also, I've brought my net gun down with me to catch more 3-star fish. That results in better roe for my farm. A frill shark too? Easy. The fact that I'm hunting so many of these larger predators makes me want to prioritize getting that final drone upgrade so that I have 3 uses per dive. I find another photo spot, this time nailing the bonus objective as well. I'm finding that the majority of these photo spots will also run in loops, allowing me more time to grab those bonus objectives. There is going to be one later where that is not the case. That'll end up costing me some time when I'm trying to wrap up the Marinca later. I grab the ingredients for the Sea People remedy and keep grabbing more 3-star fish with the net gun. It's so great, but can't do diddly squat against those larger species. Unfortunately, I haven't had a ton of luck yet gathering the materials for that trank rifle. The ingredients that I grabbed for the Sea People need to be prepared. Who better than Boncho? Also, grenade launcher? Who am I, John Watson? Udo loves the pick, and this time I get 200 gold, including the bonus. Since the map hasn't changed, I follow the same route, making the same catches on the next dive. Tonight, a new guest enters the restaurant. Young Mackie won't hear a word of what the grown-ups are saying. She wants a special dish made, and I don't think she's gonna talk with us until she gets it. Anyway, hey Boncho, can you prepare these ingredients into something for me? Thanks, buddy. I'll get these to Ramo tomorrow. Every night I followed the same mentality. Enhance whatever dishes that I can, and then serve the highest value items that I have available. Following this mantra, some recipes like long-nosed shark are already almost maxed at level 10. While I considered attempting to max out every single recipe in this video, in the end I decided against it. I will discuss why when I get to the end game. Now, to rank up my Cookster rating. Oh yeah, platinum rank acquired. There's actually only one more to go already, diamond, but that's a little ways off. My service goes well, nothing like the party last night, but for an average day, 3,400 gold feels pretty good. The next event works beautifully with my current strategy. It's Shark Week, hoo-ha-ha. I catch the white trevally needed for Maki's dish, and check this one out. I finally figured out the action commands with these tiger sharks. After he rushes me and I escape his jaws, I can move the indicator back to the center, and then I stab him in the fucking head. Yes! New favorite thing about this game? Possibly. Before I go too loot crazy down here, I do make a point to deliver the coral porridge. Ramo perks up right away and can't believe that a human helped her. Yup, I'm pretty great. She would like for me to carry her to the village. Sure? The Sea People have a pretty nifty ability. They have this aura that allows me to pass right through the tube worms while she's riding me. Wait, while I'm carrying her? I'm starting to lose the plot a little bit here. As we continue along, some weird vibrations are occurring. Oh my gosh. We have to get to the village quickly. Apparently, the Sea People have their invulnerability cheats on too. Where can I get the power to never take damage from sharks? So, small problem here, guys. I'm about at the limit of what my suit can handle. Oh, phew, there's a bunch of debris blocking the entrance to their village. I'm going to try and drop a bunch of these rocks on it by pulling out that pin, but my velvety man paws are just too delicate. I need better gloves before I can attempt that. Dr. Bacon will have a solution tomorrow. Cool. Well, I had enough cash to upgrade my suit, so I grabbed that quickly. And fine, my harpoon too. I'm using it a lot more lately in my shark battles. I've decided to keep diving into the evening as well, finding more shark species for my upcoming party menu. Then an eel joins the fight. Okay, I still got this. Then a school of those ruddy squirrelfish join in the fray too, but it's a little too late. I am victorious, snagging a bunch of those little buggers in my nets. Phew, okay, that was almost a bit too much. I also grab a black tip reef shark, and here, because I found a tranquilizer tip for my harpoon, I'm able to put my first large predator to sleep. This is how I intend to start pulling in more 3-star sharks with the tranq rifle. I've also been working diligently on hiring more staff and sending any idle workers out to collect more exotic ingredients. I collected everything that Maki requested, bringing over her dish. Her puppet is in charge of expressing her emotions. The dish is too good and reminded her of her father. She's looking for him, actually. He's a diver as well. After asking about her doll, she reveals it's a Clyone. They're too small to catch with my harpoon, so Maki gives me the bug net. I can now capture small creatures like Clyones, shrimp, and seahorses. The upgrades just keep rolling in too, receiving those improved gloves to kick off the next day. These gloves come with a few new features. They're extra grippy, so I can now grab these boulders, swim up a little, and drop them. I can now open new paths and even use these boulders to catch some of the underground fish and crabs that are otherwise immune to my weapons. I can grab the anchor and hold on to it. I wonder if that's gonna be important soon. And finally, I can yank big spikes out of stuff. I'm so happy that that didn't count as my morning dive. But wait, there's more! The gloves also allow me to pick up sea urchins. Dave's drooling over the urchins in-game while I'm sitting here drooling about more loot opportunities. A danger of my skill increasing is that I can sometimes become complacent. I've taken down tens of sharks at this point, but this megamouth reminds me that he's not to be underestimated. My oxygen levels are quickly reduced to the 50s and the danger sensors start blinking. Okay, I've got one shot at this. I lead the shark right, pulling him as far over as I can while still being able to get around him. All planned. I go for the exit. Oh, come on. Oh my god. Oh. Nailed it. Oh, a visitor. I'll just pretend that didn't happen. This is Clara. Clara is a badass. She's here hunting the shark that took her husband on a night just like this 36 years ago. She tells me to give her a holler if I find the hideout of the shark she's after, named Klaus. All right, sea people, your savior has returned. Oh, it's you again. I use my new super secret rock dropping technique to chase him down. 2 rocks even. I corner him, and as he squeaks away, he drops another charm. He also wiggles the rocks just enough to open up a new passage. Ahem. Sea people, your savior has returned? I tell Suam that Dr. Bacon built this translator, and he tells me that bacon means spoiled whale meat in his language. Bacon. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, pulling this thing. Not quite enough, though. Here, have another. After that heroic endeavor, Ramo wants me to come back to the village. She has a request for me. On the way down, we 3 get a bad feeling. No worries, Dave is your man. Oh hey, would you look at that? Anchors and 1 angry-looking wolf eel. I struggled a bit at first, but the megamouths gave me plenty of practice with the suction move. Directional chompies, okay, not bad. Giant swim across the whole screen. Ouch, I don't know how to dodge that one. He will then get stuck, and I have an opportunity to smash the shiny. Okay, I can do this. I think maybe if I squeak into this specific spot, I could dodge that one, but when it comes time to damage him, he's down already? The terror to difficulty scale was definitely a little tilted on this one. What's that, Ramo? I'm stronger than you expected? Yes, I am, aren't I? I harvest the eel, and Ramo opens the way into the Sea People's village. Beautiful, isn't it? The guards instantly don't seem to like me being here. But Ramo has spoken. We're gonna go see her father, the chief. Hooray for more achievements! Chief Tenzin immediately confuses me for a blue manatee, but I'm a human? Explain. More tremors interrupt us and Ramo brings the temperature back down, explaining how I rescued her from the giant squid. An alliance between humans and sea people might be what's needed to solve the mystery of these tremors. Tenzin agrees to work with me and gives me a mirror that will recognize only my face. It will allow me to teleport back from the village to the surface, as well as the record room and the glacial area once I unlock it. The latest octopus charm will provide an additional 15% gun damage, which will be very useful in upcoming boss battles. Assuming I remember to equip it? It seems that adventure went a bit long and I found the restaurant empty. Yoshi came in seeing the lights were still on and we get to chatting over a beer. She tells me the story of Bancho's incident. He used to work at a high-end hotel where an actress named Lois Crawford was scheduled to stay. She's famous not just as an actor, but a gourmet, and has a reputation for being picky. Yoshi helped choose the menu for her, perhaps French cuisine? But the head chef is in France on a research trip. The sous chef has taken over. Italian then? No. Japanese maybe? Well, it wasn't their strong suit in the past, but they've made exponential progress since hiring Bancho. Japanese it is. Look at this young and suave Bancho. I learn about his rigorous training, the hours and effort that he put in. Now it comes down to it. Is he willing to take the reins, cooking for a VIP? Leaning on Yoshi's experience, they discussed the dish specifics. A sushi course? But wouldn't that be too ordinary? Nothing seems good enough. But Bancho is inspired. He can move from the traditional methods and give her a dish like she's never experienced. Bancho is firm in his approach. His food speaks in a language of its own. Yoshi was concerned about both the manager and herself taking the blame should things go wrong. Bancho isn't convinced but finally caves and agrees for more, conventional methods. Miss Crawford has landed. She's introduced to Bancho, immediately doubting him because of his age. The manager is not doing well with all of this pressure. The first dish was steamed snapper and yam soup. Lois isn't impressed, but intrigued. She's just so bored with the whole food scene. She's tried it all. But she hasn't tried something made using Bancho's true skill set. He throws down the gauntlet, telling her he can make something remarkable, a whole roasted shark's head. And she is horrified. Bancho breaks down the qualities of the dish, but she's so grossed out that she can't even look at it. Bancho's resolve is steady, asking Lois why she refuses to even try it. But she'd had enough. She canceled her suite, vowing that he would pay for treating her that way. Bancho quit the hotel and left, saying he needed to train. He completely devoted himself to food and his craft. That stubborn side of him that makes him so tough to handle sometimes is likely what allowed him to become so masterful. Dr. Bacon was a little worried yesterday. He couldn't reach me at all. I let him know that I was in the Sea People village, blowing his mind. That mirror that I received from Tenzin will now be a permanent fixture on the boat. I should also now have the ingredients necessary to get that tranq rifle. The reason I went for it is because it acts a bit like a hybrid weapon. It will deal damage, giving me a decent weapon for bosses and generally for defense, but it also has a chance on hit to put the target to sleep. It'll blow away any smaller fish, but for these sharks, I'll likely put them to sleep before they croak. I should now be able to reliably get 3-star large species. Down in the depths, I'm making sure to grab the requested Cliones. As I catch this one, I see a huge one pass in the background. Back on the surface, there's another far superior tranq weapon that I'd like to aim for. The basic Hush Dart is fine for smaller catches, but a max-level modified Hush Dart can guarantee putting large fish to sleep in 2 shots. On the next dive, I keep hunting for my last Clione, finding it fairly quickly. Mama didn't like that. Uh-oh. The Cleon Queen is here for business. I start off having some trouble figuring out her patterns, but I'm able to deal a lot of damage with some triggered explosives that I found. You know, I just have to appreciate games that have iframes in them after taking damage. Full health again, thank you. Using my rifle, I'm able to dish out some quick hits, and the Queen is defeated fairly handily. I grabbed some parts of the beast and noticed a shiny down on the floor. It's a picture of Maki? Then, after all of that success, I'm loaded up and ready to head out, but get so unbelievably greedy going for this megamouth shark. I am defeated. What was I thinking? I know, Cobra. I know. I'll make up for the loss by going for a night dive. These darn squirrelfish, stop it! Leave me alone! You asked for that. Anyway, I catch sharks, and while cruising around looting, I find this vortex. This must be where Klaus the shark is hiding. Yup, that looks like what the old lady described. I don't have her number. He doesn't look that threatening, right? I take him on like every other shark I've faced thus far, but Klaus is no ordinary shark, pommeling me into the ground.
Oh my god. What?
Oh, I can restart. Sweet. I managed to survive his onslaught this time, barely, and then he enters the next phase hurling whirlpools at me. What is this shark? At least those are easier to dodge, but then he starts his chompy attacks and I get decimated once again. And again.
Come on.
Even when I'm starting to get it, it feels like I'm just barely outpacing Klaus's attacks. Now I'm trying a tactic of staying further away from him, utilizing more trigger bombs. Maybe hugging the bottom is the answer? Throwing in opportunistic shots? I blow my oxygen reserve tank, so I'm onto my last leg in this one. The strategy seems to be keep my distance and slightly off angle, then shoot whenever I find a chance. I keep tagging him until I get the hit that triggers the next phase change. Klaus goes in for his final attack, but the old lady shows up just in time. She winds up and delivers the finishing blow to Klaus. I harvest the Klaus meat, but it's pretty tough and fatty. Boncho will love it. Whew! Alright. Next! Clara was finally able to complete her revenge. For helping her, she gives me a shark tooth necklace from her first encounter with Klaus. Thanks! Sato then shows up, blown away by what a hardcore Marinca collector I am. A super rare great white shark boss card? Just you wait, my friend. Just you wait. At the restaurant, I give Maki the Cleon she requested and the photo of her that I found. She notices a button on the back, pressing it. Her father left a message explaining that if she's seeing this, he likely failed his expedition. He wanted her to know how much he regrets being absent as her father, and he hopes that her dream of becoming a chef comes true. Maki knows what she needs to do, asking for a job here at the restaurant. I confirm it with Boncho. He likes her. I've now earned myself a pretty great chef, honestly, once I've invested the money into training her. Otto comes in next, being his usual belligerent self. He'd love to try some Sea People beer, but that thought gets interrupted. Enter Michael Bang, aka the Master. He's pretty rude to start, but Boncho knows his work, Robot Samurai. Boncho loves that movie, but all I remember from it are the explosions. Michael is looking for inspiration for his next project, and Boncho wants to give it to him through his food. In 3 days, Mr. Bang will come back for his dish. For this dish, I'm going to need higher quality rice. Otto might have an idea for that, scurrying off to work throughout the night again. I decided to start training Maki right away, quickly gaining the Cooking Plus skill and surpassing my previous cooks. I've also been diligent about spending my artisan flames to unlock more menu options. The next day, it's time for the Shark Storm party. Otto calls me up to show me what he's built. It's a farm. Now we're talking. I'll have to tend to it, removing the weeds, but this field will now grow rice for me. There are also spaces to unlock more crop types and even chickens in a little bit. Now that's exciting. I happened across the humpback whale again today. It seems like it has something to say. Maybe Ellie can help me understand? In the afternoon, I decide to use the mirror for the first time. It teleports me directly to the village where I have a task of earning the villagers' trust. The first of which is Mima, a fellow restaurant owner. She would like me to deliver the guards their lunches. They don't really seem to be on Team Dave quite yet, but at least they're convinced that I didn't poison the food. Next in the seed shop is Kazin, I don't know. I'm gonna mispronounce all of the names in the Sea People village. He's surprised that I'm not aware of King Long, the protector of the Sea People in ancient times. He wants me to offer flowers to the statue in town as tribute. Alright, I have that quest for Mima to turn in. One thing at a time. I put the flowers into position, turning in my quest with Mima, and then returning to Kazin. There is a bounty board that will be filled out with miscellaneous tasks for additional bay, but I never really found a need to complete any. My next stop are the kids. Their ball was swallowed by a megamouth, and it just so happens that I have a bone to pick with one. Cool. The blacksmith, Dua, is a little under the weather, and I offer to have Boncho make the same coral porridge for him that he made before. And finally, at the games parlor, Daphne wants me to win back her beluga whistle in a game of cards. Also, here is Lynchin. All of the seahorses for the seahorse races have escaped, and she'd like me to track them down all over the village. Well, my task list definitely just grew. I'll start with the card game here in the parlor. Unfortunately, it's one of those card flip matching games that I've never been great at. I get the floor mobbed with me. It's no wonder Daphne lost her whistle. Ugh, I'll be back for that one. I'll try and track down those seahorses. The problem is, I can't figure out how to access the back part of the village. Nope, I'm going back to what I know. Gathering meat for my restaurant. And hey, here's that megamouth that the kids mentioned. I put it to sleep immediately and capture it. Alright, that's one quest down. I focused my energies on catching surfacing for Sato to tell me that right now are the perfect conditions for another boss card. I need to find another vortex on a stormy night.
No way, man. I got a party to host.
I give Boncho the coral porridge ingredients and he gladly whips it up for me. I kick off the party, and I just gotta say how satisfying it is to watch my money skyrocket during these parties. My weekly income is improving, but these parties stand out far and above other nights as far as profits go. Unfortunately, because I came straight to the shark party, I failed the Stormy Night quest. But don't worry. Does Sato really seem like the kind of guy that gives up after one try? I want to open up more areas in my fish farm. I purchased the 130 to 250 meter and night areas so that I can start accumulating those fish as well. For the time being, tending the farm will be part of the routine. I'll be able to automate it later, but this all looks fine for now. While diving, I hear a sound. I've got Ellie on standby and she tells me to look around. I follow the sound to a cluster of stones with another metal spike wedged in them. Hey, I know how this works. After filling my inventory, I return to investigate the sound. It's a little baby whale. It seems frightened, so I'm gonna touch it. Oh, okay, sorry, bad touch then. Here, how about this? There we go. That's approved touching. Come on, little buddy, let's get you back to your mom. The baby whale will follow me to the shallows, but as such a scrumptious piece of meat, precious, I have to play defense. No barracudas will get to you, my friend. Nor will this school of lionfish. A lone shark? Not an issue at all. Right when I think we've reached safety, 4 sharks appear.
Oh, come on.
But then...
Oh, hey, mama.
Yeah, get out of here. Mother and child are reunited, blowing bubbles of joy. A mother's love is something to behold. My new friend even came to visit me before leaving with his mom. Mima has another task for me, requesting tube coral from the depths. Sure thing. Oh, what's this? The first seahorse? The second is hanging out by the giant swirly portal thing. Now how do I get to the other side of the village? I return the children's ball and give the porridge to Dua. He's flabbergasted that a human was able to cook their food. Now, how the heck do I get up here? In the King Long Shrine, I meet Niamo with another task for me. There's a stone slab back in the record chamber that she needs for an upcoming wedding. Whew, that's enough sea people progress. I have other priorities. Here, sharky, 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 sharky. I make my way back to the records chamber, grabbing the stone slate as requested. I was considering a nighttime dive, but it's Halloween. I want to do a full shift at the restaurant. Have I mentioned recently that these cutscenes are too good? The night is fairly busy, and the night's take may not be as high as the shark party, but I'll take another 5,700 gold without any complaints. November greets me with a reminder that my VIP guest will be here tonight. Otto also informs me that the first batch of rice is ready to harvest. I'll need to wait half a day for the soil's nutrients to replenish, but then I can plant the next crop. This week's party is going to be a curry event. Curry is an exotic ingredient. I'll have to assign my staff to find more for me over the next couple of days. Once they return from their current dispatches, of course. This is my first time visiting the restaurant during the day, and Momo is here. I'm able to feed Momo the cat food that I found earlier. There is an achievement for feeding Momo 20 times, but the love he gives is reward enough for me. I can only feed Momo once per day, so for now, this gets added to the daily chores. Today's dive starts in the Sea People village. I turn in the requested ingredients to Mima, and I'm now only 5 credits away from completing the quest to earn the villagers' trust. Today I learned that going underwater at all counts as a full dive. Oh, does that count as a full dive? Please no. Shh. I spent the afternoon recouping the lost morning and making sure to grab the last ingredients for Michael Bang's imminent visit. My staff has returned from their dispatch, and I now have new recruits waiting to be hired. Before I can manage that, Mr. Bang makes his entrance. Okay, Bancho, work your magic. Michael Bang's mind seems to have been blown wide open. He knows exactly what he needs to do for his next feature. As a thank you for the inspiration, he gifts us with an autographed robot samurai poster. Heck yeah, I'll put that up immediately. Now, I've invested a lot into my staff. While I set everything, I'll quickly break down the mechanics. Employees have 4 stats: cooking, serving, procure, and appeal. The staff working the restaurant only benefit from 2 of them: cooks from cooking and servers from serving, obviously. The procure and appeal stats help with getting more exotic ingredients when dispatched. A higher procure stat will increase the number of ingredients they'll collect per trip. A higher appeal stat will increase the odds of getting bonus ingredients. As I level up my staff, they will also gain skills at levels 3 and 7. Some, as we've seen before, will unlock new recipes at levels 5, 10, and 15. The maximum level for staff is 20, and I'll need to get at least one of them to max level for another achievement. I feel the most impactful skills are on the servers. As the night kicks off, El Nino runs over to start serving this lady tea, something he can now do with the drink serving master skill. He's the only one to get this skill, so he's a very valuable server. Dre gained the cleaning skill, so he can clean up the dishes left behind by customers. Nothing will drop my nightly rating faster than customers who come in having dirty dishes at their seats. These skills remove a huge burden from me, so I'm able to focus on helping serving and keeping the wasabi filled up. By the end of the playthrough, I'll be able to get away with just kinda hanging out by the wasabi station looking busy. Typical manager stuff, you know. Ugh, I'm so stressed. The service goes well, and I pocket another 5,300 gold to reinvest tomorrow. Now it's time to turn up my procrastination. I really didn't want to play that card matching game again, so I put off finishing that quest for a long time. This would be one of those examples where my stubbornness acts as a downfall. I turn in the stone slab requested by Niamo, and I'm invited to the wedding. This completes the task of earning the villagers' trust, and I was really hoping that the other quests here were just kinda filler quests and I didn't have to do them. I'll end up being wrong in the end, but at least for now, the story moves forward. Another earthquake hits, damaging the statue of King Long. I'll check in with Cobra to see if he knows a solution to repair it. I head to the chief's house, who's very pleased that I earned everyone's trust. The sea people have been aware of a mounting problem with the divine tree, their source of energy. The tree's roots harvest geothermal energy to create the fruits that the sea people rely on, which caused a giant glacier to form under the tree, that is, under the village. Recently, the heat coming from the depths has increased, causing the glacier to melt. Because of these changes, the villagers are starting to fall ill. They know they have to investigate it, but they've relied on agriculture for so long that they lack the equipment and technology to explore down there. This all seems to be connected with the tremors on the surface, so I agree to help however I can. Tenzin offers me the key to the glacial passage, but then he's reminded that the key has been sealed in an abandoned cave for over a century. Suam is going to assist me with this, but it's getting late. I'll have to return tomorrow? It's not even midday yet, but I guess they don't get much sunlight down here. Before leaving the village, I stopped in at the seed shop. Oh hey, it's the last of the seahorses that I need to recover for another villager quest. I quickly ran over to turn them in, unlocking the seahorse racing mechanic. I won't break down this minigame because if, and only if, I feel the need to earn more Bay, the currency down here, there are better games to play. Topside, Cobra has an underwater adhesive gun that I'll be able to repair the statue with. Oh, I've now also unlocked the grenade launcher blueprint. Maybe I'll craft one of those, but right now with my trank rifle, all I'm focused on is upgrading my hush dart and net guns respectively. I can save any seahorses that I collect if I want to enter them into the seahorse races, but let's be honest, these guys are all destined for Boncho's pan. I return to the village in the afternoon, repairing the statue of King Long before anything else. It's the same type of minigame as the gas cutter, keeping the nozzle in the circles at all times. Nailed it. For the rest of the afternoon's dive, I focused entirely on gathering resources. My top priority at the moment remains earning money. Sato is back. It seems the conditions are perfect to attempt going after that super rare boss card again. See, I told you everything repeated in this game. Except maybe that one thing, but I'm getting there. My workers have found me a bunch of curry blocks, and with her higher appeal stat, Itsuki also claims a turmeric. Thanks! I redispatch them to go get more curry for the party. Okay, fine. I'll add this new skin to my boat. Aesthetics. Also, I have continued diligently delivering everything that I can to my EcoWatcher app. I'm approaching level 4, with level 5 being the max. There isn't an achievement for this, but I want to complete everything, or mostly everything. The EcoWatcher level up charms are pretty useful after all. Alright, night dive. If you're curious, my approach with every single dive is to fill my inventory. All of these collectibles on the ocean floor are useful, and I grab every single one every single time. I found the vortex to the boss battle right where I started my dive, but before engaging the boss, I want to hunt around for a weapon upgrade or two. Plus, there's always more shark meat to collect. With my inventory almost full, but not enough to slow me down, I'm about ready to head back to that boss vortex. I'm glad I came here, finding a weapon upgrade. Collecting this increases the level of my trank gun, giving it more damage. Exactly what I was looking for. I make my way back to the vortex. No thanks, Mr. Shark, I don't want to fight you. Oh, good, he didn't notice me, and I grabbed the oxygen refill I strategically left right here. Let's get into it. A dump truck. That's odd.
Truck hermit crab.
This guy is no Klaus, let me tell you. He makes swiping attacks with his claws and occasionally rumbles debris from the ceiling, all of which hurt me. Because I've played games before, I know that when I'm provided with explosive barrels, it's my job to hit the boss with them. Is anyone else suddenly thinking about the armored Dillo boss in Donkey Kong 64? Anyway, shooting him in the eyes seems to stun him for a few seconds, allowing me to drop more barrels more safely. The target is the truck shell, not the crab himself. I managed to blow apart the truck, and without his supersized shell, the crab is out of here. I did take off a leg though, harvesting some of the
Truck hermit crab.
meat. That was a tough fight. For him, he seems to have lost his stride. Cuz I took his leg off. I surface, and Sato is once again blown away by my achievements. Though, I'm getting the impression he's only using me for access to better cards. Anyway, I'm able to donate the last EcoWatcher bundle to reach level 4 and earn myself the gemstone bracelet. This increases the ore mined from rocks, very handy for the rare ores in the lowest depths. When I get back to the restaurant, it looks like another VIP guest is here, Sammy, the rap star. He came in thinking someone had mentioned seeing a guy that looked like Otto, but then asks for some vegetable sushi. Bancho informs him that we don't serve that, and Sammy begins to leave, disappointed. Then he hears the song that's playing over the speakers. Hot Pepper Tuna was the title song from his first album. Bancho is intrigued with his music. Now understanding that we're talking to MC Sammy, Bancho agrees to have some vegetable sushi prepared in 3 days' time. I ask him if he has any ideas. Nope. Otto might know what to do, though. Vegetable sushi is one of his favorites after all. He'll get right to work. I close out another successful night, 3,300 in the bank, and then I get a strange flash into Duff's life. He's getting ready for bed, falling asleep in no time flat. He works hard. His last thoughts drift to dreams of Leah's-chan. He then finds himself in some kind of Beat Saber dream, dancing to a song that I'm not gonna play because copyright strikes are a thing. It's a pretty fun little minigame, but once was enough for me. This minigame will now be available as an app on my phone, also unlocking a second one, Leah's Run. I actually didn't look at that one at all while playing, so editing me has gone back to check it out. It's one of those hit the button to jump over the gaps and adoring fans that are trying to maul you type of games. I didn't play Junimo Kart. I'm not playing this. So begins Chapter 4. I forgot to call out Chapter 3, but anyway, it's time for number 4. I need to get that key to the glacial passage. Oh yeah, Otto said he'd have something for me as well. I join him on the farm, where he's set up a small garden. I can now plant seeds here, unlocking the ability to grow various vegetables. For now, I'll have to water them manually, but there's an achievement for a sprinkler that I'll likely want to get ASAP. Less chores for me sounds much better. To get the sprinkler, I need to fully upgrade my watering can, and by investing more money, I can unlock other farm plots. Sweet! On today's first dive, I enter Tenzin's house to continue my progress towards the glacial passage. I go with Suam to the gate of the abandoned cave. Suam doesn't know why it's locked, but heard stories of insane sea people that attacked their kin? That was like 1,000 years ago, and the sea people only live like 300 years? Besides, why am I even worried? Suam is the greatest warrior, so we'll be fine. It's dark and cold in this place. I swim along, fishing a little bream that swims through a closed gate ahead of me. Ugh, that thing doesn't look friendly. So much for this cave being abandoned. Fortunately, they're all locked in cells, so I'll be careful to not draw their attention. I swim down to find the mural that I'm looking for. You know, I have to say that I miss these types of puzzles in games. I'm instantly transported back to my childhood, playing Lufia 2 on the Super Nintendo, solving puzzles in dungeons to progress further in the game. Gosh, I would love to revisit that game. Maybe a bunch of you would like to comment and convince me to do a Lufia 2 video? Yes? I finish the puzzle, revealing the key. I'm ready to get out of here, but then another tremor strikes, breaking the gate that was containing the monsters. The way I came in is blocked. No surprise there, I'll have to find another way through, stealthily maneuvering my way through. If they notice me, well... Oops. I killed Dave. I'll just stay behind him this time and make it to the next section. I'm able to hide behind these statues, and gosh, I had a struggle here. My impatient self just wanted to cruise on through, but I bided my time. Progressing one statue at a time is the trick here. Passing a second set of statues, I could go and claim a silver bowl, but no thanks. There are less dangerous ones all over the place outside. Instead, I head through some spiky log traps, loving every minute of this dungeon crawl. Swim. As I head up, another tremor shakes apart the gate, releasing more monsters, and I dash for the exit. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Wait. Out of the reef and into the riptide? John Watson is back. Careful with that thing, dummy. Do you have any idea what's in there? There are no words. To damage John's eco-friendly Sea Blue Armor RX-93, I have to attempt to get his own guided missiles to hit him. That one was so close. The strategy I followed was to keep swimming around off angle to avoid his attacks. I do the dance, waiting for him to fire the next missile and bring it right back to him. Uh-oh, he really didn't like that one. Now he's shooting cluster bombs at me, which are fairly easily avoided, but then he grapples me. Ow! Is this what I'm doing to the fish? Okay, I'm back to feeling a little bad. Anyway, I keep avoiding his attacks until he launches the next missile. Rinse and repeat. Repeat a lot. I keep getting so many missiles close to him, but just not quite close enough. I was starting to get a little worried by the end, being down to my last 150 oxygen, but I finally score the final hit. Whew. John's suit blows apart and he's left in his skivvies to get back to his ship. Wait. We're like 280 meters underwater right now. John must be made of sterner stuff. At this kind of depth, the pressure is like 2,900 kilopascals, which is around 420 pounds of force on every square inch of his body. And he's doing it in his undies? Way to go, Mint Rocket. You made one strong villain. Also, yes, my ADHD makes these scripts take a long time to write. I grabbed some mechanical parts from John's suit and proceed to the village. Suam told Tenzin that he'd already cleared the area and that the key was readily accessible. You know, I'm so used to that guy being useless that I completely forgot he was supposed to be my backup. I tell Tenzin about the monsters and he recognizes them instantly as Gadons, a dark part of the Sea People's history. 800 years ago, the Gadons were at the peak of their civilization. The Sea People's ancestors had technology well beyond what humans had in the old days, allowing them lives of peace and prosperity. This was all thanks to the divine tree fruits. They balanced the temperature and energy of the society, but there are always those blinded by greed. Dashe, a senior technician, wanted to apply the fruit's powers to amplify the Sea People. At first he was successful. Modified individuals exhibited strength far exceeding normal. But that wasn't enough for Dashe. He wanted to harness power directly from the tree itself. So he began infusing extracted energy into an ancient creature called Yawi. This all happened under King Long's watch, but he was busy with the task of building the control room to ensure a steady supply of resources from the tree. Then, one day, the bodies of those modified sea people began to mutate, turning pale with twisted limbs. They became increasingly violent and attacked other sea people. Fortunately, they hated light, so the village remained safe. King Long himself captured them and locked them in an abandoned cave, sustaining fatal wounds in the process that he would succumb to later. That was 800 years ago, and if some Gadons are still alive, then they're likely in the glacial passage as well. Tenzin begs me to help the Sea People with a course of getting to the glacial area and eventually to the control room to find the source of these tremors. He gives me the Sea People's necklace, a charm that will allow me to swim through the tube worms without needing a flashlight. Cool, but I like my other charms more. That's enough progress for this dive, so I shifted gears back to resource collection. As I was going around collecting my loot, I had a moment of hindsight. Oh my god, in that last boss battle. I think I was supposed to use the baseball bat to throw the missiles back at him, but I just kind of like danced around him so they just tracked back into him. Oops. Oh well. It was challenge mode. Challenge mode, that's right. After my dive, I tended to the farm and had another realization. No, I gotta go to the sushi place so I can feed my kitty. Yeah.
What up, Momo? Oh, I want to feed you twice, buddy.
At the end of the day, I verified that everything was okay at the restaurant. Those tremors were significant. A concerned Dr. Bacon also drops in, and the news is good. No serious damage. After updating everyone on the situation underwater, Dr. Bacon will work on a solution for the freezing temperatures that I'll be facing in the glacial passage and area beyond. But tonight is for feasting and having a fun, lucky time. Speak for yourself, Dr. B. I'm running my feet off over here. Later, Dr. Bacon is sobering up on the beach. Then, the radar of the sea people detects something. He follows it to a cave on the far shore, following his curiosity inside. Murals? Here? How strange. On the far side of the room is a puzzle. Don't worry, Dr. B. This egghead is on the case.
Divining rod, squiggly fish, pitchfork. What? Nah, wrong pitchfork.
The murals depict another dark part of the Sea People's history. The first, collapsed humans after trying to eat the divine fruit. The second, humans hunting the Sea People, killing many of them. Why did it have to be like this? We could all live in harmony. Dr. Bacon finds another artifact, a Sea People rebreather, an ancient yet sophisticated device made by the Sea People for humans. But then I hear a ruckus outside. Pirates! Dr. Bacon scrambles back to his boat, but the pirates are in hot pursuit. So begins a dodge the obstacles minigame. The pirates are firing at me from behind with a conveniently placed laser so that I know how to dodge them, and as I speed ahead, I need to avoid oncoming rocks. It's a good thing that I'm so much better at this game than the pirates are, and Dr. B speeds away to study the rebreather he narrowly escaped with. Chapter 5, The Frozen Passage. And it's curry night. Step 1.
Gotta feed Momo, can't forget Momo. Love you too, buddy.
Next, I teleported down to the village and met with Suam. He's going to guide me personally through the glacial passage. I insert the key into the door, opening the entrance to the passage. I could have gone straight down the middle, but it seems that it's been blocked to stop the Gadons from escaping. Suam tells me that he's needed elsewhere, but that I should look for a contraption that opens the door. Great job guiding, man. Achievement unlocked! I've entered the glacial passage and am immediately greeted with another mural. I need to snap pictures of every one of these murals for Dr. Bacon to analyze, and it's an achievement. I enter the first room, and this is bigger than I anticipated. Then I start metagaming a bit, knowing that I should touch the buttons to see how they operate. But don't doubt Dave's daring dedication to deciphering deviously designed decor. The yellow-blue buttons move the yellow and blue walls. The yellow-green buttons move the yellow and green walls. How puzzling. At least while solving it, I was busy having my own insights.
I love that underwater level, said no gamer ever. And then Dave the Diver's all like, the whole game is amazing.
I soon stumble across more Gadons and statues for me to hide behind as they pass. I've started finding items like this gold fish statue. Items like this aren't useful for anything, but fetch a good price at both Cobra Shop or the Sea People's Workshop. More loot! Gimme, 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 gimme! In the next room, I find another mural and snap a picture for Dr. Bacon. This passage is also host to new breeds of fish. Because they're tougher fish, they can take a few shots from the trank rifle, and I can reliably start getting 3-star fish from this area. Ha! New contraptions that I need to figure out by touching them. Further along, one of the Gadons notices me. Hiding behind the divine fruit tree, I lash out and pow! Striking the fruit emits light, which the Gadons hate. The fruits also have a nifty way of melting the ice encasing this door, clearing the first section. Back in the middle, just below where I started.
What if I pulled that pulley thing?
It opens the barrier between this layer and the last, right on. Time for the next one. After snapping another picture, of course. This is important. I need to capture all of these murals. The next area features the same puzzles, but slightly more challenging. I love the way that this game teaches the players by doing things. Sometimes I question if the way I do things is correct, but hey, it's working. Speaking of work, it's amazing how far I'll go to secure another golden fish statue. Dropping the divine fruit into this contraption, it seems to concentrate its energy, melting the ice covering another mural. Then it turns into a frickin' laser beam! Awesome! That'll progress me to the next level, right? Now, notice that I've bumped back into the main area. The game will not let me back into the area right now, so I have not taken a picture of that mural. I do forget about this, but it's not going anywhere. I'll come back for it once I'm cleaning up achievements at the end. Back in the village, Kazin asked me to grab a book from Niamo for him. I can't really remember what he asked for, but I choose the book with the pictures of a zombie-like sea people and the king fighting. That's the one I'd go for, and it seems like it was the right choice. Kazin gives me a bag containing seaweed seeds. He refers me to the village farmer, so it seems I can start farming the underwater plant types as well. But then I get distracted and catch a bunch of fish. I am still focused on grinding resources after all. The trank rifle isn't 100% effective. Sometimes I do end up killing the sharks before they fall asleep, but generally speaking, I still feel it's the best mid-game weapon. Cobra instantly has another solution for me on the surface. He gives me a crowbar to remove the rock that was preventing me from moving the mirror in the glacial passage. Well, he would have, but it was part of that shipment that sank because of the giant squid earlier. Hey, at least he's been dealt with, so recovering the crowbar should be easy. Otto also called me over to the farm because my first batch of crops is ready to harvest. I can now make vegetable sushi for MC Sammy, and Otto is silently curious about who requested the vegetable sushi. I dive down into the sunken ship once more to find the crowbar. It's buried under these rocks, so I move them out of the way and jumping crabs! They're immune to my current weapons, but I can drop rocks on them from above. Haha, after defeating them, I claim the crowbar. Earlier, I mentioned that there will typically be 2 large species spawned in this area. A sailfish, which we saw, and now I've encountered my first hammerhead shark. They have the most intense attack patterns of any shark so far, but no worries. My trank rifle is strong enough to best the brute. Before kicking off the party tonight, I've been continuing to spend my gold on my staff. I've run internet ads almost exclusively since they provide the most applicants and can recruit workers from higher cooksta ranks. If you're curious, it's a +2 modifier, so from the gold rank, I can then hire any staff. All of this additional staff I'm hiring can help find more exotic ingredients for me every single day. I didn't have the greatest lineup of curry dishes, so the majority of my menu remains the typical shark meat hoo-ha-ha. My investments in my staff continue paying off. Even with my lackluster lineup of party dishes, I still generate the highest profits to date. I'd say that things in the blue hole are going swimmingly. Oh hey, it's Junak, the main game parlor dude from the Sea People village. It seems he's out here picking up a snack when he finds a book emanating deep purple energy. That doesn't look sinister at all. You should go touch it. New days always start with feeding Momo. Love you, little buddy. I'm also going to invest in my gear a touch more, maxing my suit's dive depth. And cargo, because I always need more loot. I head straight back to the Sea People village, aiming for more progress in the glacial passage. With my new crowbar, I can free the rock that's jamming the mirror, allowing it the movement needed to direct the divine fruit laser beam at the icy impediment. It would seem that my depth is only half of my struggle down here. Heat is another. I would kill for some hot miso soup from Bancho right about now. I swim further into the passage, encountering my first pelican eel. This one spawns here regularly, and I'm going to be back to farm him a lot in the not-too-distant future. A rare drop pelican eel skin is required to craft the top-tier steel net gun.
Oh, no way, I just got a blobfish.
Bagging a blubbery blobfish brings a bizarre but breathtaking buzz. I went to snag a picture of the mural, but it's so darn cold down here that my lens is frosted. I'll give her the old 2-finger treatment if you know what I mean. That always gets things moving. Moving into the next room, I encounter another set of puzzles, all building on the mechanics from the last ones. I now have to rotate the mirrors to melt the ice to touch the button to rotate the mirrors. I find another mural, ensuring to snap a picture for my records. The next puzzle mechanic? Movable mirrors on tracks. Honestly, these aren't mind-blowingly difficult puzzles, and I respect your intelligence enough to feel the need to only give a brief overview instead of breaking down every puzzle step by step. Besides, solving them yourself is so much fun. I moved the last mirror into place, opening what should be the final path to the glacial area. But man, I am freezing down here. I could sure go for a cup of hot green tea. The next area is dark. Real dark, and I have to rely on the light emanating properties of divine fruit to navigate it. Ah, that's not what I wanted to see. Uh-oh. That Gadon is humongous. I have a theory here. King Long is always depicted as being quite a bit larger than the other sea people. His story ended while battling the Gadon, and I'm not sure if the Gadon follow zombie rules, but I think that this monstrosity is actually the fallen king, who would definitely turn me into his plaything before eating me. Run away! No chance he fits through that opening. I should be safe here. Nope, never mind. I'm now in a classic runaway sequence, moving up and down to avoid stalactites and mites and hoping to stay out of the boss's reach. Uh-oh. That's one dead Dave. All right, round 2. This time, I'm definitely ready to unleash my inner gamer. Ouch. 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 Go off with your freaking spiky shit from the ceiling. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's ramping up a big attack, and look, a conveniently placed divine tree fruit. It seems like size doesn't matter when it comes to being blinded. I continue along the only path, but it looks blocked. The giant Gadon is coming in hot, and I engage my plot armor, avoiding his attack, clearing the blockage, and knocking him out. Go Team Dave! Swimming down the new path, he wakes back up again, and the chase continues. Dave, please. Ah, no! Dave, you suck. I died. At least for round 2, the game is kind enough to respawn me with full oxygen. That makes it easier, and while the Gadon is eternal, Dave respawns with a vengeance. Phase 2, round 2 goes without a hitch. Haha. Loser. Oh, goodness, he's back for more. Oh, never mind. Okay, the current is going to the right. There should be an exit that way. Apparently, these ice formations are deadlier than that giant Gadon is. King Gadlong is resilient, not accepting defeat by knocking himself out. Oh, cute. Ooh. Help. I managed to escape, seeing a familiar steel pin in a rock cluster. I should be able to barricade that monstrosity in. I start to pull the pin, but the pin gets pulled on me again. Oops. Oh god, I died. Wrong button. Anyway, round, whatever we're on now, and I can finally put this ancient abomination to rest. Suam? Man, am I glad to see you. But also, way to show up at the very end, buddy. Suam Ex Machina over here. The final puzzle requires both of us to pull 2 levers at the same time. This unites the giant mirror, unlocking a new teleport location from my existing mirrors. In order of depth, I can now freely access the boat, the record room, the village, and now the glacial area. The cold down here has sunk into my bones, and even Suam is feeling it. Oh, my mistake. He just had some krill swim up his nose. Sure, buddy. Back in the village, I report my progress to Chief Tenzin. I mentioned the freezing temperatures being an obstacle, and he offers me some divine tree fruit cloth. If my people can tailor it, it should provide the thermal qualities I need to survive the glacial depths. With that, I have officially unlocked the glacial area. Whew, well, that was an intense morning. I'm still not done yet either. I'm gonna go catch some sharks. 1 hammerhead and 2 hammerheads consume my drone uses for this dive. I really want to unlock that 3rd one soon, especially with new large species to find in the glacial area. This dive brought me to new depths with over 30 minutes underwater. That wasn't even my longest dive so far, and later there will be dives that double that. Remember in the early game when my dives lasted like 4 minutes? On the next one, I encountered another new shark, the short fin mako. These bad boys will quickly become another typical menu item as they will be spawning in this area on the regular from now on.
You just one of those boring reef sharks?
Nope, short fin mako. Mako? Mako. Mako? Mako. Mako shark. Rah! The second dive of the day is all about gathering meat for the restaurant. I did try calling Dr. Bacon, but no word yet on the Divine Tree Fruit Cloth Deep Depth Thermal Dive Suit. Wow, that's really starting to sound like one of those really pretentious Starbucks orders. Hi, can I get a venti half-calf quad ristretto blonde espresso with oat milk, 2 pumps sugar-free vanilla, 1 pump mercy drizzle, oxygenated vanilla sweet cream cold foam, extra light ice, double blended, upside down with an Evermore espresso float and a dusting of cinnamon peace powder? Oh, and make it feel easier, please. Anyway, an 8-minute resource grab. That's more like it. It's a dark and stormy night, so cue Sato with another boss card objective for me to hunt. Look for the vortex. Got it, buddy. I didn't know how a night dive would interact with my VIP tonight, and after some humming and hawing, I decided to go for it. The vortex led me to another strange place. It looks uninhabited. Say hello to the mantis shrimp. Fun fact, the mantis shrimp has the fastest punch recorded of any living animal. They can punch at a speed of 23 meters per second, 50 times faster than the blink of an eye. Glazing over how this one got so big, I'm wondering where he got his boxing gloves. Anyways, his eyes are his weak spot, and if I focus on evading his strikes, it's a fairly straightforward boss battle. When he winds up for a big haymaker, I can lift this giant metal ball thing so he punches it, stunning him and allowing for the final shot. As always, there's some unique meat here that I can get to Bancho. For profit, obviously. Sato, as usual, uses me to share this latest boss card and add it to his collection. In case it wasn't obvious enough, Sato is a parody of Ash Ketchum from the Pokemon franchise. I never knew this, but Ash's name in the original Japanese version is Satoshi. Today I learned. One of my chores that I do before opening the restaurant every night is to manage my fish farm. I've started to max out my capacity in some areas, especially now that I have several breeding pairs in each area. In preparation for the glacial area, I unlock it at the fish farm and tend to my existing fish. I've recently discovered the Send All feature, prioritizing leaving behind a single breeding pair of 3-star quality. Alternatively, instead of sending it to the restaurant, I could sell this meat, but I'd rather use it to enhance more dishes and earn money at the restaurant. Right on cue, DJ Sammy shows up for his vegetable sushi. All right, Sammy, what do you think of this? It's perfect, but not as perfect as what happens next. Otto walks in, instantly recognizing his son. Sammy heard that someone who looks like Otto was in the area, which is why he came here in the first place. It's been 8 years since Otto left, getting shipwrecked on an uninhabited island. He spent years there before being rescued and settling here. He wanted to return home, but only after securing a stable life. Time passed, and he's sorry. Everyone back home thought that Otto had abandoned them. This pain is what inspired Sammy to start writing music in the first place, becoming the success that he is today. The music healed him, and the two decided to catch up over some beer. Guys, we sell beer here. You can... Oh, never mind. Chapter 6, Melting Glacier. Dr. Bacon cruises up, and we exchange updates. I pass him the Divine Tree fruit cloth, and in combination with the breathing apparatus that he found, Dr. B thinks that he should be able to make a cold-resistant suit. All he needs is a mechanical part to put it all together. Oh, hey, I have one of those from John Watson's suit. It's damaged, but Cobra has an idea. He needs time to gather his thoughts, so we'll revisit that this evening. Sato then pulls up, calling out Gya Gyao. It's time to introduce my least favorite achievement in this game. Gyao is an app on my phone which will instantly give the 90s kids out there a blast from the past. It's just like my Tamagotchi, and there's an achievement for raising 5 of these suckers. I counted 14 possible evolutions to collect, and no, I'm not doing that. They used to show up in the Marinca, which I am completing, but the developers removed that. Thank you so much for that change. The Gyao was the only aspect of this entire game that I did not enjoy doing. Everything else is pure gold. Otto also calls to update me about catching up with Sammy last night. It went great, and he has something to show me. What's this? Chickens? Which means eggs? Yep, this game just keeps getting better. Sammy has decided to stick around and live a more rural life, enjoying nature and writing new songs. I can now buy chickens who will produce either grade A or grade B eggs for Boncho to use at the restaurant. Excellent. I do have a bit of cash, immediately buying a free-range chicken which has the highest probability of producing grade A eggs. Alright, pause. Editor me has something to say here. A consequence of playing games blind is that it's easy to miss things. Unlocking eggs will trigger the Dredge DLC pack. The Dredge DLC is free on Steam, and what I did not know while playing was that this DLC was not enabled. A way to check this is from the main menu. I've only used the continue option to this point, but in the load screen, there are icons next to the individual saves. These indicate the enabled DLCs. The Dredge pack is this yellow symbol, and as you can see, it does not appear on previous autosaves. We're currently looking at footage that I captured after completing the playthrough, and I will be revisiting the Dredge DLC closer to the end of the video. I really wish I'd caught this while playing because it opens up some great money-making avenues. Live and learn. Hopefully this will help others out there avoid the same mistake. On the topic of DLC, while I was editing this video, Dave the Diver had its 2nd anniversary. Happy birthday, Dave! The Godzilla DLC was only available for a limited time, but to celebrate the anniversary, Mint Rocket has now made it available once again. Look for a showcase of both the Dredge and Godzilla DLCs at the end of the video. With it enabled, Godzilla will be unlocked after completing Chapter 5 of the story. At least I managed to have Ichiban's Holiday DLC in proper story order. So thank you for listening, leave a like for tech issues, incredible timing, and my ramblings. Let's get back to the story.
Gotta feed Momo. Can't forget to feed Momo. Oh, buddy.
Boncho pipes up, letting me know that Momo is usually fickle, but seems to really like me. It seems that he's been disappearing at night. I'll try following him one of these nights to see what he gets up to. On the boat, Cobra lets me know that the Cucumber Holics will be in town soon. Sounds like a party? I check in with Otto to see if I can grow the elongated emeralds. He hates cucumbers, but he's added them to the seed list should I want them. Thanks, buddy. This is such a busy morning. I'm sure I'll get to diving eventually, but now Cobra is telling me about how deeper areas have tougher fish. I should check Duff's weapon shop to keep my weapons tuned up. Goodness, man, do you think I'm made of money? There are too many things I want to spend it on right now. My Marinca progress has been coming along swimmingly. The trank gun has been amazing for catching a lot of these 3-star species in the deeps, but it's a bit much for the shallower ones. I really do need to upgrade my arsenal, but one problem at a time here. Okay, last thing, and then I dive? I fill in Boncho on the Cucumber Holics, and while he isn't a big fan of cucumbers, every great chef should be able to work with any food. He'll prepare several dishes and add them to the menu when I have the ingredients ready.
Oh, look at him. Momo.
No more distractions. I am getting in the water. I'm still getting used to these higher-ranked shark attack patterns, but the goal with the dives today is simply gather resources. I'm waiting on gear from Dr. Bacon and ideas from Cobra. Following my own advice, I'm sticking primarily to the larger species because I need to show them all who the real alpha predator is around these parts. Dave. Even after my 2 salvage drones, I continue targeting tuna, sharks, sailfish, getting as much meat from these valuable species to enhance my dishes as I can. I want my nightly income to continue increasing, and as Cobra just reminded me, I need all of the things. My afternoon dive is much the same, following the same route and making the same catches, with a little inspiration from Michael Bang. Alright, Cobra, what's this great idea? He wants me to infiltrate the sea blue base and retrieve the mechanical part that I need. Seriously? No worries. He's prepared a camouflaged infiltration suit for me. They'll never see me coming. No guarantees, though. It's not dark enough for this operation yet, so we'll catch up after the restaurant closes. Speaking of, I have my extra staff grabbing every variety of ingredients so that I can simply redispatch them with minimal effort every day. At the restaurant, a new VIP guest enters. MXM Toon appears as part of a collaboration with the real-life singer-songwriter. She's looking for some shirashi sushi, and she's requesting green sea urchins specifically as an ingredient. And she'd like to come dive with me and harvest them herself. Bancho validates the idea. There's something special about food with ingredients that you've caught yourself. She'll await my call. No sooner has MXN Toon left as Yui, Vincent, and a new challenger, Wang Pang, the master chef from Hong Kong, appear. Bancho is now defending his title, being challenged this time with Chinese cuisine. I checked to see how familiar Bancho is with Chinese cuisine, and he will use a Chinese culinary style, but the fish will be something they've never tasted before. He gives me an ingredient list, which includes eggs. Yum. This is why I've been working so diligently on collecting higher ranked meat. Tonight wasn't even a party night, and I smashed through the 10,000 gold wall. I'm hoping I can keep doing this every night. Oh, right, but I don't want to do this every night. It's time for my secret night mission with Cobra. He gives me my infiltration suit. Oh, yeah, Double O Dave, I love the sound of that. He wants me to go in without weapons. If the drones in there detect one, they will alert the entire base immediately. It'll be a simple covert mission. Go in, grab the part, and leave undetected. Easy. I'm not convinced. Upon entering the water, I immediately find a sea blue sentry drone. I follow it, but I do have to keep a distance. If it detects me, then the infiltration is over. The problem is that I have no gear, and after running away from one school of angry nocturnal fish, I grab the attention of another, bigger group of angry nocturnal fish. But I'm a professional, tracking the drone to the sea blue base entrance and following it in. It's time for some stealthy, solid Dave play. One of the first things that I stumble upon is a box. Please, please, please let me hide in it. Nope, just kidding. That's even better. Alright, now, if you're achievement or trophy hunting this game, pay attention in the Sea Blue base. The one missable achievement is in this base. It turns out that these Sea Blue people are actually the scum of the earth and are processing dolphin meat in their shady underground water base. The path is linear, leading to the 3rd floor, refrigeration. I have to hide in these fridges to allow the guards past. This is everything I want in my stealth games. I can't sit in there for too long though, or I'll freeze. I have a lot of trouble with this next section. A lot. I got greedy. Oh, shit. Idiot. Idiot. God. I'm too greedy. I was in the fridge. No, I didn't get it. Come on. Go, Dave, go. Go, Dave. Like, can't I just, like, judo chop him in the throat and I win? Go away, light. I can't do it this cycle. Go away, light. Dave, come on, man. Oh my god. Oh, I got up the level. Oh my god. These right here on the 4th floor. These are the missable rations, eating them for the Ration Eater achievement.
And they don't taste very nice, does they, precious?
The last stop is the office, where I find a bit of dirt and insight into their plans. Wait, I've made the board? I'm part of their research? Oh boy, I gotta get this part and scram. Heck yeah, 00 Dave, what an exit. I make it back to the boat in one piece, the part in hand, which makes the whole experience worth it. Oh, that was stressful. That was the most stress I've had in this game. The gang convenes in the morning, and I pass Dr. B the mechanical part that I retrieved. He's got everything he needs now, and he'll head to the lab to craft the cold-resistant suit. But, there's always a but. Oh, okay, he's just recommending that I upgrade my weaponry because he suspects the species that I find in the glacial area will be made of sterner stuff. Speaking of, there was a new material developed at the lab, and I can now upgrade my dive knife. It'll hit harder, but better yet, I can now harvest minerals that I previously needed to find a pickaxe to mine down there. Sweet! What up, Momo? Oh, you're so stinking cute. Later, Momo. I checked in at the farm quickly to upgrade it by purchasing a second field and plant some cucumber seeds to start stockpiling them for the party. I already cannot wait until I can afford to not micromanage this farm all of the time. I do love my automation.
Fine, check out the guy.
Yep, it's a straight-up Tamagotchi. I didn't really tend to mine a quarter century ago, and the only reason I have this app open at all is for the achievement for raising 5 of them. I've already committed too much time to talking about the gyos. I'll leave it at this. I raised 5, diligently feeding and tending to them. Then I never touched it again. It's not my bag, baby. Before entering the water, I make sure to give MXM Toon a call so that she can join me. She's ready to go whenever I am. I also give Duff a dingle, asking him about more advanced weaponry. For that, he's gonna need some new minerals. He's heard of my relationship with the sea people and suggests that I ask them about new materials. First things first, I don't want to be rude to my guest. We dive in and she's got the scent immediately. She seems to have some kind of supernatural instinct for finding green sea urchins. While she rummages in the rock pile, it's my job to defend her. Lionfish? Ha! I eat pieces of lionfish for breakfast. With my fancy gloves, I grab the sea urchin and oh gosh, there she goes again. She finds the next pile and I once again defend her. This time there are some titan triggerfish included in the attacks. These aggressive species really don't want her taking their precious green sea urchins. With 2 in hand, we only need 1 more. The third attack is led by a shark, but it's no match for my trank rifle salvage drone combination attack. The rest of the wave is a combination of more lion and triggerfish, and we claim the third urchin. That's enough, and it's time for her to surface. I, of course, am gonna stay to fill the rest of my inventory. For my afternoon dive, I start by visiting the Sea People village. Everyone down here seems to be obsessed with a new card game. I'll head to the game parlor to ask about it. First, I want to stop at the workshop and talk to Dua about materials. He's feeling better after eating that coral porridge that I provided. It seems he's in the market for some minerals too. He's looking for opal, which can be found in the deeper regions of the blue hole. I'll scratch his back before asking him to scratch mine. Good thing I already have tons of opal because of my loot goblin tendencies. Then he has another task for me. He needs divine tree fruit to smelt minerals. That I don't have on me, and we head towards the divine tree together. The tree is magnificent up close. To help him harvest the fruit, he's gonna stay below with a basket, and I'll harvest the fruit, then dropping it down to him. I have a fail or 2, and then a success or 2, and I get him the 5 fruits. Back in the workshop, he's heard that I'm heading to the glacial area. It used to be a peaceful area, but now it's unstable, and the creatures have become aggressive. He's gonna spend the rest of today setting up his shop so that I can buy the materials I need to further my investigation of the divine tree roots. The village is full of quests for me now. The farmer Gumo initially has no interest in helping a human. I show him the seed that I received from Kaz in, and the fact that he put trust in me convinces Gumo to give me a chance at least. If I can bring him a dish made of seaweed, I'll be able to grow underwater crops here in the village. Finally, I find myself in the game parlor. I ask Junak about the cards. It's called Jimbo's Game. It's a game recorded in that ancient, not sinister at all, glowing purple book that he found. It's all the rage now. I mean, how fun could it actually be? Well, he's gonna show me. Jimbo's Game was added as part of a content update in collaboration with Balatro. I'm not going to break down this game in any great detail, but I select to either play or discard cards, looking for card combinations that score higher and higher. They're scored just like poker, 3 of a kind scores higher than a pair, and so on and so forth. Obtaining a threshold of points progresses me to the next round, and rewards me with Jimbo tokens, which I can exchange for cards that give bonuses. These are where the real points lie. This opens a quest to play and win against a few of the villagers. I did have a ton of fun doing it, but I won't dwell on it any longer. Also, while I'm here, I do a lot better this time and celebrate with all of the enthusiasm in which I returned to this quest. Yay. This unlocks the beluga whistle, so I can summon a beluga to ride on. I never once do this because it costs pay, a currency that I'd rather invest at the workshop for weapon parts. Lynchin also has another request for me. Her cute little Selgio has disappeared, and she'd like for me to find him. She gives me some high-quality pet food and informs me that he was following the shining jellyfish. Okie dokie then. The kids in the center of town also have another request. Maro disappeared. They're pretty sure that they went to the underwater lake. It's apparently a mystical and beautiful place, but they aren't allowed to go there because of a frightening monster. Oh, kids. Apparently Maro found a small opening to squeak through and has not been seen since. Follow the signs to get there. Got it. I defeat Suam in Jimbo's Game, followed by Ramo, claiming their special Joker cards for more bonuses. That's enough for now. Mima also has a quest for me to go and find Tsuchi. He supplies seaweed to her restaurant, but hasn't been seen in a while. She gives me the key to his house and informs me that he has a giant pet turtle. Ooh, I hope his name is Crush. I moved to start tracking down some of those new objectives, finding a shining jellyfish almost right away. I follow it up to a small hole in the rocks, trying to peer into it with my flashlight. Oh, well, hey there, little fella. Oh, hello again. You can't run from me. Third time's a charm. He seems to have calmed down a little bit, so I place the food just outside to lure him out. Now all I have to do is catch him. Or start moving up and gathering more resources? Oh, more opal. Yeah, I need to replenish what I gave to Dua. Now I'll catch Selgio. Perfect. That's one more box checked. Sorry, Mr. Crab. I need that opal. Boop. I continue upwards from the village and find a sign pointing me towards the underwater lake. It's just to the right of a giant pile of rocks blocking the entrance. Good thing I have this pickaxe. Inside, past some pointy death spikes, I find the underwater lake. It really is amazing. I should take a photo of it. After snapping a real beauty, there's a tremor. I continue along the passage, finding a new monstrosity. He's got Maro pinned down over there. We start chatting, of course, alerting the goblin shark to my presence. Wait, goblin shark? This is great. A big, fierce, scary boss. Oh, he's asleep. I quickly refill my tranq rifle, which is more than capable of defeating this abomination. I find it hilarious how many times I put him to sleep during the process. As is tradition, I harvest some goblin shark fatty meat and a goblin shark nasal bone. At least I'm able to rescue Maro, and we head back to the village. I show the picture I took of the underwater lake to the other children, blowing their minds. I know. I'm pretty great. Maro then agrees to not get up to any more shenanigans. That could have ended much differently. I return to where I left off and continue exploring, this time moving left. After popping some jellyfish, I find myself in front of the locked door. This must be Tsuchi's place, and I have a key now. I also hear something inside. His turtle Donna might have eaten something because she is going crazy. In order to calm her down, I'm gonna have to get a hold of her. She's tough though, evading me the first time, but not the second. I managed to wrestle her to the ground where she chokes up a plastic bag. Oh, that's awful. Tsuchi demands that I relay this message to all humans. Don't throw such things into the sea. I agree, man. We're on the same page here. That or you're gonna get a taste of Tsuchi's half-moon kick. Wah! But that's another box checked. Finally, when I make it all the way back to the sunken ship and use my last salvage drone, I'm ready to surface. Oh, wait, gotta max out my inventory. Now I'm ready to surface. That was a 42.5-minute dive, and yes, there will be longer ones in the future. I did get 3 quests done though. Before opening the restaurant, I asked Bancho about the seaweed dish requested by Gumo. He's gonna need seaweed, white rice, and sea urchin. I already have them. Here you go, Bancho. That's another culinary masterpiece ready to deliver to the farmer. Upon opening the restaurant, MXM Toon is the first in the door looking for her Shirashi sushi. Shirashi sushi. I have a small problem though. Marked with a blue icon, I don't have the ingredients required to make this dish. I'm missing the bluefin tuna, which tend to hang out in the shallows. I'll start searching for them a little bit more diligently. It's also another record-breaking night for profits. Not by much, but let me tell you, it feels good. While cleaning up after the service, a noise attracts my attention. Momo? I better go check it out. It's time for another stealth mission. I have to find out where Momo's been going. My arsenal of stealthy tactics has expanded from my recent adventures. I've learned skills such as looking the other way and my personal favorite, mimicking a cat. This game is amazing. I finished my pursuit and, well, my live reaction says it all. Oh, Momo's got a family. Oh, buddy, let me give you all of the food from now on. Yeah, buddy, I'm gonna give you all the food for you and your little cat family. Oh my goodness. I gained the Momo's secret achievement, but I do need to continue feeding him for that other one. Well, and my own personal pleasure, of course. Dr. Bacon has finished my wetsuit. It suits me well? Haha, it's the perfect size, and I'm now free to delve deeper into the glacial area. Sammy calls, letting me know that he wants to show me something at the farm. Priorities, though, and mine are here. Oh, I get to feed Mochi now. Mochi is Momo's kitten. Oh, look at little Mochi. All right, I was supposed to be going to the farm. Sammy has 2 new upgrades available for me. A storage box for eggs, so I don't need to micromanage it as often, and a feeder that can automatically increase egg productivity. The second field is ready too, so I fill everything up with new seeds and water it. Well, almost. I ran out of water. That's annoying, so I upgrade my watering can to the next level for more capacity. Like I mentioned earlier, at max level, it will become a sprinkler so I can cross this off of the daily chore list. Thanks to my help tracking down Tsuchi, Mima is now able to open her restaurant again. While I'm here, I'll also show her my Jimbalatro skills. I then defeat Kazin and check back with Dua at the shop. He's still not 100%, but well enough to open up his workshop. I can now buy unique materials from him for Duff to work with, and I can also sell resources that I collect for Bay. I feel that selling at this shop is a far better option to selling at Cobra's shop for gold. After all, I have other avenues of making gold, but not great options for Bay. The next stop on my village loop today is Gumo giving him the seaweed dish that Bancho prepared. A new taste? The soft texture of seaweed and these little white grains, they go so well together. And this little yellow thing? Needless to say, Gumo's mind has changed about humans, and I now have permission to farm the underwater vegetation. It's good that the food put him in such a good mood, because I spank him at Jimbo's game while I'm here. That's my 5th and final victory for Junak's quest. Now at the game parlor, I can turn in the Salgio quest with Lynchin. I'm rewarded with a few bay, and also a portrait of Salgio that I can put up in my restaurant. That's fun. I also speak with Junak, letting him know that I beat the 5 people he requested. Now, it's time to face him. Needless to say, I trusted in the heart of the cards and spanked him back to the Shadow Realm. Wait, wrong franchise. For this mini arc, I'm rewarded with the Jimbo Coin, an interesting charm that increases my melee damage by 3 up to 21 on every successful attack, though that damage increase resets upon being hit. I'm sure the pro gamers out there could find some use for this, but I'll stick with my dash speed charm, thank you very much. I'm still concerned with Dua's health, heading back to Mima's for another quest. In her studies, she learned that horsehair crabs are good for coughs, but I'm not really sure how to catch those yet. Otto used to be a diver, maybe he can lend some insight. I fill up my inventory and surface. I get Duff on the line immediately upon surfacing, but he already knows everything about what's happening. Apparently, he's been monitoring me via CCTV on our boat? Anyways, I can now build the top tier of weapons, unlocking 2 in particular that are invaluable for completing the Marinca: the steel net gun and the modified hush dart. That was a 57-minute dive, by the way. I stopped by the farm to ask Otto about how I would go about catching crabs. From the ocean. Oh, of course, a crab trap. Otto doesn't have one right now, but he can build one easily enough. He gives me a material list, including tiger shark teeth, and good news, I have several of everything. Here you go, my friend. I now have access to crab pots. Like the salvage drone, they have limited uses per dive, upgradable to a maximum of 3. Alrighty then. Now, after an incredibly busy morning, I want to check out the glacial area. I'm actually really excited for this. I want to see what kinds of new species I encounter. The suit is working a treat. I feel warmer than ever. There are plenty of new fish, but I'm after the predatory species. Say hello to the poor beagle shark. Unfortunately, my tranq rifle is out of ammo, so run away! I then happen upon the first cluster of rocks that has bubbles emerging since unlocking crab traps. If I insert a piece of bait and wait for a little while, the trap is going to catch something. Higher ranked bait makes for better catching odds. Makes sense, right? As I continue down, I spot another shark, the Greenland, in the bottom left. Nope, my rifle is still empty. I continue swimming lower, finding an impassable thermocline. I'll have to stay above 530 meters now. Wait, 530 meters? At around 400 meters of depth, air becomes a supercritical fluid, rendering it effectively useless to breathe. What is my gear made out of? Actually, you know, I'm convinced that Dave is just a superhero. Oh, hey, a giant jellyfish. That's photo-worthy. I get bonus points for capturing the narwhal too, and an achievement for capturing 10 photo spots. I've also started encountering manta rays that hide underground, then aggress me if I get too close. Luckily, they're vulnerable to my harpoon gun, so I can effectively stun lock them for a reasonably easy capture. After making a full loop of the area, I have a fully loaded tranq rifle coming back at that poor beagle shark from the other side. Easy peasy. I also return for the Greenland shark using my last salvage drone. Most of my income right now is from shark meat, and higher ranked meat means higher prices and flavor. Finally, completing the loop back at my crab trap, I've caught a single 2-star horsehair crab. Oh boy, that was with rank 8 bait fish. Seeing this, I felt that filling out that Marinca page was gonna take a while. There's a conveniently placed mirror right here, so I can teleport directly back to the village and turn this crab into Mima. She shows me how they cook under the sea. Baby, it's better down where it's wet. Have I mentioned recently that I love the cutscenes in this game? Mima prepares everything and walks it out with me. Now I just have to ferry it over to Dua. I hand him the steamed crab, and, well... I think he's feeling a bit better now. I'm rewarded with bay and a divine tree fruit fragment. Nice. I don't know what it's used for yet, but nice. I'm currently tracking the ingredients for a modified hush dart, buying a coral orb from Dua. Then, while cruising around to fill my remaining cargo capacity, I run into Tsuchi and Donna. This seems like a great photo opportunity. I'll just keep the seaman out of the shot. People might not receive him well. Topside, Udo loves the photos I took, and I net an additional 1,100 gold for my efforts. That'll add nicely to tonight's service, which starts with the VIP challenge with Wang Pang. In this series of minigames, I'm in charge of preparing the food, starting with chopping this carrot, then this onion. Next, I prep the stargazer, hitting the buttons as prompted. I coat the fish with starch and fry them in oil. Or at least try to, hopefully that's still fine. I then stir-fry the ingredients with the sauce, and now it's up to Vincent to judge. Boncho, with a score of 93, defeats Wang Pang's 86. While Wang's dish was exquisite, Boncho's dish brought Vincent to new heights with his preparation of the Stargazer, despite my little fry-up. A perfect start to the night, followed by an impressive service. This time I make over 12,000 gold. A very busy and very productive 8th of November. Udo calls me first thing, letting me know that people love my photos. He presents a new challenge for me, snapping a picture of a manta ray. They're nocturnal, so I'll have to move at night, preemptively setting up a lure and some equipment. Tonight is the cucumber party though, so no night diving today. I call up Ellie for the lowdown on what manta rays eat for my lure. Plankton, which can be lured with kelp. I have to say, it's rather amusing to me at this point in the game how often I'm turning in quests as quickly as I get them because I've hoarded so many resources. I really do try to maximize every single dive. I get my lure capsule, letting Udo know that we're ready to go. But not tonight. I'm cuke committed. With my 26 grand in the bank, I buy the final upgrade for my salvage drone, now with 3 uses per dive. I also max out my dive knife to make sure that I never miss out on any ore opportunities way down deep. Taking a look at my Marinca, I've been able to catch a lot of 3-star fish. Thanks to the toughness of the fish at lower depths, my trank rifle usually puts them to sleep before blowing them apart. I've already found all but 4 seahorse species, but this new crab trap tab needs some work. I jump right back into the glacial area, stumbling upon my first narwhal. Okay, maybe I won't be all about shark meat since the narwhals are aggressive too. Every time I find an ammo refill underwater, I make sure to spend out my existing ammunition before collecting it. Working smarter, not harder. I find a door in the upper right area with some writing. I'll take a quick picture so that Dr. B can translate it. Oh, hey look, a porbeagle. And you're mine. Another aggressive species down here are the Antarctic octopus. I've remained true to my primary aim with catching since the start. I'm continuing to primarily focus on the predatory species and a few bread and butter menu items that I can enhance. This helps with profits and my Cookster rating as well because of the higher taste scores. There's that Greenland shark again, and you're mine too. You know, it's almost too easy sometimes, and I still don't have a top-tier loadout. This is all still just my good old reliable trank rifle. Just because my drones are used up during a dive doesn't mean I stop hunting the larger species either. I can still process them underwater for reduced meat, yes, but it's still relevant meat to the dishes that I'm aiming for. With my knife fully upgraded, I can now harvest any ore type without a pickaxe, which simplifies my items while diving. I only ever have the 2 item slots, which can feel quite limiting at times. It's a really fun juggling game of what to keep. Some ore types down here will emanate an effect. This one is cold. With patience, this effect will fade long enough for me to harvest some aquamarine. My crab trap also does much better this time, grabbing both a 3-star snow crab and horsehair crab, plus a 2-star snow crab. Okay, maybe this isn't going to be as grindy as I initially feared. I'll use the mirror to teleport back up to the records room. That's a 415 meter change in depth instantly, but remember, Dave is a superhero. He's immune to such things as the bends and nitrogen bubbles forming in his blood. Also, it's a video game. I came back up here hunting giant trevallies. A rare drop from them are their fins, which I'm gonna need for more weapon upgrades. Dr. Bacon swings by and I show him the photo of the slab. He has some decoding equipment that we can use to translate it. In this minigame, I scrub my cursor over the slab, deciphering it as represented by the slab on the right. Maybe I had a little bit too much fun here, but I got the job done. It seems to be some sort of spell, but Dr. B is having a little trouble. I'll try talking to the sea people about it. For my afternoon dive, I follow the same route. This time, while gathering resources, I find another new weapon type, the sticky bomb gun. Oh my, I will 100% be trying that out. Once I've cleared the predatory species from the area, I find a mirror and jump back to the village. First up, Mima. And I get an achievement for opening her restaurant. For Bae, she'll sell dumplings that will give me temporary buffs while diving, more damage or more movement speed, for example. Honestly, I didn't really leverage this at all throughout the playthrough because just like the beluga whistle, they cost Bae, and I'd rather save my Bae for things like weapon parts. In the King Long Shrine, I find Suam. Is he reading? This guy. I ask Niamo about the slab and she can roughly read it. According to her own resources, the glacial area has 3 doors, each with a switch that will lead to the Divine Tree control room, my ultimate target. If I activate all 3 switches, I should be able to access it. To open the first door next to the slab, I'll need to cast a spell. Okay, how about Suam comes with me? He does, showing me how it's done. Wow, Suam, so great. Apparently that dance hurt his back, so I'll be proceeding alone. Typical. Inside, I find new puzzles to solve to progress through the passage. Rotating this turns the spike traps on. That's fine, I'm nimble. The way further is blocked by ice. I absolutely love the puzzles in this game. I've mentioned it before, and I'll keep mentioning it. They're so fun to solve. Continuing along the passage, I find another room with a giant statue of King Long. Rotating the 3 gears changes his position, and once it matches his pose in the background, the first switch activates. This ancient sea people technology is pretty impressive. King Long's head then pops open to reveal a divine fruit laser beam, melting the ice above and putting me right back where I started. How convenient. I update Tenzin about activating the first switch. After a discussion, the cause of these tremors might be the control room heating up too much. That would act to destabilize everything. 1 switch down, 2 to go. Just outside, I catch the guards talking with Ramo. It seems the beluga has gone missing. He probably went to the glacial area. He's a curious fella. All right, Detective Dave is on the case. With each dive, I am making sure to come back to the glacial passage now to catch vampire squid. Their uncommon drop are tentacles, which are needed to upgrade the top tier of the Hoshtart. I cannot wait to get my hands on that. I'll also be farming the pelican eel for their skin, an ingredient in the steel net gun. I explored back into the side passages, finding this mural that I did not capture before. Let me just give her the old two-finger treatment here. Nice, nice, nice. Gumo has been busy since my last visit, and the farm is now ready for use. This unlocks the seed shop. Now, I can buy seeds directly from Gumo. The seed shop, though, also features upgrades for the various seed types, increasing their yields. There's never a dull moment at the restaurant, as another VIP challenger appears tonight. Alex, the fish fryer. This time, the theme is Fry the Sea, UK cuisine against Japanese. The showdown will happen in 2 days' time. For this one, Boncho is requesting deep-sea fish, including some of those vampire squids that I'm already targeting. Having unlocked the glacial area, I've also been crushing more EcoWatcher tasks. After turning in all of these, I'm just over halfway to the maximum level 5. My fish farm is booming too. I've even already had a decent supply of species from the glacial area start to build up. Before the party, I invested the last of my money into my staff. I've shuffled them around, now with James here as a cook. I level him to 7, earning the Ingredient Prep Master skill. This is a great skill to have, providing a 10% chance of increasing the number of prepared plates to serve for the same amount of ingredients. I also train up my new server, Raptor, who has the wasabi refill and cocktail serving skills. I wonder just how lazy I can be this evening. I've also diligently continued spending my artisan flames unlocking more resources. I'm not really targeting anything specifically, just buying whatever I can afford. Every single night, I've also been diligently enhancing every single dish that I possibly can. Admittedly, it probably would have been better to do this in batches. Enhancing all of these recipes every night is becoming quite the time commitment. I set the menu and get the party started. Something I haven't mentioned yet is that I'm able to swap my menu out during the service. My deep-fried vegetables have run out of ingredients, and I can swap it to some of that steamed wolf eel boss food. The service felt pretty smooth. With Raptor now being able to fill wasabi, there's a good shot that on a non-party night, I might be able to pick a spot to stand and just watch things happen. Typical management. 22,520 gold for the night. Just saying. Mochi buddy, you are just too stinking cute. Last night's profits are going straight into my gear. I buy another cargo upgrade, now being capable of hauling 155 kilograms. That's a weight cutoff of 166 kilograms before I cannot possibly grab anything else. I also grab an air upgrade and max out my dive depth. 800 meters. The first stop today, the glacial area. The guards Awani and Nawani await me, complaining about the cold already. One sec, fellas, I'll be with you in a moment. As I proceed along what's becoming my usual loop, I find another passage, this one blocked with ice. I'm gonna try luring a narwhal over here, see if that'll do the trick. Oh, hello, conveniently spawned second narwhal. Right this way, please. He lines up the shot, I nail the dodge, and the ice wall shatters.
Come back. I want your meat.
Switch number 2, here I come. The current is incredibly strong here, and I'm forced to prioritize surviving above grabbing the shinies. Ow. I mean, I'm still gonna grab whatever I can, obviously. The current pushes me into a chamber where I find Tsuchi and Donna. They came looking for new seaweed and got trapped. Now I am too. Then the light bulb turns on. How about we try using those rocks over there to slingshot Donna into the ice blockage? Full disclosure, I didn't really get into Angry Birds, but I can't deny that I'm about to have a ton of fun. I find my angle, smash the power slider, and... oh, Donna, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to take a few shots at this. Ha! Sorry, buddy.
Oops. Oh, come on.
Finally. That poor turtle. Back outside, I didn't find a switch, but for my help, Tsuchi gives me an ice pick to break through thin ice. It should allow me access to new areas. I'm not really paying attention because what is that thing? Get out of here, Starry Ray, you're blocking my loot. Thank you for your sacrifice. Using my knife, I can chip away at the ice, and from it I pull Mjolnir. Yes! Proving I'm worthy, I can now swing the Thunder God's hammer, and when it hits a fish, lightning arcs to nearby fishies. But that's not the best part about Mjolnir. I scrubbed the footage, and it looks like I didn't figure it out with this first Mjolnir find. I will find more, so I'll leave you in suspense on that one. Through my endeavors underwater, I've now collected all of the resources needed to craft the modified Hush Dart. But I spent all of my money, so I need to come up with another 3,400 gold. Tomorrow, I will have this. During the afternoon dive, I come across Pinky again. It feels like meeting with an old friend. It's so good to see you. I'm gonna take a picture of this beauty for Udo. Maybe if more people see how majestic she is, they'll stop poaching dolphins. With bonus points for the heart-shaped bubbles. Thanks, Pinky. I'll see you around. You know, those dolphins, I swear, one of them is a genius, but the other's insane. Oh, tuna. I need tuna. Well, bluefin tuna, and these are yellow fins, but big game is big game. Being in the shallows hunting for resources, I decided to drop a crab trap. This one gets me a few California spiny lobsters, checking off another 3-star crab pot catch. I sent the photo to Udo, and he loves it. 200 gold for me. Oh, actually, Udo, are you ready to go capture that manta ray? I'm free tonight. Everything is set up only around 20 meters down, so finding it takes no time at all. It looks like the sharks might have knocked over some of the fixtures, so I fixed them all up quickly. All right, lure set, camera ready. I don't want to get too close and scare it off, catching a lionfish quickly before going to the photo spot. I just can't sit still, can I? I grab the photo and it's a gem. That should satisfy Udo. Now I'm gonna go fill the rest of my inventory. I encountered a new species during the night dive. A Humboldt squid. They're pretty cool actually. Whenever I'm diving at night, I'm definitely gonna be snagging them with the drone. I'm out of uses already, having caught everything that I could. I have not been on many night dives at this point. Udo is thrilled with the photo, and that's 1,000 gold to me. Photo spots will also now be available at night, all of which I need to capture for my Marinca. The night brings another new guest to my restaurant. Django is coming in fresh from the mountains, and he's freezing. The only way to truly warm him up is with hot pepper tuna, the name of DJ Sammy's hit single. I can take these hot pepper seeds to my farm, and in a couple of days I'll have the tuna ready for Django. There's never a dull moment, as the next morning I'm reminded of Alex's VIP challenge. Sammy is feeling a little down, and the next party to prepare is a shrimp party. My top priority, though, is getting that modified Hush Dart crafted. That's the good stuff right there. And yes, I am still doing this on the regular. Checking in with Sammy at the farm, he's got a proposition for me. He's looking for some extra income and was hoping that I'd hire him to tend to the farm. Sammy's services will allow me to fully automate the farm, but I don't have the cash to sustain it right now. Soon, my boy, soon. I also quickly chat with Otto about the hot pepper seeds. They should grow here without any problems. I've now learned the recipe for hot pepper tuna. My new modified Hush Dart is amazingly capable. It will put any standard fish to sleep in 0.1 seconds, and with 2 shots it will tranquilize even the biggest threats. Catching big game just got a whole lot easier. Further down, I have another whale encounter. This one is a bowhead whale. But this deep? That's not something you see every day. Further along my loop, I find a collapsed beluga. But why is it here? Ah, a little Antarctic octopus. Are you to blame? Get back here. I corner him next to what seems to be another switch path. Thanks for showing me the way, little buddy. I choose to rescue him, and he just so happens to drop the antidote to his own poison. He's a little Bond villain, Antarctic octopus. I administer the anti-venom and the beluga tears off back towards the village, right as rain. I then took a detour to turn in all of my quests. I start with Mima for helping Tsuchi and Donna escape from that cave. She's now added additional dumplings to her menu, providing more buff combinations. It looks like Gumo also has another task for me. The manatee's baby has suddenly disappeared. Don't worry, Gumo. Detective Dave is on the case. Linchin has another task for me. It seems that Selgio has gotten away. Again. This time he's wandered off to the Glacial Passage. I swear, every time I knock something off of the to-do list... Anyway, I've caught some higher tier seahorses in the last few dives, trying out the seahorse racing again. This'll be the last time that I do this, ever, but my leafy sea dragon crushes the competition. Well, that was a fun little aside. Back to the action. During my afternoon dive, I return to check my new objectives in the glacial area. I follow a sound indicator close to where I chased the octopus down last dive. The sound is coming from an opening that's blocked by ice, and using the power of gravity, I open it up. The passage itself is a straight shot to the manatee. It looks like he's in need of the magical healing properties of Dave's touch. Here you go, little buddy. Yes, yes, yes! Okay, trust gained. That's enough of that. Let's get out of here. Along the path out, I find a narwhal who illustrates a disadvantage of my hush dart. It only puts things to sleep. It does not deal damage. I'm forced to try and defeat this narwhal with some explosives that I found and my harpoon gun. While it isn't exactly clean, I am successful. Barely. Oh boy, I guess there's a poor beagle shark to deal with too. Fortunately, I'm a shark hunting aficionado at this point, so handling him is no problem. My new manatee friend knows the way home from here, and I can add a checkmark to yet another box. Django is the type of VIP guest that I love. He's back inquiring about the hot pepper tuna and will happily and patiently wait for me to have it prepared. A good thing too, because Yui, Vincent, and Alex enter next. It's time for another culinary clash, Alex versus Boncho. First, I cut the kelp. Then, I roast the onion. Third, a dipping sauce, adding both the kelp and onion that I've prepared so far. Like last time, I batter the fish in starch and it's into the deep fryer. This time, I pull it off like a seasoned expert. Victory goes to Boncho with a score of 99 over Alex's 89. Alex's dish was delectable, but he missed the key theme, fry of the sea. The custom sauce that Boncho prepared enriched the other ingredients, better representing the taste of the sea. Vincent does offer a point of advice here. Our dishes at the restaurant are exquisite, but our drink selection feels pretty limited. He gives us a cocktail dispenser. Something I'm not gonna bother learning because I have employees for that nowadays. I've noticed a trend of profits dropping off after a party night, and then they slowly recover leading up to the next party, even while having an identical menu night to night. I'd suppose that makes sense. I can't imagine Monday nights are hoppin' at the sushi bar. With my Davy senses tingling, I feel I should go check out the outflowing switch room today. Udo wants me to capture a very specific fish as part of the Catch Them All project. There are 9 unique fish to capture with a deadline of Sunday evening every week. Wait, that's tomorrow! I have to catch a humphead parrotfish. He gives me a tracker and lets me know that the humphead likes hanging around the boat wreck. This unlocks Fishmon and enables me the ability to track fish species while diving. I am feeling a little guilty about not showing you Mochi yesterday, so here. Oh, buddy. Speaking of pets, I have finished evolving my first Gyao species. I can now rebirth it and start the whole process over. 1 down, 4 to go. The morning's dive is focused on gathering resources and finding that parrotfish. I needed a quick break from the fast-paced questing to simply enjoy a loot-filled dive. Oh, hello there. This parrotfish has definitely evolved beyond its peers. Udo wants me to catch it alive, but my hush dart rounds are bouncing off of its armor. Unfortunately, my harpoon is the same story. Okay, I'll try out one of these steel net traps that I bought. No dice. Then I figured I could try my knife, and it's enough. 3 hits is all it takes to knock the parrotfish unconscious, and I claim my first of 9 Fishmon. The readership is gonna go crazy over this. And I've unlocked a nice little weekend side hustle to take on for the foreseeable future. Checking out my Fishmon app, Warrior parrotfish. Piece of cake. For my steel net gun upgrade, I'm gonna need a steel rope from Dua, buying one on the afternoon dive. I then let Gumo know that I got the manatee out safe and sound. You know, he's really coming around to us human folks, it seems. Then I do my loop in the glacial area. You know, I gotta say, even with bad positioning, I'm getting pretty good at catching these days. I find myself another new type of weapon. This one is the ice gun. I'll give that a shot later. This hush dart is too good right now. Even after consuming my salvage drone uses, I'm still prioritizing predatory and large species. Until I've finished enhancing those dishes to a max of level 10, I will continue following this mantra. I follow the path to the entrance and my Davy senses were right again. The current is much more tame today. It's still too strong for me to swim by myself, but my beluga friend comes back. He offers up a ride, and with some serious go-go gadget arm action, we're ready to swim on. I now get to control the beluga, moving around and smashing through obstacles. I navigate my way to the end of the passage, leading to a large chamber. In it, the phantom jellyfish. She'll throw smaller jellyfish at me that I can either evade or charge at to explode. Then, while stirring up the current, she'll shoot slime balls at me, which are kinda nasty considering my beluga has only 3 health. Taking the opportunity to get in close, I can charge her eye. Phase 2 and Phase 3 are more of the same, but with more. I poke the jellyfish one final time and she scurries off, leaving behind a couple chunks of jellyfish meat and a shiny doorway that I must go through. It leads to a room with a lever that I pull, engaging the gears. The second control room switch has now been activated, and it opens up a convenient way out. There's now been a definitive loss of heat out here. Maybe it's cool enough now that I can venture through that thermocline to the lowest section? I'll check that out later. I have resources to gather. Among them are bluefin tuna, and while I found plenty of yellowfin, I'm finally finding some bluefins. I just need to get this thresher shark out of here. Catching these things with an empty hush dart and no steel net traps is a bit of a chore. But I finally harvest the first, the second, the second, and the third. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Oh my god. I think I found a different type of fish that I need to catch. They're aggressive, apparently. Oh, that was too close. At my fish farm, I confirm that I have now unlocked the hydrothermal vents area, also opening up the area for it at the fish farm. I'm also investing in expanding the other areas, as I've been consistently filling them to 100% capacity. Fresh off of the last competition, Vincent presents Boncho with another challenger. Lois Crawford? The actress from earlier? These two have a history. She starts mocking shark dishes. Excuse me, lady, we're an increasingly profitable business here with over 10 employees that sells primarily shark meat. Apparently, Lois's career took a hit after her poor review of Boncho. People called her closed-minded. As a result of the debacle, her reputation took a hit as well. She's brought Pastro, the soul of Italy. It's going to be another cook-off between her chef of choice and Boncho. This time, the theme is pasta. Boncho is going to need some of that Humboldt squid, along with more shrimp and some new varieties of garden produce. With the tuna that I so painstakingly gathered, I finally have the ingredients for MXM Toon's dish. Let's see what she thinks about it. I'm so glad she liked it. There was likely a little bit of my blood in there, but anyway, she liked it and will now set up and perform live music at the restaurant. With that tuna, I also have the ingredients for Django's dish. I'd say he's feeling warmed up now. Django is a wandering merchant, and he'll be stopping by from time to time to trade in exotic goods. He'll bring things that I can't normally access, like truffles. He'll pass through every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday during the afternoon. It's a successful night, netting a cool 17,500 gold. Oh, I misspoke a second ago. After the service, MXM Toon groups us up and gives the whole crew a private concert. It's a great team-building moment, and now she'll offer to perform music live at the restaurant. Since I've been rocking the Hush Dart, I've found myself wanting a bit more damage from my harpoon gun. The Hush Dart is fantastic, but it does not solve every problem. I also upgrade my cargo, maxing it because I need more loot. Always more. I start the next day in the Glacial Passage looking for Selgio. Oh well, Selgio and the pelican eel, which I catch every dive lately. Way down at the bottom is where I find Selgio. Hopefully, I have to chisel some of this ice away. It takes me a few hits, but I manage to find the weak spots in the ice, revealing Selgio below. I just need to coax the little fella out with some treats. Once he's out, I can catch him in the bug net, and right as I do, Lynchin appears. Selgio goes right to her, and she thanks me for finding him. Again. Well, thanks for saving me a trip to the game parlor, I guess. I do some catching in the glacial area on my way deeper to the hydrothermal vents. Suam is here, and I think this time he's actually coming along. He doesn't fully trust me and came here to do it himself, but there's quite a mess in there and he needs me. Only slightly begrudgingly. Inside, we find the roots of the divine tree, but they're mutated. They've absorbed all of the water, leaving the soil around it completely dry. Good thing Dave's on deck! In this next section, I can toggle control between Dave and Suam, each solving puzzles that benefits the other's path. Suam is, unsurprisingly, a really strong swimmer and very nimble underwater. Dave, on the other hand, well, he's as nimble as ever. Am I the only one here being transported back to the first castle in Super Mario World? I love it. The parallel passages convene in one final act of teamwork, pulling two levers at the same time. Somehow we succeed, and a device seems to be refilling this area with water. Suam is thrilled, and we head to the next area as one. In this section, I control both of them simultaneously with different areas on my keyboard. This took some getting used to. I quickly determined that moving one, then the other was way too slow. I got the hang of moving them together quickly, prioritizing keeping them stacked on top of each other so that the movements on both hands were nearly identical. That leads to a small brain tickler. Even Suam can't outswim the slab falling back down, but I can use Dave to hold it in place from above. Suam is then a strong enough swimmer to push the slab up from beneath, and with no unnecessary danger, we proceed. All I need to do to keep these two in sync with each other is just catch up Dave a little every now and then. He is a strong swimmer too, especially with my dolphin charm equipped. Teamwork keeps making this dream work in the next section as I shield Suam from the falling debris while he turbocharges the rig. He's actually fairly impressed that a human is keeping rhythm with him. In the next area, oh no, what is that thing? It's here in the Ancient Creature Codex, a Helicoprion. Helicoprion.
Uh-oh, I have hush darts. That's not gonna help against that guy.
Oh man, what are we gonna do here, Suam? Hello? Where did you... Oh, he thinks that the high ground is better strategically. Myth confirmed. The sea people have Star Wars. He'll hit the divine tree fruit to blind the creature. The rest is up to me. Well, actually, I'm in charge of both because I'm still controlling Suam. At least I find a red sniper rifle which has great range and damage. I actually still haven't figured out Suam. I've just been doing my shark hunter thing, and quite successfully, I might add. Then I figure it out. My light bulb shines bright, stunning the beast with Suam for the first time. Anything to get me in closer because I'm out of sniper rounds, and this guy hits incredibly hard. Lucky for me, I try to play strategically and only grab the air sources when I most need them. I lure the creature up top again, stunning him, and thank you grappling hook damage upgrade. Helicoprion is defeated. Suam's ready to move on. Just
Just 1 second, buddy.
Also, I want my Hush Dart back. The next room features a level up in the lever teamwork game. This one is huge, and we have to pivot it together. The third Divine Tree control room switch is now active. The way to the control room is open. And there's another convenient way out. You gotta love the ancient sea people. Outside, I make my way to the control room door. But it looks like it's still closed. It's stuck because of the tree roots. Oh no, tell me it isn't. John Watson. He saw a passage to me in a strange village and simply broke through it. After being called out on his hypocrisy, he recognizes Dave as the one that broke into his lab. Oh boy, looks like I'm gonna have to neutralize a submarine at the bottom of the world. The mechanics are much the same as when John was in his earlier suit, guiding his missiles back into himself. He's sick and tired of me running, powering up for an attack that I can't evade. Oh yeah, get out of here, John. Now I just have to deal with Chronosaurus, an ancient creature of the Plesiosaurus family. Wow, Gandalf, there really are older and fouler things in the deep places of the world. Then the answer becomes obvious. The launcher from John's ship is right there. I try grabbing it, but while figuring out how it works, the Chronosaurus rushes me. The grenades I'm firing are dealing damage, but feel like they're pretty much bouncing right off of him. And then the Chronosaurus gets even scarier, dashing to the right and launching a sweeping fire breath attack. Good thing I figured out the launcher, and it does substantial damage with every hit. It's a difficult battle, with things looking quite dire right now. Ouch. Oh.
Please die now.
No way! Oh my god. Whew! Oh, that was a very tough fight. In the aftermath, Dr. Bacon sends down a deep-sea drone he's been working on. We've got Duff on the line too. These roots blocking the door can be cut using the drone's laser cutter. Dr. B lets me know that it's going to take 2 days to cut through. Okay. I wonder what Boncha was going to do with this meat. The Chronosaurus was only the first ancient anomaly down here. Perhaps the melting glacier released some other forgotten species. It's more for me to catch and serve, so I'm here for it. Another of the ancient species is the Dunkel Osteus, a species that is completely immune to every weapon I currently have. I'll need other equipment to pierce its shell. While exploring and catching some new species, I stumble upon another photo spot. For this bonus, I need all 4 in the frame at once. I always zoom out as much as I can, and struggled a lot with this, so I choose against getting the bonus this time. As much as it hurts, my time is valuable. Down here, I can also find ruby ore, which periodically emits fire. I didn't know it initially, but I will be farming these ore veins in the future, though not for the ruby. While smaller arms didn't affect this big guy, this sticky bomb launcher should do the trick. Whew, just barely, as it's my last shot that finally brings him down. Awesome, more species for my patrons. That sticky bomb gun that I found was actually the last I needed to complete my blueprint for it, so I can now craft my own. Udo is thrilled with the photo. I mean, sure, it's a gem. That would have been a sweet bonus, but 750 gold is acceptable. Earlier I mentioned how the taste of my dishes was important. Here's why. I have all of the followers and recipes that I need for diamond rank, but my best tasting dish only scores a 360 of a required 375. I'll need to gather a bunch more of these deep sea predators. I know that they can put me over that threshold. Plus, between my salvage drone and hush dart, catching them is so darn easy. My loop of the glacial area now extends into the vents, and I find another photo spot. This photo is much easier to grab, including the bonus. It's a coelacanth, what they call a living fossil. It's amazing what I'm finding down here. While I've shown the Hush Dart being great for big species, it's also fantastic for catching these smaller ones. I add more species to my list of predators that I'm hunting, the Xenacanthus. Why scripting me? Why are you narrating me to try and pronounce all of these things? While looping back up the other side, I find another photo spot. I am ripping through these. A dolphin? It must be Lissodelphis peroni. It's another easy bonus to get, snapping 5 of them in the same shot. I popped back into the Sea People village, just making sure there weren't any more quests that popped up. Lynchin thanks me again for saving Salgio. Of course, it's my pleasure. I can't forget to catch my pelican eel and finish this dive by picking on a bunch of tuna. I'm not kidding when I say that I maximize every single dive. Udo loves the pictures, and I grab another 1,200 gold from the first and 900 gold from the second. All in a day's work. Profits are down a little bit, but I'll still happily walk away with over 14,000 gold for the night. Udo is back the next morning. It's Monday. He was able to get the Fishmon article published, and I claim another 1,000 gold. Also, tonight is the shrimp party and the VIP event. Okay, first things first. I want more crab traps. I then stop by the farm to upgrade my watering can. One more and it's a sprinkler. Not right now. I choose to expand the rice field instead, getting my achievement for maxing it. My top priorities, of course, include feeding Mochi, and we can now see the little setup for MXM Toon to play live. She's got a couple of track selections too. Nifty. Believe it or not, as I wait for the drone to cut open the control room door, I'm flat out of quests. I can finally focus entirely on gathering resources. I've put so much emphasis on the deeper species that I'm running low on a couple of the other meats, resupplying them. Still no pelican eel skin though, I'm afraid. I set up some crab traps in the hydrothermal vents, getting, those ones. I also find myself, for the first time in a while, getting a little too greedy. Granted, I'm in quite the pickle here from a positioning standpoint.
Oh god. Bad things, bad things, bad things, bad things, bad things. Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Oh my god. There's a mirror down there. There's a mirror down there. Oh my god, there's a mirror down there. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Come on, 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 come
I guess I'll just take my one thing back with me. That's frustrating. At least I get to keep everything my salvage drone collected. To compensate for my bad morning, my afternoon luck turns, finally collecting a pelican eel skin. I still need one more, but I'm taking the victory, darn it. Speaking of greedy play, apparently I learned my lesson, then immediately forgot it. Nope, 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 no oxygen, run away, oh dear God. Let's just get some random meat. If that shark swam back down, I would likely have died again. But I got away with it. I found the last blueprint for the ice gun, which should be the last weapon type that I need to unlock, excluding the Dredge DLC. We'll get there. Alright, the first of tonight's events, the showdown with Lois's chef, Pastro. I prepare the squid. Next, the shrimp. I add the ingredients to the pan and get a little distracted. Pouring the squid ink into the pan follows, and then mixing it all together. The pasta is the final ingredient. Now it's time to serve. Boncho is victorious with a score of 95 over Pastro's 90. He cannot accept the judge's call and storms off like a child. His dish was unbelievable, and Lois demands an explanation. Boncho's use of squid ink transported Vincent to the dark and quiet sea. It made him want to jump into it naked at night. Wait, naked? But Lois isn't convinced. She threatens Vincent, asking him if he knows who funds his show. It turns out that he does, and he's in fact very close with Lois's father, Nolan. This fact stuns her. In his younger days, Vincent got his start by cooking omelets. Eggs, after all, are the hardest ingredient to master. Don't I know it? Vincent was struggling with the technique when he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was none other than Nolan Crawford, who kindly took the time out of his day to teach Vincent the proper technique. To Vincent, Nolan's passion and creativity towards food were inspirational. He challenges Lois to try Boncho's pasta before judging it so harshly. Just like that, her opinion is transformed. She admits to being narrow-minded and instantly becomes an ally to Boncho and his talent. She asks if he's ever considered opening a branch, a second location for people to experience Boncho's menu. With the right staff, he shouldn't have to worry about his standards dropping. She'll have construction of a branch completed by tomorrow morning. Now, after all of that, I need to kick off the shrimp party. I've started trying to save some of the meat from my boss monsters. If you recall the boxing mantis shrimp I defeated, I still have the meat, and I'm serving it during this shrimp party. The boss meals are max level already and gain a bonus to their sell price if sold during a relevant party. Nifty, right? Unfortunately, the rest of my shrimp dishes weren't stellar, and I only gain around 15,600 gold for the evening. After closing down, 2 new visitors appear. They're tourists from Japan, and even without food available, they'd like to sit down for a drink at least. This marks the start of the Ichiban's Holiday DLC. Uh-oh, this is my first time using this machine. Nailed it? The man named Bartender has some critiques. Yup, totally fair. They leave, but Boncho senses that there's something more to them. I mentioned the pair to Cobra in the morning. He doesn't seem too troubled by them, then Kasuga swims up. He thanks me for yesterday, saying how much he loves it here. Cobra makes fun of his hair. A dolphin then comes up, swimming around Kasuga. In hot pursuit of the dolphin, more pirates. They open fire and Kasuga launches into action, boarding their ship and unleashing mayhem. The pirates flee, and we discuss the Sea Blue group with Kasuga. He wants to repeat a break into their base, telling us that we shouldn't worry because he's survived tons of brutal fights back in Japan. Cobra then remembers that he has a large explosive, which should get us through the gate. No worries. Why would you just keep explosives lying around? Are they on the boat? Cobra! We agree to meet back here before the restaurant opens tonight. Dr. Bacon calls, letting me know that the control room opening is now large enough to fit through. It's common sense to clear all of the missions before fighting the final boss in an RPG. This is not an RPG, but being overly prepared doesn't hurt. I love how self-aware this game is. Chapter 7, Broken Control Room. The final chapter begins with a call from Lois. The branch is ready for business. She tells me to bring Boncho, she'll meet us there. The 3 of us meet Lois and check out the new digs. It isn't exactly Boncho's style, but it fits with the surroundings. The branch staff operate just like the restaurant, 2 servers with 2 cooks. The branch also needs a manager, who is special. No matter the skills of the person that I select to manage, they can perform every task with the exception of pouring cocktails. That doesn't sound familiar at all. I want my manager's stats to be as high as possible. It's the manager's cooking skill that allows for higher ranked ingredients to be used at the branch. A higher serving stat allows them to perform tasks more quickly, and higher total stats attract more customers. I'll fill up my staff here once everyone returns from their current dispatch. Now, with a branch, maxing out my cookster rank felt like the best goal to increase my profits. Currently, my best tasting dish is narwhal at rank 9. To enhance it to the maximum level 10, I'm gonna need 43 more meat for a total of 76. The first one I catch, I nab the 3-star. That's 27 meat with 16 remaining. As long as I find another narwhal this afternoon and catch it in the same way, I've got this. Now I want to check out the control room I've been questing towards for so long. Inside, the roots have severely mutated. The door's blocked with some kind of tree sap. I'm gonna have to find a way through. What are you? Can I catch you? Nope. Oh, I can pick him up to weigh down the platform that opens the door. Unfortunately, he starts walking around again, falling off, and now the door is closed. I have one way forward. I immediately encounter these megalograptuses. They're kinda nasty to deal with, and I do not want to know what happens if I fail these button prompts. After clearing the room, I pull some mutated divine tree fruit from the vine, dropping it on the sap below. After a short timer, it goes pop, opening the way down. I find another snail, using this one to plug up the steam vent that's blocking my path. In the next room, it's the same thing, only this time I need to block 3 vents in quick succession in order to increase the pressure and blow the crumbling ceiling apart. This opens the way back into the entrance chamber, this time with access to the mutated fruit that I can use to blast open the sappy blockage. Inside are a set of obstacles to traverse through the passage. Some better than others. Now how's this for some pro gaming? I need to plug these ash vents with the snails, but I don't do it particularly well. I make my dash to the door with only 8 oxygen remaining as I transition. Inside, I find a bunch of eggs that start hatching, revealing creatures that I recognize from the stories Tenzin told me about ancient engineer-altered creatures. I'm a little lost on what's happening right now, but that's probably just the oxygen deprivation. To start the encounter, I shoot down to the oxygen clam immediately, and from 6 oxygen, I am nearly fully restored. Also, noted, these things blow up without taking significant damage. It's not so bad unless they swarm me and reduce my oxygen back into the 50s during the struggle. I progress to the next area, finding even more eggs. I spot an unmutated divine tree fruit and drop it into the nearby focusing device. Using this divine fruit laser beam, I can blow apart the little shrimp monsters. But it's too little, too late. I failed. But because I'm in a boss event kind of thing, I get the option to respawn. Huzzah! It goes much smoother when I have a clue. I can actually hide behind the beam and lure them back towards me through it. Genius. I melt away the last of the blockage and I choose to proceed, feeling a dangerous creature's presence. Inside, I find the shrimp monsters clustering around the nucleus of the divine tree. Didn't know trees had nuclei. In the bottom of the chamber, I find liquid hot magma. Yep, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I clear away the shrimp monsters and the core seems to be stabilizing, but then... oh boy. Mama Shrimp doesn't seem too happy with how I've been treating her spawn. Oh my. Hi. Sorry I killed all your children. Yeah, back away, Dave. Back away. Just before things kick off, Dr. Bacon's drone enters from behind me. He lets me know that this creature is known as Yawi. Presumed at 500 million years old, it and its kin were freed by the Sea People 800 years ago. Luckily, I know a guy named Duff. Because of his improvements, the drone transforms into weapon mode. It can now maintain my oxygen, fire unlimited bullets, and even manipulate time? What the heck, Duff? I can slow down reality, which should give me time to evade Yawi's attacks. Okay, giant ancient boss monster, thank you for waiting. That was kind of you. Let's do this. I'm starting the battle at 45 oxygen, but this will be a great way for me to scout out the battle. Slowing down time is going to be so nice to avoid these swarms. Okay, time for the real attempt, and I spawn back in with full oxygen. Yeah, you're in for it now, big fella. I deal enough damage to trigger a phase transition. Now, Yawi faces away from me and is shooting egg energy ball things that pop into smaller projectiles that I need to avoid. All the while, I'm firing non-stop with the drone. Another phase shift, and now Yaoi is throwing faster-moving shrimp things at me. I can deal with them before they reach me and continue unloading into Yaoi's chest. Duff chimes in, thinking we're not hitting it hard enough, so we should unlock the limiter. Why wouldn't you lead with that? Duff has played too many games holding back his true power until the very end. Go Stella Laser! This is cool looking, and the second half of the fight goes just like the first, only with many more things flying at me. After an intense battle, I charge up the Stella Laser one more time, and Yaoi is looking really rough. I'm not letting it escape, giving chase immediately. It's time for another passage escape sequence, but this time, I'm the hunter. There are actually some really cool attack patterns to dodge here. I keep blasting at Yaoi with the Stella Laser, but Yaoi reminds me that I'm not the only one with ranged attacks. Fair play. Ow. Come on, man. Let's connect our beams, you know, like Gohan and Cell at the end of the Cell games, or when Harry and Voldemort's wands linked. But no dice on that one. I keep hammering away, triggering another cutscene. Uh-oh, looks like with the last remnants of its strength, it wants to take me with it. I'm back to being the hunted. Yaoi really wants me to know that they have the OG laser powers. Magma breath, whatever. I get chased into a dead end, and Yaoi goes in for the finisher. With some skillful button prompts, I dodge out of the way, and Yaoi smashes itself through a wall, getting coated in sap in the process. What a great opportunity to finish it off! But the drone is now malfunctioning. There's a huge Divine Tree fruit device over there, but there's no way I'm lifting it alone. Cue the sea people. They're all shocked by the sight of Yaoi leaping to help me immediately. They hoist and aim the device while I put the fruit in, and we claim the title of Ultimate Laser Champion. Achievement get! I've now defeated all of the bosses. We reconvene back in the village. It seems that the villagers that fell ill are starting to recover. Tenzin believes that the earthquakes affecting the surface will now have calmed down as well. I should go check. Which I would totally do if I weren't already distracted by Kasuga on my boat. I grab the explosives, but it's heavy. Worry not, claims Kasuga. He'll protect me. Here we go. We dive in, and this time I'm actually in control of Kasuga. Dave will swim along behind me. Unlike Dave, I don't fight with weapons anymore. My weapons are my fists. I knock out the first round of pirates, and we continue towards the base. Just ahead is another cluster of pirates. 1 second, fellas. I messed these 3 up as well, wondering what's with the added security. Also, can I just comment on Kasuga's swimming animation? It's hilarious. I have to swim through and fight inside of a minefield, having another close call. Convenient oxygen capsules are convenient. Fisticuffs underwater is a lot harder, but that was the last of them. The door is just ahead. We begin discussing what's next when the ceiling blows. Cobra joins us. It turns out he's ex-Special Forces and has been itching for some action. Cobra asks Dave to secure the way out while he and Kasuga will go in head-on. In this section, I can toggle control between Cobra and Kasuga in a street fighter double dragon-like beat 'em up. I never liked or played many fighting games growing up, though I did love my Super Smash Bros. What were some of your favorite games growing up? Let me know in the comments, I'd love to know. There are different varieties of enemies here, ones with guns, the beefy dudes, you know, the usual fighting enemies. I move into the freezers, encountering hazmat enemies that throw poison flasks at me. At this point, I discovered how I always manage my way through fighting games, finding one kinda cheesy move that the NPCs don't handle very well. Charge, 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 charge! This is easy. Further along, I find Torben, presumably the leader of this merry bunch. This fool brought a shotgun to a charge fight, and while I come away with some buckshot lodged to my chest, you should see the other guy. I guess he had enough of that, going for his secret arm weapon things. He totally wrecks me, even finishing Cobra with a charge of his own, just to rub in a little bit of salt. But I get a continue option to try again. Nah, 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 nah. This completely starts the fight over, but this time I'm coming in with full health and all of my lives restored, because I lost them trying to get here the first time. Phase 2 goes better this time. Let's face it, I'm only succeeding because I have those extra lives to fall back on. Torben isn't done yet though, falling back on his last resort, injecting energy that he harvested directly from the blue hole. This is untested, but there's no time like the present. He fires the first shot, blowing apart the doors. Cobra's twisted his ankle and things are looking a little dire. Oh, hi Majima. Sounds like he followed Kasuga here. Fully rested and also looking for a fight, he steps in against Torben. And, you know, it goes okay. Good thing I have all the extra lives, and I'm able to strike down Torben again. He's still not done, and with his final act, he throws out a bunch of explosives trying to take us all down with him. Have no fear, Dave is here! And so, I enter the epilogue. The gang reflects on our accomplishments, and both Kasuga and Majima depart. Remember way back at the start of today when we opened the branch? That felt like forever ago. I still can't get there to assign the staff either, because I have to go to the sushi restaurant. The whole crew has gathered here. After everything we've accomplished, I guess it's time for a celebration. I do my rounds chatting with everyone, starting, of course, with Momo. Hello, buddy. While chatting with Ellie, she shows me her eco bag for completing her EcoWatcher goals. Ooh, more loot? I'm actually very close to finishing my EcoWatcher. Miss Crawford is even here, along with Vincent. We've all come so far together. Looking back, this has been a really fun adventure. Visiting the Sea People has been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once in several lifetimes, if you ask Dr. Bacon. Now it's time to sit back and go for another exciting dive. Heck yeah. What a fantastic cutscene to end the story with as a minty rocket launches in the background. Ha, because Mint Rocket is the developer, right? This is the credits minigame. Now, I fail at this initially, but there is an achievement for destroying all of the names during this sequence. I totally whiffed it the first time, but don't worry. This will now be an app on my phone that I can replay at any time. Thanks for playing. Thanks for making this amazing game, but I'm not done here yet. There's still so much to do. Cobra gets a phone call as I get an achievement for watching the ending credits. Kasuga and Bartender are back at the restaurant, interested in dishes with cold noodles. Bancho should be able to whip something up, requesting his usual 3 days. Bancho can handle criticisms of his cocktails, but never his cooking ability. I'll need to grow a new ingredient, buckwheat, at the farm. Cobra asks how I slept last night. You know, really well, thanks. I even dreamt about space. The main storyline is complete, but my story in the blue hole is not over. After all, I have to prepare for a lobster party in 3 days. I've upgraded to the sprinkler on the farm, and I have to say it's a welcomed sight. Now I just need to unlock these 2 remaining fields. I ask Otto about the buckwheat seeds, and I can now plant them. I don't want to bother Otto too much right now, though. He's still expanding my rice paddy. Now, to finally shuffle my staff around and get that branch ready for a service. The only change I make here is swapping Maki for Yon at the main restaurant. Yon, with her ingredient prep expert skill, will help more at the restaurant, while Maki's unreal cooking abilities will be great at the branch. To start, I can assign what the branch will prioritize with sales. I could leave it a taste, but I'll be swapping it to price pretty much right away. For a manager, I select Dre. He's considered one, if not the best manager. With his high stat gain and cocktail serving ability, he covers all of the bases really well. In the kitchen, I assign Maki and Charlie, with the service being handled by Itsuki and Billy. I then invest in training them, bringing Charlie to level 7, gaining both the Cooking Plus and Ingredient Prep Master skills. I level my servers to 7 as well, Itsuki with Drink Serving and Irresistible Charm, and Billy with Tip Master and Cleaning Master. Itsuki's Irresistible Charm increases her appeal by 50, super, but it also negates the penalty from 1 angry customer every night. That's very handy. I then dump the last of my money into Dre. His stats will determine the menu rank and popularity of this branch. Back at the main restaurant, I decided that I wasn't really using Raptor's wasabi refill skill. I'd rather my servers focus on the customers since they move so much faster. The wasabi can be my job. I assign Ko, who has cocktail serving, and Tip Master, which always gets a tip of 10% of the dish price. I then assign everyone else to ingredient dispatches, and this about sums up my staff assignments for the rest of the playthrough. I will continue to level them and hire every available worker, but nothing else changes. Back underwater, I find something truly heartwarming. They've erected a monument to Dave, capturing his Davy essence perfectly. It's not as big or as glorious as the statue of King Long, but, you know, I don't see any statues of Suam around here. I am still hunting the pelican eels. No dice today. I decided to more thoroughly explore some of these side passages. While it does mean solving some of the puzzles for a second time, there are more fish and some unique species hiding in these side passages. With how busy everything was yesterday, I didn't even get to enhance my dishes. Catching more narwhals today will guarantee that final enhancement and supply lots of meat to sell to customers. I also decided to re-explore the Divine Control Room path, this time with my Hush Dart. I can catch the shrimp monsters very easily using it. I also take the opportunity to harvest yaoi, claiming their inner flesh. What the heck, Dave? There's nothing else back there, so I continue exploring. There are a couple of species in the shallows that I'm still trying to get a good mating pair of in my fish farm, bluefin tuna being among them. I'm really looking forward to getting that last pelican eel skin and upgrading to the steel net gun. That weapon would be so useful for things like these striped catfish that I need to collect as one of my final EcoWatcher goals. gosh, they're annoying. I'm even returning to places like the underwater lake just in case any new species that I haven't caught yet are hiding in these areas. Also, I've been prioritizing the deepest areas for my crab pots. In these areas, I have readily accessible high-rank fish to use as bait. I'll have to come up with a better bait solution for my shallower crab pots. This one was my grindiest dive yet, but in a good way. I net a new high of 102 items in only 35 minutes. That's nothing compared to my more recent 57-minute dive. The fish farm is looking pretty stacked up with fish, and now with the branch open, I have the option to send a bunch of meat to either location. Obviously, the branch needs things to sell, so today I'll be sending all of my fish farm meat over there. Yay, second Gyawo. I'll just clean up your mess and start the process over again. Woo! On a happier note, my Marinca is filling out quite nicely. There are still the odd holes and 2-star catches, but I feel like a lot of those are going to be solved once I have access to the steel net gun. I enhanced the narwhal sushi to the level 10 max, and that's done. A taste of 400, which allows me to rank up on Cooksta one final time. I achieve the diamond rank and an achievement to match. By the way, on the Cooksta app itself, there are all kinds of fun little moments. I don't use social media aside from uploading content to YouTube, so I haven't looked at this much, but there are some real gems that show up in the feed. With my new staff lineup, my job at night is pretty easy. As long as I shuttle the odd dish for my servers and make sure to top off the wasabi now and then, everything runs smoothly. I get a 5-star rating, almost 18,000 gold, but that's not all. Dre over at the branch brought in an impressive 11,000 gold, adding a robust second income stream to my endeavors. I'm going to invest most of these profits right back into my staff. I train everyone at the branch to level 8, then dump a ton of money into Dre, leveling him up to 12 and unlocking the ability to sell rank 9 meat, the highest. Leveling Dre up twice more should max out the popularity as well. Did you think I forgot about Mochi? Absolutely not. Every single day. I craft myself a grenade launcher and a sticky bomb gun because I had a thought about those chunky dunky guys in the hydrothermal vent area. If I upgrade one of them to a tranquilizing gas bomb launcher, I should be able to snag myself a 3-star Dunkleosteus. Just one more cuttlefish skin fragment. Add it to the list of materials that I'm grinding for. Today, the stars aligned though, and as quickly as I add a new task, one gets removed as I finally find my pelican eel skin. I should note that I am still grabbing every single resource, every single dive. Even so, with these ruby veins, I still haven't found a seahorse that will rarely spawn upon harvesting them. At this point while playing, I still didn't even know that was a thing that could happen. After stacking up my inventory and returning to the boat, I waste no time going back down to the Sea People's village. I'm broke and can't craft anymore anyway, so buying these last components from Dua in the afternoon doesn't end up holding me back. Without quests to distract me, I'm laser focused on catching enough of these new species to make a splash on my menu. On this dive too, I was fortunate enough to find a tranquilizer gas bomb launcher to validate my theory with Dunky. It works! That's amazing. Unfortunately, I'm out of salvage drone uses already, but theory confirmed. I now know how to capture these things at 3 stars once it's convenient. The day ends with a slightly disappointing 4.9 star rating, only netting 4 artisan flames. But 18,500 golds of profits plus 15,000 from the branch sure helps to ease that pain. The first thing that the money goes towards is the final expansion of the vegetable farm, along with the achievement. After feeding Mochi, I invest a bunch of that money into my people at the main restaurant, leaving myself with 5,000 gold. That's more than enough to finally upgrade my net gun to its final form. I also craft an ice gun with the intention of playing with it at some point. I make sure to equip my steel net gun, and I think it's time to go test this sucker out. Do you remember those sensor traps that I could buy 2 at a time from Cobra? The steel net gun has the same exact effect, but with 7 shots. I can catch up to 15 fish in a single net, depending on my aim, of course. Darn it, I don't want to use my salvage drone on these. There are the odd moments when reviewing my footage where I do question my sanity. But hey, leave a like for having fun? Just like the modified Hush Dart, the steel net gun is not without weakness either. It doesn't work on larger species. While trying to capture some bluefin tuna, this shark refuses to let me be. Things get dire, so I actually hightail it out of there, ending the dive with less than a quarter of my inventory filled. But hey, that's better than one item if I spent any longer around that shark. In my second dive, I go on a catching frenzy with my new nets, especially when I see a nearby ammo refill. Because it's live capture, every single fish I catch with this bad boy is 3 stars. I even find the glassed cuttlefish skin fragment that I needed to craft my trank gas launcher. Do you remember those hoppy buggers that were immune to everything aside from dropping rocks on them? Well, the steel net gun solves that problem too, catching these 3 at 3-star quality. I was having such a blast with this weapon, I didn't care what it was. Every cluster of fish I saw got netted. These tricky blue-spotted stargazers? 3 stars with the steel net gun. With a lack of quest boxes to check, I hammer through other objectives, also crafting myself that sticky tranquilizing bomb gun. I was collecting new 3-star species left, right, and center today, and my Marinca shows it. I let Boncho know that the cold noodle ingredients are ready. I'll ask the bartender to drop by once we close for the day. It's a successful night, 5 stars, 17,500 from us, 11,000 from Dre. Kasuga and bartender show up, and Boncho isn't taking any attitude tonight. Taste the food. The flavor makes him see Shenron, or, you know, Shenron's cousin or something. I'm sorry, I only know Dragon Ball. But his attitude changes immediately, and he gifts Boncho a cocktail shaker. Before they leave town, Kasuga issues a karaoke challenge. Oh boy, here we go. He's giving it his all when suddenly everything made sense. These guys are from the Yakuza game series. I never actually played the games myself, but they seemed fun. Anyway, I'm better at Guitar Hero than, Finger Hero, and finish with a mediocre score. This will now also be a playable app on my phone. It also nets me a new phone charm and a new recipe. The cocktail shakers make fancy cocktail drinks, and I really hope that my employees were paying attention when bartender showed us how to use it. Udo calls informing me of another Fishmon to catch. This one will require a sniper rifle, a teleporting jellyfish. With my fields now maxed, I decided to check out Sammy's offer to tend to the farm. For a little under 13,000 gold, I hire him for 7 days. I could provide him with seeds and fertilizer in the trunk, assigning which of them I want him to use. All of them, all of the time, please. I also buy a bunch of fertilizer, assign it all to Sammy, and leave it in the trunk for him. All farm chores will now be handled by Sammy for 7 days. All I need to do is pop in and pick up the produce. My last bit of cash goes towards a chicken feeder, and now it's time to go make some of that money back. I bring down my sniper rifle with me, finding the Fishmon quite early into my dive. A single shot from range stuns it, and I capture my second Fishmon easily. I'm flat out of bay and decided now was as good a time as any to sell a bunch of random junk that I've been collecting. 150 shards of glass? More like 450 bay? I don't sell everything right now, but enough to be able to reinvest in more underwater seeds. I have been keeping up with and expanding the village farm down here as well. Gosh, I miss my Hush Dart, but hey, at least not having it allowed me to save 1 drone use to bring up another 2-star donkey. During my loop, I happened upon Mjolnir once again. How I didn't clue into the fact that I can throw it last time is beyond me, but here's my live reaction to that revelation. Oh my god, I can throw it. So cool. Back on the surface, Kasuga calls me to let me know that they made it home safe. Aw, thanks man, I appreciate it. Kasuga also lets me know that he lost his special baseball bat with wires wrapped around it while he was here. It's a little dangerous to mail it, so if I find it, I can keep it. This completes the Ichiban's Holiday DLC, unlocking some new staff that I can hire, Hero's Bat, a special weapon like Mjolnir that I can find underwater, and that minigame on my phone. Finally, Udo congratulates me on another Fishmon hunt, and I can move into my next dive. This time I brought down my new Trank gas launcher. It's fairly effective against targets like this narwhal as well. I find the big fella down deep and easily snag my 3-star Dunkleosteus. I will be back to catch at least one more. Remember, I want as many 3-star breeding pairs as I can in my fish farm. That applies to all species. I checked the day's progress, and with that catch, I've now filled out the entire hydrothermal vent section of my Marinca. Scanning through the other tabs, I'm confident that with my current arsenal, I can wrap this up. The lobster party is tonight, but first I'm visited by a fellow alchemist. While passing through the area, he lost his magical cauldron and asks me to retrieve it. Good thing it glows, but only at night. He says he saw it by a broken wooden boat. Okie dokie then. The party goes incredibly well, netting a new best of 29,203 gold, but unfortunately the branch only did around 7,000. I probably should have sent them more ingredients from the fish farm. To break things up a little bit, I decided to go back for that achievement to destroy all of the developer names during the credit sequence. The trick here is that I can press and hold to shoot. It took me a bit to figure that one out. The screen will wrap around itself, so by swimming in one direction and shooting fast enough, it's fairly easy to find and destroy all 29 names. My EcoWatcher is getting so close. All I need are those striped catfish, which will be easy with the net gun and a jade plate. That's something I'll find in the side passages of the glacial area. I also check out my photo album. There's still a Sea People mural that I'm missing for that achievement. I revisit the passage that led me to the giant Gadon fight earlier. Obviously, with that guy on my tail, I didn't stop to smell the roses. I snap a picture of mural number 4, which should be my last. I then head down to the side passages of the glacial area, picking up a few more species along the way. I also find a huge sow bug. That must be the species called Bathynomus. I should take a picture of it. I easily snap the bonus objective as well and carry on. Have I mentioned how great this steel net gun is? I'm catching 3-star species like it's going out of style. Even these medium-sized guys in the hydrothermal vents are easily ensnared. It even works to hold them in place when I run out of drone uses so that I can, deal with them humanely? Meat. I want more meat! Dr. Bacon confirms the mural photo and I get the achievement for capturing them all, along with 1,500 gold, booyah! I then get a call from Udo about the other photo I took being rewarded with another 900, including the bonus. I found that jade plate and pedestal for my EcoWatcher, leaving only a single task remaining to complete it as well. In the afternoon, I continue with my steel net catching frenzy. This weapon is so much more powerful than I had originally given it credit for. Every area that I go into, I'm snagging at least one new type of fish, but oftentimes I'm snagging multiple. Here I was thinking that the modified Hush Dart was great in the control room, but the species down here are no match for my nets either. I leave no stone unturned, and this time after harvesting the ruby vein, I get the ruby sea dragon to spawn. From what I could find, it seems that this is somewhere between a 5 and 20% chance of spawning. With my own personal anecdotal experience, I'd say it's closer to 5%. I'm whipping through dives fairly quickly now, only spending 12.5 minutes on this one. I'm not done today either. I want to grab that magic cauldron for the alchemist. Can I just comment quickly on how much easier dealing with these long-spined squirrelfish is with the net gun? The bait I've been able to rummage up on this dive isn't great, and my crab trap catches are suffering because of it. But back to ranting and raving about my steel nets. Even the mighty Humboldt octopus can't withstand this power. While exploring and collecting resources, I spot a very odd creature indeed. As is tradition, I need to take a picture of it. I get bonus points for catching it while it's pointing those ruby smackers right at the camera. Not too far away, I find the magic cauldron. It's now my job to haul it to the surface. Along the way up, I find some box jellyfish, one of the few remaining species that I was lacking from my nocturnal Marinca. I snag a few of them, also clearing my path to the surface. After a not-so-graceful time filling the rest of my inventory, I grab the cauldron, pulling it with me to the surface.
Oh, f*** off, red lionfish. No! Get out of here! No! Ah!
Got it. Udo gives me a quick call about the photo. Another 550 gold for me. Splendid. Capturing that picture and jellyfish completed my nocturnal Marinca, so now the glacial passage, the glacial area, and the hydrothermal vents are all completed. My medium depth is almost filled out, but there's some work yet to do in the shallows to finish this thing. The alchemist returns for his cauldron, and for my troubles, he rewards me with a magic mortar. This can be used to craft potions, which give effects similar to Mima's dumplings. More importantly, it also unlocks paste bait. That's gonna be my solution for getting top quality bait in the shallows. I invest all of my money into my staff. A good portion of it goes towards upgrading my dispatching staff in the hopes that they will start coming back with even more exotic ingredients. It's not my best service ever, only 11,500 gold, and Dre at the branch actually does slightly more. I'm really glad I sent them more ingredients. My recent Fishmon capture nets me another grand, and more excitingly, it's Shark Week. Hoo-ha-ha. Third YIO complete, 2 more to go. I want to finish maxing out the upgrades for my farm, mostly because I don't want to think about it anymore, buying the egg storage box. It does exactly what you would think it does. I want to hire every available worker, especially because it isn't that much gold investment for people gathering exotic ingredients every day. With Sammy handling the rice and produce farm, I'm free to deal with the farm. In the sea village below, I'm harvesting my seaweed rows. I'm sorry, I spent a lot of time diving with nothing but my thoughts. Every dive, I'm grabbing a new species or two at 3 stars for my Marinca, completing the blue hole medium depth. Recently, I have been all about collecting 2 of every fish type at 3-star quality in my fish farm, forming the best breeding pairs. Catching this spider crab should complete my deep Marinca. One of the breeding pairs that I really want are the donkeys, for 2 reasons. The meat is quite valuable, and once I have them, I never have to carry this launcher with me again. It's fun, sure, but I have better tools. Checking back in at the farm, Sammy gives me the day's produce. Just like that, eh? Gosh, I love automation. As I open the hydrothermal vents area of my fish farm, I'll take a moment to note the fully grown Dunkleosteus along with the roe at the bottom. That roe is from today, so once it hatches, I'll have a mating pair of them. Now just picture doing that for over 120 fish species. It's time for the shark party, and the menu is pretty much just my standard menu because I rely so heavily on shark meat. That and a couple of high-priced dishes that I've been able to enhance a bit. It's a much better night, netting 22,000 gold with Dre adding on another 17,000. With my 39k, I'm going to upgrade my crab traps to max, 3 per dive. I'll also do my air, now up to 425 bar. A far cry from the 90 that I started with. This morning when I feed Mochi, I get my achievement for feeding the cat 20 times. No, this will not be the last time I feed Mochi. I don't think there's any benefit. I did it because Mochi is the cutest and bestest little guy ever. Except my little Frankie, of course. The next day, I'm diving the shallows along the left side, finding another photo opportunity. Let me just grab all of the fish first. Okay, this one is for snapping the loggerhead turtle with bonus points for doing it while he eats jellyfish. Nailed it! Yes, that is never not satisfying. Udo loves the picture, I get another 200 gold, and 1 more completed entry in my Marinca. The only photo spot left in the shallows here is the baby blue whale. This is the one that took me forever. At the restaurant, I'm visited by the mushroomer. He was referenced to us by the fellow alchemist. For helping his friend, he gives me some rainbow caps and new recipes. Apparently, they're good no matter how they're prepared. Wink. Safe and delicious. Radagast here's been into his own stash again. Wink. His appearance actually reminded me to check out my magic mortar in the corner. The potions are neat, but I'm more interested in the paste bait. By By adding meat to the mortar, I can craft different tiers of bait, all the way up to rank 9 for crab traps. Finding this was such a huge sigh of relief for me. I thought I'd have to go catch some rank 9 fish in the depths, then mirror back up to the shallows just to set my crab traps. This makes it so much easier. Also, yes, this feature was added in collaboration with Potion Craft, another fantastic game. I put the paste bait to work right away, setting up rank 9 bait in the shallows. Ugh, it's too easy. I love it. The bait does not deteriorate between dives either, though bulk crafting a bunch ahead of time does mean I'd have to carry the additional weight with me. Top tier bait gives the highest odds at catching the best species, catching multiple 3-star lobsters on my first trip trying it out. Just like that, the crab trap page of my Marinca is feeling much more filled out. I have been continuing to run internet ads and hiring all of the applicants. These should be the last 3 available in the game, once I can afford them. Well, that's easy, considering my night's profits are north of 40,000 gold. Alright, I feel like I'm really starting to get somewhere now. Going forward, my primary focus with my money is going to remain my staff. Dre at the branch will be my main target. I want him to be my first employee to reach the level 20 maximum. That's getting expensive though. Any extra money gets invested back at the main branch. After all, that's where the real money is. I hire the last employee available in the game and get her out on dispatch. I've been hunting a lot in the shallows to finish filling out that page. Those efforts have led me to completing my final EcoWatcher goal. I now have access to the EcoWatcher bag, a charm to increase my cargo by 30 kilograms. While there's no achievement for this, I can check another box on my completionist journey. There are nocturnal crab trap species that I still need to find. You know, I just have to comment about how much I love the night dive aesthetic. With my top tier bait and 3 crab traps per dive, I make quick work of the nighttime species. As always, I absolutely max my inventory before surfacing, but this isn't going to be the case for too much longer. On the research front, I'm way behind on artisan flames. Mind you, some of these recipes cost 15 flames to unlock. That's 3 nights of perfect service. Also confirmed, there's nobody left to reply to my hiring ads. It's a pretty dismal night for profits. The branch outperformed the restaurant, but the silver lining is that today is the shark party. Because I've relied on the auto supply feature on my menu for the entire playthrough, I have so much meat stored up to use in this paste bait. What a cool addition to the game. After the morning's dive, I revisit the restaurant to trade with Django. I buy a new recipe, but nothing else from him right now. The reason I'm here is to make more paste bait, and I should mention that I'm only making 3 at a time right now. Soon, I'll start batching out 12 to 15 of these at a time because they are not discarded between dives. With all of the catching I've been doing, my fish farm is overflowing. I purchase upgrades for every single area because that's where my problem seems to be. Alright, time to see how much money this shark party nets me. The results? 27,000 at the main restaurant, with Dre pulling in 30,000 at the branch? Maybe this game should have been Dre the Diver. With that money, I max out the final upgrades in iDiver. Taking a peek in my dive trunk, yeah, I've harvested a few resources. I'm probably gonna start chilling a bit on grabbing absolutely everything. Oh, I almost forgot. I equipped the eco bag, increasing my cargo to its maximum 215 kilograms. It and the dolphin necklace, which has been there since the start, will be my charms until the end of the game. For my Marinca in the shallows, I only need the ornate wrasse and that baby whale photo spot to be completed. Because of the shark party, I did not do an evening dive last night. I feel like I'm making enough money now that I can take a small income hit to take every opportunity to find these last nocturnal species. My efforts succeed, completing the nocturnal crabs and leaving only the species in the divine tree control room for this tab. My menus lately have begun to transition away from shark meat. With my dispatched workers pulling in exotic ingredients consistently, I can enhance and begin to serve some of the more elaborate and pricey dishes. The next morning, Udo stops by with another Fishmon opportunity. Well, hopefully? It's transparent, kinda like a ghost, and Udo predicts that conventional weapons won't do much. I'll have to shine a special light on it. I see where this is going. Yay, another Gyao raised. It's also important that I continue extending my contract with Sammy at the farm. I really enjoy only having to show up once per day at the farm to collect everything. In the deep places of the blue hole, funny enough, right next to where I'd typically find the UV light required to pass the tube worms, I find the Fishmon. It takes me a minute to get the light on him, but once I do, I can stun him with the harpoon and catch my third Fishmon. We've now entered the stage of the playthrough where the majority of my time is spent grinding. I'm looking for the last fish species in the shallows, doing some morally questionable things in my quest for meat. At this point, I still hadn't decided whether I wanted to pursue maxing out all of the recipes or not. It was a goal that I had hummed and hawed about extensively while enjoying the endgame resource grind. I'm getting pretty good with this net gun. Udo is back with my 1,000 gold reward for the Fishmon, which seems to pale in comparison to the 35,000 gold that I made last night, but checking boxes. During the morning's dive, I finally find some ornate wrasse. Remember, not all species spawn on every map, but with patience, everything cycles around in this game. That only leaves the blue whale photo for the shallows, which is going to test my patience. After searching for a while, I did end up looking up where the encounter would be, the far right side near the top of the map. This grind for the blue whale is going to be the deciding factor on why I chose to not max my recipes. With no distractions, including load times, it takes me just about 3 minutes to check this location. I want you to put that time, 3 minutes, into your back pockets for later. If the whale isn't here, I simply resurface. I will be doing many more focused dives like this moving forward, with a second advantage being the faster passage of time in-game for money and events. There are still a handful of other tasks I want to manage with each dive, one of them being my underwater farm. At the workshop, I sold a whole bunch of resources, hanging on to a healthy handful of everything, netting 3,700 bay. I take this money immediately to the seed shop, not to buy seeds, but to upgrade them. The upgrades increase yield, with the final one doubling the output. Since I'm not hunting catches in the shallow anymore, I'm back to my hush dot, restocking my meat supply with the deeper species. It's been a while since I last caught some, and for the moment, they remain my primary income source. Before I know it, it's time for the next party, a jellyfish one. Unfortunately, I don't have much by the way of great jellyfish dishes, but 32,000 for the night is acceptable, I guess. I'm not only after the deepest species, these higher-ranked sharks and sailfish that can spawn, not this time, under the sunken ship are a priority as well. Then, much to my pleasure and relief, after completing this dive, I get another achievement. I have now raised 5 gyawos, becoming a master. I'll be turning these notifications off now. No, if you hadn't guessed, I will not be pursuing all of the gyawos. Here are all of the possible evolutions, just in case you're curious. One of the few things outside of my staff left to max with money is my chicken farm. With a quick 19,000 gold investment, now that's maxed as well. I have let my serving staff at the main restaurant fall behind in levels, and the investment into my staff pays off immediately. 5 stars and another 43,000 gold in the coffers. For the next several hours of gameplay, I check the spawn point for the whale, no dice today, then via the mirror in the record room I portal down to the glacial area to do a little bit of catching. That or I'll branch off to the sunken ship, depending on how I'm feeling. I've continued investing in my staff, including leveling up my employees that are dispatching for ingredients. They will find more ingredients and sometimes bonus ingredients with higher stats in Appeal and Procure. Davina and Masayoshi also gain the Dispatch Master skills, acquiring even more items per dispatch. I then set everyone on new missions, aiming to give myself an even spread of exotic ingredients. Now I can simply redispatch them every night with a single button at the end of my afternoon dives. It's Saturday again already? Okay, Udo, I'll find another Fishmon for you. This time I need a weapon that discharges electricity. Oh, hey Duff. I craft a new underwater rifle, this time not upgrading it to the Trank Rifle, but a Lightning Rifle 1. And I have the materials on hand, so Lightning Rifle 2. That's as good as she gets for now. After scouting the whale location, I find the Fishmon on the right side in the shallows. Simply shooting the fish with my new Sparky rifle isn't enough. I need him to be close to other fish so that the electricity arcs between them, dealing damage. After a few hits, he's stunned and in my hands. Easy. That marks 4 of 9 Fishmon, which, yes, I will be obtaining. I've been grinding away, now sitting on 113,000 gold, which is enough to upgrade Dre to 20. There we go, and I get another achievement along with it. The final upgrade costs 93,328 gold for a total investment of 325,542 gold into Dre. Worth every bit of it. I've been tending diligently to the underwater farm, now starting to max some of those seeds. It seems lately, as quickly as I'm spending money, I'm making it back, earning around 40,000 from the Marlin party. And I'm still not done. Today, my focus shifted from the baby whale and resource grind back to my Marinca. I'm catching everything in sight and head back through the left passage that I haven't been back to since completing the story. I make my way through the obstacles with slightly more grace than last time? Slightly. And way down at the bottom, after blocking these vents off, I find my final crab trap location. Crab traps take a little bit of time to catch anything, so, now what? I am the most patient person ever, you know. Oh my gosh. Hello? Oh, finally. And I harvest 3 3-star Anomalocaris, which is all I needed. See ya never. With that catch, I have only the one item remaining in my Marinca. That darn blue whale spot. Well, that's ignoring the Dredge DLC, but while playing, I didn't know about that. Yet. I've really been developing my dishes and servers, netting almost 65,000 gold for the night. Revisiting the topic of maxing out my menu, I've now gone across this route many times looking for the whale. I made a note for myself to keep an eye out for white tip reef sharks while editing this footage. I wanted to get an idea of how often I was running across them. Do you remember the dish earlier that Boncho served Yoshi, the whole roasted shark head? Well, that's among the dishes that I would need to enhance to level 10. At the end of this entire playthrough, including coming back for the Dredge DLC, it'll be enhanced to level 6. That means that I have collected 38 white tip reef shark heads. Only 183 short of the 221 requirement. Now, let's do some rough math. A 3-minute run for the blue whales turns into about a 4-minute run to find and catch the sharks. I'm finding a shark about half of the time on my current route. So, roughly speaking, we'll call that 8 minutes per shark head. 8 minutes times 183 remaining shark heads is 1,464 minutes, or around 24 and a half hours of straight shark grinding for one dish. The shark heads are not the only unique items to farm, though I think it's the worst. I'll rind that grind up to 25 hours, and once again, let's hold on to that number for later. After more trips, I finally stumble upon the photo spot. Yes! But I have a problem. Every other recent photo spot has taught me to be patient and wait for my opportunity to get the bonus too. They always repeat. But not this one. The whale moves on, and I'm forced to continue the grind, waiting and hoping for the next time the whale appears. Oh, that's frustrating. I, of course, am getting distracted quite often by fish like these bluefin tuna I find on the way to the whale. The loot goblin in me still needs more. Every seed type is now maxed in the village below, and I've been planting them in batches. Since the grow times vary, I only plant a single type at a time, so when I get the notification that they're ready to harvest, I know they're all ready. Those tuna I've been catching led me to a monstrous night. 67,000 gold for the tuna party with another 9,000 from the branch. Whoops, didn't send Dre ingredients again. Udo is back with another Fishmon, a striped electric eel that can only be found at night. That same evening, I found him pretty quickly. I could not for the life of me figure out how to damage this thing until finally resorting to my dive knife. He smacks me around a bit, but I'm able to successfully capture my 5th Fishmon, getting the achievement. I'm still gonna catch the other 4 though. So this is what happens to the farm when I forget to extend Sammy's contract. It's apparently too late to talk business. He needs to work on his music. Fine, this can all be harvested tomorrow. I'm certainly not doing it. Since I have so many breeding pairs in my fish farm, while doing these short little dives and passing the time quickly, I am getting enormous quantities of meat that has allowed me, along with the ingredients from my dispatched staff, to enhance a bunch of higher-priced dishes. In fact, I've now almost completely transitioned away from shark meat, only using it as a couple of filler items. A 35,000 gold night is pretty standard, with another 15 from the branch, as long as I remember to supply them with meat from the fish farm every few days. After several more dives, I stumble across the whale again. Bonus, no bonus, I don't care, I just want it done. And I just so happened to get it. I was ready this time. That should be it for the Marinca. Udo gets me first after the dive. He loves the photo and I gain another 550 gold for my efforts. That's peanuts nowadays. Then Sato approaches. He just received the Marinca social notification. Yes, Sato, I really did collect all of the cards. Kind of. For my efforts, I'm granted the Marinca completion trophy for my restaurant. And check it out, a maxed Marinca for your viewing pleasure. I also love that while checking out my Marinca now, Sato has a happy thumbs up pose instead of being a grumplepuss. To celebrate, I'll reskin my boat. Sure, this'll make Duff happy. It was in this moment that I realized I had almost completed all of the achievements, 42 of 43. That last one that I need? Buying an interior decoration for my restaurant. I told you I'd get around to the aesthetic stuff. With that, I've completed all achievements, my Marinca, my EcoWatcher, and found a breeding pair of every fish type. Now, while playing, I still had not decided about the recipe grind, and I have Fishmon to catch, so the grind continues. Also, 80,000 gold in one night. For the first time in this playthrough, I'm going to use the time skip feature. Doing so advances the game one phase, from morning to afternoon. Just enjoying some hard-earned success here, don't mind me. I skip to the evening, and let's see what a single day of fish farm production looks like these days. 226 meat from the shallows, 165 from the medium depth, 81 from the deeps, 40 from the hydrothermal vents, 62 from the glacial area, and the glacial passage I've actually been skipping. There's so much room in this tank with so few species that I allow breeding pairs to accumulate, producing more meat more quickly. To cap it off, 79 more meat from the nocturnal area, a total of 653 meat for free while I just chilled on the boat all day. My last action here is to max my remaining storage. I have the money. The next morning, Sato comes by once again. You know, no matter how many times he looks at it, it's a completed collection. Wow. Then he sees a silhouette. It's Luska. After completing the collection, a hidden card appeared. If I want to be a true Marinca completionist, I need this card. Sato will be back on the next stormy night. My goal on dives now is pretty much just securing better breeding pairs. There are still a couple in the fish farm at 2 stars, and I needed something to keep me busy between Fishmon days. Speaking of, another has appeared. This time, a fish that knows how to create mirror images of itself down at the underwater lake. I head straight for it, and it's fairly easily, as long as you're squinting and wearing glasses, to determine which is the real prismatic fish. Gosh, I've gotten old. I brought down my all-rounder weapon, the good old trank rifle for this one, making short work and snagging Fishmon number 6. With nothing else left to purchase, I've been investing all of my money into my staff. Tonight, I bring my second employee, Ko, to max level. I chose him because it's the cocktails every night that seemed to be falling behind, and I'm certainly not figuring that out. I'm on wasabi duty. And cleanup. Honestly, the less dishes I deliver, the smoother things go, because at this level, these guys are so much faster than Dave. Tonight's lobster party is the best night yet. A total profit of 103,000 gold. After a quick 2-minute afternoon dive, testing if it's quicker than passing time, I find myself with a stormy night. Luska is here. Sato can feel it. Dave explains that he's really not into all of this, and Sato says he'll wait for the notification. He's so excited. For this, I want to craft another weapon. I'd really like to get that death rifle, but I'm lacking a giant trevally fin. Oh well, the old reliable trank rifle should do fine. I locate the vortex, but I can't help myself looting the chest beneath it. With incredible luck, this is the 3rd weapon upgrade I've found, leveling my rifle up to 4. 8 shots at 60 damage a pop is a pretty powerful weapon. There it is, a great white shark with arms like an octopus. Hold that thought. Oh my. It's a sharktopus. It's something you'd see in a low-budget creature film. There's just no option here. I have to defeat it. Luckily, some of his attacks come with button prompts because I'm not the greatest at avoiding his attacks. Ow, ow. Okay, I've unloaded all of my ammo. I'll get some distance and refill. I don't know what to call this attack, but it exposes, Oh, if I shoot him in his little butthole, it does twice as much damage. That's cool. Oh, his little butthole's exposed. Come here. Yeah, you didn't like that, did you? Luska has begun shooting fireworks at me from his tentacles and doing gigantic, very difficult to avoid attacks across the entire room. Ow. 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 I continue unloading ammo into him and strike the final hit. Well, that wasn't too bad. The level 4 trank rifle sure helped. I was very lucky finding all of those upgrades. Oh, can't forget to find some edible bits. Both octopus and shark meat? Wow, such value. Sato comes by, having received the notification that he never thought he'd see in his lifetime. He breaks down, overcome with emotion, and grants me his hat. Wow, wow. Aw, but then he pulls out another copy of the same hat? I mean, he gave me the original, which at this point is kind of weird smelling, but hey man, I appreciate the sentiment. If an expansion to the Marinca comes out, he'll be sure to let me know, thus officially completing the Marinca. At least until I enable that DLC. I level El Nino to 20, maxing my servers at the main restaurant. I'm also finally gonna renovate the restaurant. Like, for real this time. I'll just buy the most expensive of everything or something like that. That'll probably look good. Aw, come on. Mjolnir! That's 3 I've found so far. Here's my best tuna catch of the playthrough. 3 in 1 net. Most of the time I struggle even getting 2. Also, did you know that narwhals can be caught with the steel net gun? I told you some of the things it could catch were impressive. Still thinking that I might go for the recipe enhancement grind, I did go out to make sure that every breeding pair I had was 3 stars. Because optimal. I've done a lot of diving at this point, and my mind began to wander. Sometimes back to my childhood, singing songs in French immersion class. Petit poisson, nage, nage, nage. Petit poisson, gloop, gloop, gloop. I've now leveled all of my dispatch staff over level 10. I always want more resource income. Speaking of, while waiting for the Fishmon, I did grind out more resource-focused dives. I hadn't done the math with the shark heads yet, but knew that it held the answer to my quandary. So, to attempt to set myself up for success, I ran around collecting more 3-star species, looting everything in sight, and stockpiling a ton of gold. Udo is back with Fishmon number 7. It's a vampire squid in the Glacial Passage. Vampire squids don't usually suck blood, but this one is different. Hey, can we not? No? Oh, okay. I couldn't decide on which weapon to bring, electing for my underwater rifle 2 with its slightly superior damage to the tranq rifle. Since I accessed the glacial passage via the village, I stopped in at Mima's to get a buffling. You know, a dumpling that buffs me. I go for 10% increased harpoon damage and 8% movement speed. I can't help myself but catch this pelican eel while I'm here. It's completely compulsive at this point. And I get a skin. Wow, hopefully that's useful later and is not just taunting me. I find the Fishmon just below and I baited, battered, and blacked out the bloodsucker with brutal brevity. Alright, give me back my steel net gun. I have fishies to catch. Throughout my grind, I've been targeting some fish resources specifically to continue upgrading some weapons. I want that death rifle, and all I need is one opal tube. Ooh, the Fishmon monetary rewards are growing. This time I get 2,500 gold. I stop in at Dua's workshop to buy the opal tube. I'm running out of bay, and I make a mistake here. Between weapon parts and seeds, I drop myself quite low on bay, which I could use to win the Shark's Tooth game easily for more bay. As long as I keenly remember where the loose tooth was, it's easy to win this game at the parlor, with 100 bay being the maximum bet and the game being playable 5 times per day. I complete the upgrade to the death rifle, increasing the base damage to 80 with a magazine of 13. Can you imagine if I had this thing for the Luska fight over the tranq rifle? It does 20 more damage than the tranq rifle did with 3 upgrades, and this one has 5 more capacity. I probably could have gone for this earlier for the boss fights. Wait. And it has a 30% chance to insta-kill non-bosses? Death rifle indeed. I quickly find myself at the end of another week, which brings another Fishmon. This time, a stingray that inhabits a cave with ice. Its color is similar to ice, so it won't be easy to spot. Are you sure about that, Udo? I have some bad news, though. With its icy skin, the stingray is completely immune to my shiny new death rifle. Aw man, it's also immune to my shock harpoon, and after draining the rest of my ammo into him, I need a different tactic. I return with my steel net gun. I mean, it works on every other stingray, surely it'll work here. Nope. Another dive wasted. So remembering my Pokemon types, ice is weak to fire. I'm gonna go for a red sniper rifle this time, since I've done so many of the other rifles. I upgrade it to a flame sniper rifle, then level 2. Rats, I'm 6 rubies short of upgrading it to the next tier. Oh well, hopefully some fire damage works here? Yup, I'd say it's quite effective, and I capture the second last Fishmon. 2,500 gold for me. See you next weekend. Speaking of gold, I've been making a lot. This shrimp party nets a total of 90,000 gold, and this was not even a record from either restaurant. Oh yeah, I was gonna renovate the restaurant, but I couldn't do it during business hours. Most expensive everything. There. Beautiful? I think I can justify this expense. Most nights, I'm averaging 70,000 gold. Udo is back with the final Fishmon. It's a fish with a flaming shell. But what if I could freeze it with an ice weapon? Where were these helpful hints last time, Udo? I'll find it in a cave in a hot place. With nearly 700,000 gold to my name right now, I extend Sammy's contract for a full month. Checking my app, he'll now work the garden for the next 42 days. I'm just gonna shut my eyes for a quick second. Don't mind me. Remember how I said I'd never come back here? Well, he wasn't on the other side of the control room. Thankfully, the final Fishmon is hanging out pretty close to the entrance for me, though these vents aren't making it easy. I use my ice gun for the first time. It takes 2 shots to freeze a target, then using another damage type will shatter the ice for big damage. Twice is all it takes to bring down the magma turtle. Well, hey, while I'm here, I'm gonna grab these rubies. I can't help myself. And there it is. All Fishmon captured. High five! I have slacked on spending artisan flames lately with 65 saved up. Look at how many recipes I haven't learned, and these still aren't all of them. While playing, I thought this was it. I set my menu and... Alright, let's end this out with a shark party. How appropriate. It's a service like many before, and while scurrying around helping my staff, mostly I'm on wasabi duty, this night was every bit as successful as I felt the entire playthrough was. But that was before I started scripting and realizing, where's my Dredge DLC? So while I closed the night out earning another 97,614 gold, pushed just over the 100k mark for my Fishmon cut, I felt so accomplished. Every upgrade purchased. My Marinca filled out to completion. Achievements complete, which included these things. It died. Nope, not a chance. Not a chance at all. I did double check if I missed any other minigames on my phone, but I've already covered them all. I can even replay the Sea Blues hideout fighting section from the Ichiban's Holiday DLC. But, you know, been there, done that. Then I started writing this script, realizing that there's still more Dave to eggsplore. In some ways, like my bay reserves having been spent mostly on seeds, I'm not set up very well to continue playing, but I am sitting on nearly 800,000 gold. With the DLC enabled now, I need to wait for a foggy day. The passage of time. I see no reason to have this much cash on hand, investing all of it into my dispatched employees. I level up all of the ones with good stats or abilities to 16 and the others to 12. While dispatching them, I'm still doing an even split between all exotic ingredients, but I feel a better strategy would have been to focus on only a few ingredients chosen based on my best-selling menu items. I'm down to my last seeds at the village farm with only 42 bay to my name. While I'm doing this, I might as well address that as well. Just double checking here, the Dredge DLC is enabled. I did decide to check out the bounty board in the village to increase my bay. Most of these are collection tasks, which I already have the items for, and a spider crab one that I will ignore. That was a really easy 160 bay. I have now fully transitioned away from simply shark meat sushi. All of my dishes have multiple ingredients and price points of over 1,000 gold each. I didn't choose any recipes in specific, allowing my ingredient counts to guide my choices. Most nights, I'm making around 50,000 gold at the restaurant with another 25,000 gold from the branch. From the lobster party the next night, I make 67,000 gold from the restaurant and 31,000 from the branch. That seems acceptable. Here we go. The fog that I was waiting for. Nothing will happen until night, so the day is mine. I check the community board for more easy bay. That brings me back up to 327, which will keep me going for now. Once it's evening, a red hue has tinted the fog, and a visitor approaches. This is the traveling merchant, here hunting aberrant fish. Aberrations are species that have mutated, appearing when the red mist rolls in. Following them are hooded figures who feed on the aberrated fish. They'll seek dishes with these fish at the restaurant and will pay handsomely. The merchant gives me a special light to navigate the fog, and by choosing the new Explore option on my boat, I sail off. Dave, now in 3D. 3 Dave? I now get to captain the boat, and in this small area there are a few visible disturbances in the water. The smaller, brighter bubbles are dredge spots, and the whirlpools are dive locations. Driving over to one of the bubble spots, I can play a new minigame to pull up items from the depths. Some items, like this diamond ring that I pull up, are very valuable to sell. That's 10,000 gold right there. Dredge spots can spawn with high stock, having 3 available items, but can also spawn with only 1 or 2 items in them. It's important to do the dredge spots before the dives. I can only choose 1 of them per foggy day. With the 2 dredge spots emptied, I head to the furthest whirlpool, the Jellyfish Basin. At first, it looks like a pretty standard night dive. I pop down, setting up a crab trap, looting due east, and encountering an aurora jellyfish. That guy doesn't look so mutated, does he? In a nearby weapon crate, I find a drain gun, opening a new blueprint path. It's specifically for aberrant fish, absorbing the target's health to recover my own oxygen. Okay, this radiant squid doesn't look too scary. Maybe the aberrant fish aren't so bad? As I travel deeper, I start to doubt my previous statement. What is that thing? A perished loose jaw. Okay, getting stranger. The bursting anglerfish has an alien mouth and falls asleep at the perfect moment. That can't be comfortable. Here we go, some big game. A hammerhead with eyes on the ends of its hammer? A gazing shark. That's not so bad. I explore the entire map, but didn't find anything too strange. With hindsight, I feel the jellyfish area is the most tame. All I needed to find was the one drain gun to unlock the blueprint. Nice! Now for part 2 of the Red Fog. Going to the restaurant to feed some of these hooded figures. But first, I want to check my Marinca. Here we go, a whole new tab ready to be filled out. I'm happy to say too that on this first dive in that area, I nabbed all of the species. There are 3 areas in total, each with their own catch lists. Aberrant dishes will be marked with the yellow dredge icon. These recipes come maxed out. All I need to do is serve them. Because it's still fresh on my mind, I'm gonna craft a drain gun. I never actually end up using it, but you know, I've got it. Anyway, the hooded figures are super cool. They will come in and park themselves in a spot all night, ordering consistently throughout. No drink orders, no dishes to clean up, just high-value dishes all night. That, plus the value of the 2 aberrant dishes I chose, being over 1,000 gold each, I should expect a good night. At the end of the service, the traveling merchant returns. Aberrant meat expires quickly, and so I can sell all of my remaining aberrant meat for profit. That's another 17,000 gold. Okay. Holy... I'll take that. That's an... Why wasn't this unlocked earlier? Oh, I could have been making so much more money. In future videos, I'll be more aware of things like this. Perhaps going into things completely blind isn't prudent for the style of videos I like creating. I didn't make huge profits from the restaurant, but that was my first night serving the hooded figures. The additional income that I made from selling the excess fish and dredging earlier more than compensates for the shortfall. Then it's back to business as usual, waiting for my next foggy day. As I continue replenishing my bay with the easy board tasks, I had a realization. I don't have to be doing all of this. It would be much more time effective for me to simply pass time until the foggy days and ignore all other mechanics. But I just can't help myself. I need more. Checking out the value of my sellables from dredging, there is the diamond ring worth 10,000. I'm not going to sell it because I can also sell these items at the Sea People's Workshop for bay, which I would much prefer doing. By the way, if I open the restaurant and then choose to pass time, I only make money from what I actually served. I post my first loss of the playthrough, losing 8,000 gold for the night, because I do need to pay my people. The next day at the workshop, I check to see how much bay dredging will make me. It seems like a great way of replenishing my wallet, only selling a couple of items for a few hundred bay. For the first time in the playthrough, I check the weather app on my phone. 2 more days until the next fog rolls in. And through the magic of editing, here we are. I wanted to check out how much bay and also how quickly I could earn it by playing the Shark Teeth game. The game is easily winnable. I've seen a few resources online of people making equations and all this other mathematical insanity. Here's what I do. I see the target tooth and come up with a name for it. In the second game here, I name this tooth 5th Staircase. It's 5th from the end, and the tooth looks like a little staircase. I always choose the maximum 3 until we're within 6 teeth of the target. Then I count. In this instance, he moved 3, leaving me 2 from the target. I select 2, so no matter what he chooses, he loses. Easy money. Winning the maximum of 5 games per day ends up taking me about 10 minutes, including travel time to and from the game parlor. Though the Dredge DLC would mitigate it, to complete the recipe grind, I would still need to do this many times to earn enough bay to generate the 10 different varieties of underwater crops I'd need to max my recipes. Remember, it's 221 of each ingredient in each recipe to level it to 10, and this farm spits out 60 crops per cycle. Let's add that information to our back pockets. I promise we'll be pulling it out soon. I'm back out dredging, this time claiming a fancy boot and a broken monocle. I guess I can't always rely on finding diamond rings. This time, I choose to explore the middle area, the Black Cliff. On a whim, I've brought my steel net gun with me this time, though I will have to revisit this area with the Hush Dart to complete it. I also goofed and ran out of paste bait, so I'll have to craft more of that before returning. Unless I get lucky. I am glad that I brought the steel net gun. I feel like these guys that are immune to my knife would have easily deflected the tranq darts. It's not them that I'll need to return for. It's things like this withered ray that breaks through my nets. For him, I'll need to go with something a little bit more deliberate. Aw man, he's too fast and avoided one of the explosions. Oh well, in the end, you're coming with me. Checking the Marinca, I'll need to return for 4 species, 3 solved with the hush darts and 1 with paste bait. I did not set myself up well for that dive. I performed the night's service, which I'm really starting to love. These hooded figures are the best patrons ever. Anyways, it's a better night with the aberrant fish on the menu, getting almost 16,000 gold from the leftovers. She tells me to make sure to have aberrant fish to keep the hooded figures happy. I didn't test this, but should I not serve aberrant meat, they will simply stop showing up until I call the traveling merchant to enable them again. According to Reddit, anyway. With the passage of time, my fish farm has filled out very nicely. On this trip, I send just over 2,000 meat to my restaurant. All of this money I'm earning, I'm continuing to invest in my employees. I'm not there yet, but I don't feel like I'm too far off from not needing money at all anymore. Anyway, all of my main staff are now level 20. Hey, Sammy, I'm feeling generous today. How does a 200,000 gold investment for 4.5 months of your time sound? Yup, I've extended Sammy's contract now for 136 days. Won't need to think about that again for a long time, probably ever. A few days pass and I'm back in the red fog. Tonight's dredges are very successful, and steel net gun in hand, it's time to check out the final area, the Fog Coast. The aberrations are not too abhorrent, at least until I go deeper. This sailfish has horror monster eyes. Okay, that's freaky, and it's too strong for my nets. I'll have to revisit this area as well with the hush dart. At least I remembered to make more paste bait, catching some malignant pincers. Ooh. These voltaic groupers are among my favorite aberrant fish. I love how these guys look. Then there's some of these freakier ones, like these 3-headed cods. This DLC is super cool. The next big guy I encounter is this abomination. The bloodskin shark obviously says no to my nets, but no match for my pro skills and harpoon gun. Off to the restaurant with you. That dive left me with only 5 species to go, 4 of which I've already found at 2 stars. That'll be 2 more foggy days, and ensuring I have my hush dart equipped. I have plenty of paste bait now for the final, this thing. After selling my 12,000 gold of leftovers, I only make 39,000 gold for the service, but note that my top seller was bloodskin shark sushi. I'll say it again. I really feel that this DLC could have made me so much richer, so much faster, had it been enabled from the start. I use my time between foggy days to keep up with my village farm, and otherwise I'm just passing time, patiently waiting for the next red fog. I return to the Fog Coast, catching that sallow sailfish at 3 stars with ease. The modified hush dart is so powerful, I honestly couldn't say which is my favorite between it and the steel net gun. The only other species I needed from this area was the bloodskin shark. Remember, live catching these larger species with the drone provides 27 meat, as opposed to 15 when I harvest them myself. I can't wait to see how much I make tonight. The aberrations are nicely organized by area in the Marinca, with the crab trap species being the dividing line to the next area. One more trip to the Black Cliffs, and I should be done. For real this time. I'll note that I did not fill my inventory on my dive this evening. Even so, I make 17,000 gold from the leftovers, with my top seller of the evening being 14,000 gold of sallow sailfish. Now, these profits are down from my usual nights these days, but imagine having this kind of income back when I first unlocked eggs. I think I was averaging around 5,000 a night back then? Okay, that's the last time I complain about it. Probably. While I didn't do any diving while waiting for more fog, I did maintain my farms and perform the nightly service. I might as well tack on a bonus goal while I'm at it. I want 1,000,000 gold. It actually shouldn't take any time at all, especially as the profits from this Marlin party shoot past 100,000 gold. That feels good. 101,000 at the restaurant. And another 16,000 at the branch. Damn. Here we go. This should be my final foggy night. I still do my dredges first, that's just the kind of guy I am. I head over to the Black Cliff entrance and verify I have my hush dart equipped. It's time for the final task. The first species, the sprouting eel. Second, the withered ray. Hello? I can't seem to use the salvage drone. The ray actually wakes back up, but I have enough shots to put it back to sleep and capture it the second time. After showing some real patience, my crab trap provides me with Cortex decorators, and last but not least, I move back to the shallows for the translucent sturgeon. Good enough. I'm out of here. Wait. I verify everything in my fish radar. Yes, good to go. There it is. Now, my Marinca is fully completed, including the 34 additional species added by the Dredge DLC. While I perform this service, I want to take a moment to thank everyone who supports my content. Whether you're one of the incredibly generous names on screen who supports me directly, or if you simply like, comment, and watch my videos, I can't thank you enough. I love making this content, and it's all possible because of you. As long as you keep watching, I'll keep creating. The night's service brings me to 983,000 gold, then selling the leftovers for another 13,370. Those of us from the early days of the internet just got real excited. Once I add in the income from my branch, I wake up the next morning sitting on 1,003,000 gold. Bonus goal achieved. That million gold isn't doing much for me, so the last thing I'm doing is fully investing it right back into my staff. Now, Dre is level 20, and the other 4 at the branch are all level 19. This makes sense to me. They're incredibly talented, but the ones at the main branch are slightly more skilled. At the main restaurant, I enhanced absolutely every recipe that I could, consuming many of my ingredients. We're gonna be here a while, so let me speed up the footage a little bit. Leveling up the branch staff took about half of my money, and I invest the rest into my dispatch staff. I focused on getting my best gatherers to level 18, 70, then saving a bit of cash because the lower leveled ones don't really collect much anyway. That covers the Dredge DLC, and the Godzilla DLC starts with tremors. Didn't I get rid of all of these? A submarine rises from below, opening to reveal Miki from the G-Force, the military branch of the United Nations Godzilla Countermeasure Center. She's tracked a weak and wounded Godzilla here, presumably being attracted to the energy of the blue hole. She gives me a radar that will lead me to the kaiju. If I don't help, Godzilla might wake up and destroy everything around here, including my restaurant. Can't have that. Apparently I have the drain gun equipped though? So I guess here's that bad boy in action since I haven't shown it yet. I was a bit rusty coming back into play the Godzilla DLC. It had been nearly a month in real life. 2 Mako sharks with a random drain gun? Nope. I track the signal way down deep to the left wall opposite the Sea People village. The way in has been barricaded, but hey, those mines must be from John Watson's suit. I have to throw the mines at the blockage, persuading it to move out of the way. Miki wants me to go in. I mean, if I must? Ooh, loot real quick. I can't help it. Inside, I find myself face to face with the kaiju. After a fierce display, it collapses, exhausted. That roar! I quickly set up a surveillance camera. It looks good, and it's time for me to scram. Actually, you know how curiosity killed the cat? Okay, just poke it around a bit here. The back spites don't hurt me. So maybe I can get away with some hush darts? They seem pretty painless. Hey, big guy, you feel me? Miki pipes up. I'm obviously not messing with Godzilla, right? That would have consequences. Challenge accepted. The harpoon isn't doing the trick. Stab. Rats. Nothing. I was really hoping to see something spectacular here by poking Godzilla. Anyway, I meet Miki on the surface. We should let Godzilla recover in peace. Okay, fine. While cleaning up after the night's service, Miki approaches me. It's urgent. We gotta go now. A second large signal has been spotted approaching the blue hole. We need to get down there, and Miki needs a guide. Oh, and there's that other reason she wants me there. She drives us down closer to the kaiju's den, coming to a stop. It turns out she has thalassophobia, a fear of the deep, dark ocean. Unconvinced that she's in the right industry, it's my turn to drive. Okay, this isn't too bad. I guess it's a little less nimble than Dave. I start getting a handle on the controls when an enormous lobster-shaped kaiju swims by. That's Ibira. It must be after Godzilla to get its revenge. While sometimes Godzilla destroys humans, it sometimes destroys other kaijus, and we need to trust that helping Godzilla saves the blue hole. And my restaurant. I keep catching glances of Ibira, but for now we remain undetected. Whoa! Giant lobster claw! Giant lobster claw that really hurts. Really hurts. I'm down to only 17%, make that 14% hull integrity. 11. Definitely didn't die and respawn, making it to the next section. The lobster claw is now completely blocking my path. It's time to fire up the machine gun. This thing shreds the claw, and I'm quickly moving forward again. I think it's safe to say that Ibira knows I'm here now, swiping at me while I narrowly nail my button prompts. It gets ahead of me, blocking my path with rubble. Good thing this sub also has a missile launcher. Bam! On the final approach to the den, a boulder flies in, blocking the entrance. Ibira has had enough of this darn submarine. Keeping the machine gun firing will charge my missile launcher, using the sub's dash ability to avoid Ibira's attacks. Not that one, though. The eyes are a weak spot, and when I manage to land a missile on them, it deals 1,000 damage. Whew! I may not be the best helmsman, but I proved too much for this rival kaiju to handle. It runs from me, heading straight towards land. Follow it! Cobra, Cobra! We have big problems. Oh no, it's here. It's heading straight for Bancho Sushi. What do we do? Then a whirlpool starts to form. Godzilla ain't having none of your shenanigans, Ibira. Now I get to battle as a blue hole energy supercharged Godzilla. I have a few moves, a chargey charge, a basic slash, and if we happen to move at the same time, we clash with no damage dealt. Ooh, what's this button do? Ooh, I like that button. Putting up my guard, I can block slashes and respond with a big right hand. I get greedy, going for another fire breath, but Ibira is too quick, interrupting my attack and pommeling me as I get back in rhythm. I charge, stunning him briefly and going for a fire breath finisher. Yes! Oh? It's not doing damage? Oh, I see the button prompts now. I put up my guard again, one final time, staggering him and striking back. This time, I do it right. Godzilla is victorious, and after defeating such an opponent, it seems to have no intention to mess with us. No good deed, eh? Godzilla exits the blue hole, giving one final blast before fading from sight. The blue hole's energies completely healed Godzilla, and Miki rewards me with a Godzilla head for the front of my boat? That's awesome. The G-Force will continue to track the kaijus. I want to equip this new skin for my boat, but first I have to discuss the recent events with Cobra. He's curious if the restaurant took any damage. Oh, right. I'll go check that out, but first, the skin. Okay. Once again, I'm finding myself wishing that I had this available way earlier in the story. This boat is so cool. It turns out after the last rounds of tremors that we dealt with, Bancho made this place earthquake resistant. Everything is okay here, and Bancho witnessed the whole thing. In fact, he was inspired by the battle, thinking of new dishes. I learn 3 new recipes, which is all I'll be getting from this DLC. Miki calls me the next morning. She accidentally dropped the kaiju figurines that she'd been using for research. She'd like me to find all 20 of them, unlocking the Kaiju Codex. The figurines will be spread throughout the blue hole and deeper, each spawning in a specific location. The first I find is on the right side of the shallows, Godzilla from 1965. The second I find in the Sea People record room, Mechagodzilla from 1975. Straight down from the record room is number 3, Mecha King Ghidorah. Inside the sunken ship lies another, Ibira from 1966. While collecting these, I have my death rifle equipped. I figured, why not? I'm just here for fun. The 30% chance to insta-kill is pretty wild. Around the 200-meter mark, I stumble across number 5, Godzilla from 1994. At the underwater lake lies number 6, Mothra from 1961. Way down deep, directly across from the Sea People's village, is number 7, Godzilla from 1995. In the Glacial Passage puzzle room on the right side, number 8, Godzilla from 2016. I explored every area quite thoroughly, finding a sneaky way to another dead end. I just thought this was an interesting little side area because I hadn't been back here since first visiting it during the story. Number 9 lies on the right side of the hydrothermal vents, Hedorah from 1971. And I find another Mjolnir. This hammer is so much fun. I can't see it being more useful than, say, my rifle against bosses, but that doesn't negate how fun it is. I couldn't help but satisfy my curiosity. Mjolnir versus Donkey. Donkey wins. Nope. Way back up in the limestone cave, I find number 10, Anguirus from 2004. Number 11 is in Suchi and Donna's house, Biolante. On the far right of the Sea People village, past the gambling den, number 12, Jet Jaguar. Lucky number 13 is in Tenzin's house. Darn, I really should have grabbed those in the opposite order. King Ghidorah of 1991. The trickiest figurine to find is back in the Glacial Passage. In the right puzzle room, it's hiding behind some ice. To melt it, I have to go through the entire puzzle in one direction, then back the other way to bring over a divine tree fruit. It's not without risk either. This Gadon didn't go anywhere. It takes a minute to navigate my way through, but here lies the 14th figurine, Gigon from 1972. Next to an ore vein in the Glacial Area Labyrinth is number 15, Rodon from 1993. On the far right of the first control room switch path, I find 16, Manila from 1967. In the area where I gave poor Donna multiple concussions, number 17, Space Godzilla. I'm not finding these in any particular order, by the way. This is just chronological based on my own play. In the Divine Control Room, I'm back on the left path. My favorite! Nope, still can't make it through these without getting hit. Anyway, there's figurine 18, Destoroya. Could it be? On the way out, I make it past all of the vents intact? No way. I think that's worthy of another bonus objective that I just invented. Look at me, I'm so good at this game. I found those figurines across a couple of dives, looking to see if there are any hints to where the last two might be in my Kaiju Codex. No dice. Okay, I'll just keep looking. Down the path where Suam and Ramo sheltered near the start of the game lies number 19, King Caesar from 1974. One more to find. And I just so happened to find Ichiban's bat here. I hadn't found it yet, so I'm really glad that I get to show it off. Charging up my attack triggers a ranged blast attack. Sweet! It's not nearly as powerful as my other weapons, but it's still cool. Finally, at a three-way split just below the 200-meter mark, I find my final figurine. Little Godzilla. That's adorable. Before I surface, I have a little bit more fun with this bat. Why not, right? It's not like this video is already 5 hours long or anything. Miki calls, impressed that I found all of the figurines. I'm rewarded with a Godzilla figurine from 1954 to display in my restaurant. So ends the Godzilla DLC, and I don't have any other things to tack on to this adventure. The next DLC isn't planned until closer to 2026. I should be done editing by then, right? Let's wrap things up. With the data we've collected throughout the playthrough, I want to quickly go over the deciding factors that led me to not go after maxing my recipes. I've saved all of my artisan flames over the last bit, spending them now. Then, because I was having trouble finding resources online, I got to counting. With the 3 available DLCs, I counted 271 learned recipes, with 18 unlearned and 3 not even unlocked, for a total of 292 recipes. I've maxed, including the boss and aberrant dishes, 172 out of 292. Let's recall that the shark head grind would take around 25 hours. A 500 bay grind takes approximately 10 minutes, and there are 221 ingredients per recipe required. The items left to farm are the shark's heads, urchins and seahorses which don't have eggs and have to be gathered manually, yellow and bluefin tuna otoro, only obtainable from the salvage drone, and so much meat. That's all assuming that the various farms keep up with demand. I need to manually tend the village farm, requiring grinding for bay, and I might need to invest time into setting up the fish farm differently to target specific species. I can easily see that grind taking another 80 to 100 hours, and instead of grinding that out, I'd rather release this project for all of you to judge my lack of commitment. Plus, I want to play Stardew again. I'm getting itchy. I feel really good about where I'm leaving this game. At day 132, I've completed my Marinca, including the Dredge DLC. I've collected all of the Fishmon. I've completed all of the EcoWatcher tasks. I've upgraded a few additional weapons to max, but really all I felt like I needed to succeed were that steel net gun and hush dart. Of course, I can't forget to shout out my MVP trank rifle, which carried me through a large portion of the game. Did I mention I also completed all the achievements? I loved playing this game and highly recommend that you give it a shot. I'm still finding little things that make me laugh. Right on, Co. Mix that drink. But I was serious about Stardew. While this video is rendering, I'm gonna create my new farm. I hope you've enjoyed Dave the Diver as much as I have. Thanks for watching, everyone. Take care. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay, goodbye now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye now.